Hello, hello. Good morning. Huh? Hello, good morning. Hello. Yeah, you can hear me. I think I'm fine. Yeah? Yes, you can. Please, please. Mhm, mhm. Okay. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Soji Adeni, and I'm delighted to be your compere for this morning. You're all welcome to this occasion of the maiden edition of the IBB Legacy Dialogue. It's the work of the Ibrahim and Miriam Babangida Presidential Library and Museum. And this is the maiden edition. I just want to welcome each and every one of you that are in the house. I see my daddies and mothers in the house. I want to specially recognize the presence of the former president of this country in the person of General Abdusalami Abubakar. Please put your hand together for the general. Daddy, you're welcome. It's amazing to have you. I can also see, of course, the former governor of Niger State, Elijah Babangida. You're welcome, sir. The chief servants, we are happy to have you in the house. I have the distinguished Senator David Mack in the house. Thank you, sir. I missed him in the room. I went in there and I said, Senator Mack is not yet here. And somebody whispered to me, that's him over there. And I'm like, no, that looks like my younger brother. Senator, you are really, doing very well, sir. We are happy to have you. And of course, we have all the big names that you can ever ask for. I can see Professor Jerry. So it's really nice to have everyone in house here. Please put your hands together for them. I cannot go one by one to mention everyone that is in the room. I see Professor Tunde Adeniran, the former Minister of Education. I see so many people that are here and present. The moderators, of course, will be doing justice to the introduction at the appropriate time. My task this morning is simply to welcome each and every one of you and to assure you of what this is all about. The IBB Legacy Dialogue is one of the products that the Ibrahim and Miriam Babangida Presidential Library and Museum will be bringing to the fore. The idea is to ensure that we do not lose out on the very diligent work that was done for this country during the administration of the celebrant in the person of our father, the one that epitomized the concept of having the 3-digit identification. We all woke up to know that IBB stands out for Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. And that was the very first time in Nigeria that people started identifying their leaders with the title with their initials. And that initial stood by almost every one of us that was growing up in the 80s, because we just know that Babangida, IBB was going to come up with something anytime, that we are just about recovering from the last one. So we grew up that way. And tonight, this morning, I believe that some of the reminiscences of those sessions will be shared by his own people, his own tribe, as I like to describe them. The truth is that as we go on during this session, you would be introduced to these tribe members from the detribalized Nigerian that we all call IBB. The good thing is that throughout the session today, from morning till evening, we will be examining different aspects of his giant strides. We will be starting by looking at what we call the man, his vision, and his legacy being the theme. And the first session, of course, will be how he built his tribe. He has different tribes: the military tribe, the business tribe, the technocrats tribe, and so many other tribes that he was able to come up with during his session. And majority of them are still alive and strong, and they will be sharing their experiences with us today. The second panel will come up when we will be looking at the sub-team Vision, Foresight, Rebuilding a New Nigeria. Rebuilding a New Nigeria. And that, of course, will be moderated by none other person than Dr. Shidi Amuta. Of course, The panel that is looking at how he built his tribe will be moderated by the erudite Mrs. Moji Makonjuala that we have all grown to love over the years. The third panel, of course, will be looking at economy, rural development, and infrastructure. And some of those people that made it happen during this time, people like Air Vice Marshal Larry Konya, who headed the DIFRI at that time. And of course, you remember the Mamsa era of Professor Jerry Kana. And you remember, if you are a carpenter, oh, you see, just a few people can remember it because they lived during that era. If you are a broadcaster, broadcast well. If you are a tailor, tailor well. That was the slogan of Mansa in those days. And everyone just wanted to do everything excellently. And of course, Professor Jerry Ghana, was an epitome of that strike at that time. And then, of course, the final one is going to be the economy, rural development, and infrastructure. Of course, economy, rural development, and infrastructure was the key component of the Babangida administration. And it will be handled by a younger moderator this time around, in the person of Ms. Daura Onyeshere. You would get to meet her when that comes. And then, of course, we will have the final panel, which is panel 4, the Nigerian foreign policy agenda and Pan-Africanism. These will be handled by none other person than Ms. Eugenia Habu at that time. And the panelists, of course, will include Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, Ambassador George Obiozo, Professor Tunde Adeniro, General Ikenwashuku. All these people are either going to be physically in the room with you today, or they will join us virtually from their locations. We already have links to all of them, and the truth is that from this moment, they're actually backstage watching each and every session and segment from the comfort of their homes. Thank God for technology. So they will join us at the appropriate time. We will bring them on, and those who are joining virtually will join. At this point, I would like to also tell us that for every session that we have here, we already have arrangements for everyone to be comfortable all through. So the bathrooms are just outside the door. When you go right, you can use the bathrooms. And of course, breakfast is served and it will be served all day. So when you just feel like it, taking a break, just step outside the hall and go to the breakfast room and the lunch room. All are set for your comfort. So you will be very comfortable all through the day. And I can tell you one thing, that everything has been put in top shape. There's no reason for you to worry about spending the day with us. And if you are joining us online, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, on Instagram, on any social media platform, and of course, live on AIT, we just want to say thank you for joining us. You will be glad that you spent the day with us, because today history is being made. The maiden edition of the IBB Legacy Dialogue is taking place, and everyone that is here is ready to give you that little part of history that you may not have been familiar with. You're going to hear from the horse's mouth as they speak, as they say, and then you are going to be able to contribute from the comfort of your home. Just send us messages on the social media handles, and we will ensure that the panelists and the moderators take all your concerns and address those issues as they become available. I can also assure us that for this morning, everything that we need to be able to enjoy the moment has already been put in place. I would not like to end this welcome session without letting us know that Daddy is also sitting quietly in Mina and watching everything that we are doing live and direct. And at the appropriate time, he will definitely step in to say hello to everyone in the house. So I'm sure we are all excited and we are all fired up to enjoy the moment that we have all been waiting for. I want to recognize the presence of my big mommy, Her Excellency Alaja Sinato Jikutu, former Deputy Governor of Lagos State. And I just want to say thank you for everyone who has taken time to be here as well. Please, thank you, because we really, really do appreciate the fact that you have taken time out of your busy schedule to be with us, especially the octogenarians in our midst, the septuagenarians in our midst. I couldn't catch up with some of them yesterday. I was wondering exactly what breed are these ones. They just seem to be ageless. I gave you an example of distinguished Senator David Mack. I didn't know he was the one in the room. And the same thing happens. I mean, if it's not for some of the the signatures that we know of some of them, that's what we just look out for, and then we identify them with it. But the truth is that these people are ageless. They are going stronger and stronger, even in their 70s and in their 80s. And I think we all have a lot to learn from them. I asked one of them yesterday, what's the secret to this? And he said to me, you got to start early. Exercise is not an option. Exercise is a requirement. So please let us learn to copy what they have done. And if we want to look just like them when we get to that age, we better start now. I'm saying all of this, and I think at this point, I would just like to say thank you, everyone, for being here. We appreciate you, and we just want to give yourself all a round of applause. Thank you, and God bless you. At this point, I'm going to have to bring in the first moderator of the first panel. And majority of you are familiar with that voice on television for several years. I call her Auntie Moji, and majority of you call her simply Mojima Konjola, Nigerian journalist who has contributed significantly to the improvement and development of journalism in Nigeria and in the area of health journalism. She's a media consultant to the UN Women. She has also worked for decades with the Nigerian Television Authority, where she rose to the position of head of health and gender desk before her retirement. She was pioneer member of the Center for Disease Control, Atlanta in USA, before retiring from NTA. She had earlier worked in the then national television broadcast, Kwara State, Nigeria, where she was their first television announcer. Mrs. Makonjola was also the head of presentation and reportal units of NTA between 1980 and 1985. And you will recognize the fact that 1980 and 1985 and thereabouts were those golden moments of Nigeria where our celebrant of today held sway. So please put your hand together as I bring forward my auntie, Auntie Moji Makonjola. And she will take over from now. Thank you, Auntie, and welcome again.
You want me to say, okay. Your Excellencies, all very, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This is a huge moment for us in the history of this country, reflecting on our yesterday, bringing back that which can make our tomorrow better. And so I feel extremely honored and privileged to be part of these discussions that I'm sure will not just tell us about how it happened, the good, the bad, the ugly, but moving us, accelerating us towards a better Nigeria. So I welcome all of us here, and I hope that we'll have such a wonderful time, particularly those watching us online, and of course for those who today, I think I fall into that category we can call our children, because I'm a grandmother as it is now. So I do hope that today's conversation would bridge the gap that we as a country today do not even want to think about. So I welcome all of us here and pray that it will be a springboard for unity, for peace to reign in Nigeria. Thank you very much. Having said that, can we, I'm getting, beg your pardon? Yes. Having said that, we will stand up for the national anthem, and thereafter, will the chairman of today's occasion, who I can see wearing a necktie, I'd rather call it a necktie, would now speak to us. So please, shall we all rise as we... Okay. We're singing it together. That's the spirit. So we'll sing after the count of three. 1, 2, 3. Arise, O compatriots. Strength and faith, the labor of our heroes past, never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Thank you all. Please be seated. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
At this moment, Your Excellencies, I'd like to invite High Chief Dr. Raymond Topesi. We all know him as the Independence Television giant. However, he's done so many other things in his life, but it's so appropriate to have him today as chairman. May just permit me, sir, to just read a little so that our youngsters who are watching can just know a bit about you. Hi, Chief Raymond Anthony Topesi is a Nigerian media entrepreneur. Started his early schooling with Loyola College Ibadan. He did his undergraduate studies at the University of Benin, Edo State, and completed his studies in the University of in Poland, where he earned his doctorate degree in marine engineering. In 1994, he launched the first Nigerian private FM radio station, Ray Power. 2 years later, he launched Africa Independent Television. High Chief Tokwesi's accomplishments include establishing the first indigenous shipping line in Nigeria, establishing the first privately owned radio station, Raypa FM, in Nigeria, pioneered Nigeria's first global TV, which was Africa's first ever satellite TV station. I present to us all, Your Excellencies, all very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Chairman of today's opening session, Dr. Dokwesi. You have the floor, sir.
Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, both present at this venue and the several millions who are watching at home. It's my great honor and privilege to welcome you to the first session of the General Ibrahim Babangida's celebration of the 80th birthday. General Babangida, like we all know, was born on the 17th of August 1941. Stormed Nigeria's center stage of political landscape as the seventh Nigerian head of state at the early age of 44 years in a bloodless but daring palace coup. Before him were General Aguiyi Ironsi from 1966 to July 1966, General Yakubu Gowon from 1966 to 1975, General Murtala Ramat Mohammed, July 1976 to February 1979, General Olusegun Obasanjo, 1976 to 1979, Major General Muhammad Buhari, December 1983 to August 1985. General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida later became Nigeria's first head and only military president this far this far. Worthy of note is the fact that in line with our country's leaders, General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida has, for reasons positive or negative, remained the most talked about for the 28 years or thereabouts since he left office. His name, his person, or his plethora of political and policy decisions and infrastructural landmarks have been recurring decimals, reference or reference points. Almost 3 decades after, until recently, no former head of state is as much a subject of discourse in streets and enlightened circles. While some heap all the woes plaguing the country on policies, actions, or inactions of IBB, as is popularly known, there are multitudes, on the other hand, who defer to him as iconic, revere, and idolize him. Such is the enigma our living legend is. Our hero's place in the history of our country is not only etched in his eventful 8 years as president, it is rather a lifelong story of patriotism, of voluntary conscientiousness, and commitment to the service of his fatherland. If this was not the situation, one would easily ask what could have made or propelled such a young person to look for a career in the military, that profession where only men and women of unalloyed love for their country and valor and patriotism choose to dedicate their lives. During the Nigerian Civil War, between 1967 and 1970, the young IBB was at the war front to keep this country united and indivisible. No wonder he still strongly believes in the indivisibility of this country. It is on record that he missed death by whiskers, as he still lives with a troubling bullet buried in the marrows of his bone. As we are all aware, since the calamitous 15th January 1966 coup, the military has ruled this country for about the same equal length of time as the civilians. 29 years for the military and 26 years of civilian. He was definitely not involved in the first coup d'etat that took place in January 1966, but all the other successful coups of July 1960, July 1975, and that of 1985, which brought him to power, he was actively involved. There's no gainsaying, therefore, that to the extent that we cannot wish away the place of the military in the governance of our country, to that extent, we cannot we must place the role of IBB in our collective experience as a people. Although the teaching of history was banned in Nigerian primary and secondary schools, volumes have been written on IBB, on the IBB era, and many more will be written in the years ahead. Let me highlight some of the most prevalent issues on the IBB phenomenon, starting on the positive and sunny side of the divide. A number of citizens still cherish the unprecedented color, glamour, and grandeur that characterized its administration. IBB brought into government a galaxy of headaches, specialists, and professionals, unarguably more than any other leader before and after him. Most notable amongst these were Professor Likoye Ransom Kuti, who turned around the healthcare system in this country, Chief Kalu Ndika Kalu, Professor Tam David West, Jubril Aminu, Professor Jerry Gana, Professor Sam Oyovare, and too many others to mention who contributed positively and properly to reshaping our destiny as a nation. I make bold to state that even the worst of the critics of IBB cannot but gallant him for his footprints on the infrastructure landscape. This includes the movement of the nation's capital from Lagos to Abuja in 1991, the Kano-Abuja Expressway, and a plethora of other underlining national monuments and edifices. These are besides many agencies and institutions he birthed, and which are still very much relevant and surviving. Amongst these legacy institutions, which for want of time cannot be mentioned here, are the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA, National Food, Drug Administrative and Control, NAFDAC, Federal Road Safety, the National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, and several others. How can we meaningfully talk about IBB legacies without mentioning the recognition and place of women in his administration? He empowered his elegant, beautiful wife of grace with robust, incisive intelligence. Our mother, the late Haja Miriam Babangida of Blessed Mumuru, to play an unprecedented role in the position of women in nation building. The Better Life for Women program still remains the foundation of the placement of women in our society. This exemplary policy is up till today being emulated by all first ladies thereafter. We can now confidently look forward when a woman in this country will become the president due to the position that General Ibrahim Babangida has placed women and the hopes he has given them. On the other hand, his traducers, the traducers of General Ibrahim Babangida, say that he's anything but a saint. They call him Maradona, denoting that he gets his goals by foul means. Is to them an embodiment of evil that gave birth to every plague of the nation. While there's a national consensus that majority of the cesspool's elite class is drenched in the cesspool of corruption. However, without anyone ever bringing forth concrete evidence of proof, some people have somehow succeeded in putting on IBB the putative toga of the grandfather of corruption in Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Lagos-Ibadan axis of the media in this country, who are greatly hurt by the cancellation of the June 12, 1993 presidential election, in which one of their illustrious sons, or the illustrious sons of that axis, contested and allegedly won the election, have continuously alleged that about 12 billion naira from the Gulf War windfall has not been properly accounted for. Investigations have been carried out both discreetly and openly, and there is no single evidence to show that General Ibrahim Babangida or his administration diverted or corrupted himself with the resources of this Gulf War stream. During the Gulf War stream that lasted for only a short period of about 1.5 years, how much could Nigeria have earned at that time for this toga to have continuously been propelled by my colleagues in this axis of the media? there's no proof. It is either a deliberate effort to smear whoever has been chosen to be smeared, or indeed, at the very worst, it is meant to degrade and bring him down. This country belongs to all of us. As a nation, we must continue to cherish the positive and landmark developments that people have made, the sacrifices they have made for the good and development of this country. The other issue which they refer to is actually what I had mentioned as the annulment of the 1993 June 12 election. Unfortunately, we were active players also at that time. And President Babangida has explained times without number that as we created a situation in the very recent past based on doctrine of necessity, also at that time, the doctrine of necessity. I'm happy that General retired David Mark, President of the Senate, who was champion of that, is also present in the hall. It was expedient in the understanding of the administration at that time to really annul that election. And I think time has passed. We need to rebuild the country at this point in time. We need to move forward and put behind us all those negative tendencies, the biases and abuse that we need. There is no time that this country has been divided, has moved away from the ideals and the efforts which General Babangida led during his 8 years tenure as president of this country, as we have found ourselves today. We are very, very divided, at the precipice of sinking and dividing the country into what is not expected. In all, it must be acknowledged that President Ibrahim Babangida contributed quite enormously, both to the development of the country and the sustenance of the unity of this country. I join the millions of Nigerians, those of us that are his very strong admirers, to wish him a very happy 80th birthday. We look forward to his being 100 years old, and we shall still be alive to celebrate him for that long. Welcome. Thank you very much for honoring the invitation to partake in this 80th birthday. God bless all of you.
Wow. Thank you very much, Chairman, today. I can see a lot of emotions in that. I can see a lot of wanting to, yes, to prove, to let us know and bring us back to history. At this moment, before I bring on the panel to start the discussion, I would like to seat our chairman properly, because these two chairs, sir, are going to be for the panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can I please? Thank you, sir. All right. So we are going into the discussion proper. The chairman has given some insight from his own perspective, and I just want to bring us back that we're here today to bring into perspective the man, IBB. What do you know about him? What do you want to know? And how do we go forward with that? So before the discussions, I would just say that some members of my panelists are going to be joining me online, but I'd like now to introduce to us the first panel. And joining me on this side of the hall is General Abubakar, the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Uh, Your Excellency, I'd like to bring you.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Quickly, I just want to do a reflection because actually that's what we're doing today. I'd just like to give you some insight of how he became head of state. General Abubakar joined the Nigerian Army in 1975 and received his former military training in the United States. He commanded Nigeria's contingent of United Nations peacekeeping troops in Lebanon in 1981. By the late 1980s, he was a senior officer, and in 1993 was named Defense Chief of Staff by General Sani Abacha, who became Nigeria's military ruler in that year. Following the sudden death of General Abacha in June 1998, General Abubakar was sworn in as Nigeria's head of state. Like many other Nigerian military leaders, he promised to return to a civilian government, and he kept his promise. Although General Abubakar dissolved the political parties Abacha had established, he did establish a plan for multi-party elections, and he set May 29th, 1999 as the swearing-in date for the new civilian president. Confidence in Abubakar's plan was strengthening when the Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka returned home after 4 years in self-exile. As promised, presidential elections were held in 1999, and General Abubakar handed the government over to the winner, General Olusegun Obasanjo, on the promised date. He retired from the military and returned home to Mina. He is the current chairman of the National Peace Committee, and I think this earned you, sir, more than anything, to be the first on the panel discussing reflections on IBB times as we go on. Next, I'd like to bring on Chief Emmanuel Nwayang, and I'd just like you to welcome him warmly. Um, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
You. Thank you.
Good to see you, sir. Chief Emmanuel Nwayang was born in Atta, Ikejuru local government area of Imo State, southeast Nigeria. He studied civil engineering at the University of Nigeria and thereafter worked at the Hadel and Eni Construction Company. Later acquiring the company from the foreign operators, his business grew into a conglomerate of over 20 companies. He had a promising political career and at different times ran for the office of the presidency of Nigeria. He also held several political offices for the Nigerian government, notably in sports administration and management of federal roads maintenance. He's currently a member of the Board of Trustees of the ruling People's Democratic Party and coordinated the party's campaign for the Southeast Zone during the 2003 presidential election. I'd like to welcome you again, sir. I'd just like to take us back. We've heard from the chairman, but take us back to what we want to reflect on today, the man IBB. So I have a little thing that I wrote on top of my head, and I just hope it will stimulate the discussion. Um, yes. Okay, if you're watching on screen, also on the panel from Kano, I had been waiting for that. We have Brigadier General Haliru Akilu. Good morning, sir. How is Kano? Thank you.
Fine. Thank you.
With your full introduction. Right. Okay. And at some
Thank
point,
you, Emoji.
one other person join us. Okay. Right. So, Your Excellencies, all distinguished Nigerians, we have a huge task today, that of revealing an enigma, a larger than life son of the Nigerian nation. A colossus using whatever standards you wish to assess him, whether as an astute statesman, an officer and thoroughgoing gentleman, a large-hearted individual, an intellectual, an orator, articulate president, an African patriot, or courteous human being. No one can completely peg him to a hole and unravel all of what he means to this nation. To many who know and worked with him, his tribe and family, many of his highly enduring qualities commended him to all of us here present and those watching out there. We can all agree that he means a lot to all here and Nigerians at home and abroad. That he's highly destabilized is not in doubt. Witness his array of friends and acquaintances. That is highly visionary is not in contention either. We all have so very many revelations and unfolding of this legendary son of Nigeria. We might not end this event if we all speak. So let's get to business to unveiling him. Now that he's aged like good wine, he's much more valuable for his wealth of experiences. This giant amongst men, and in lighter mood. Well, I'm not the first one saying it. The chairman alluded to that. But a lot of Nigerians claim that is the Nigerian Maradona, as they call him. So we'll kick off from that, and I'll come to you, Sir General Abdul Salam. Now, what's your earliest memory of Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida?
Well, thank you very much, the moderator. First, let me thank the Babangida family for setting up this occasion. I think the children and all those involved in setting up this deserve commendation. I can say now that of age, we, their parents, can now sleep, that they are taking over. Congratulations and well done. Well, like the chairman said in his opening speech, IBB, Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, was born on the 17th of August in the year 1941. Babangida is a year older than me, so I will say we grew up together. We are in the same generation in Mina. He was born in Mina, as the saying goes. His father was working then for the government, and his nature of job takes him traveling from one place to the other. But finally, to make his job easy or easier, he decided to settle in Mina. And at the age of 5, IBB was taken to Shishi to stay with his grandparents. But after a short stay there, his father decided to bring him back to Mina for his education. So in 1950, we were taken to the then Gwari Native Authority Primary School in Mina in 1950. And at that time, the system in the school was 6 years. You do primary 1 to 4, when we are taught in vernacular. And then for the next 3 years, we moved to then senior primary school. So from 1950 to 1957, we were schooling in Mina. Then in 1957, we moved to then be the provincial secondary school, which is now federal government college Bida in Niger State. Well, I will say during our younger days, we used to call him Megari. Megari was an up and doing young man. He was appointed our class monitor when we were in primary school, and that shows that he has the trend of leadership at his early stage. Now, Babangida's father, Mohammed, may he rest in peace, was a polygamist. He had three wives. Now, unfortunately, the other wife's children did not survive. It is only IBB and his sister that survived. So Ibrahim grew up amongst colleagues, friends, like all of us, growing together in Mina during our primary school days. And like I said, we moved to Vida Secondary School. And there we met other classmates like General Nasco, Garba Duba, and so on and so forth. And later we were joined by the younger generation like Professor Jerry Gana, who were some years behind us. So during that time, you could see, because of lack of transportation and communications, once we are taken to the boarding school, you must make friends. And this is what endeared Ibrahim to a lot of friends he made. He's quite accommodating, quite generous to a fault, I will say, because Ibrahim is the kind of fellow that he can deprive himself to make sure that you are happy, and so on and so forth.
So from day one, you saw leadership qualities in him.
Correct.
And so you were not surprised at the rate at which he grew in his career as an army officer.
Right. Like I said, during our primary school days, he was made a monitor of the class. And later on, we went to secondary school. Again, his qualities were always there. And in 1962, our final year, he was appointed as the head boy of the school. So certainly, he has leading qualities that is visible at any place that he. Then in 1962, in December, he then moved to the Nigerian Military College, where he started his military training, after which he moved to India for further training. And on return, he was commissioned as a second lieutenant. And since then, being a military officer, certainly that places him on leadership of men and women under him.
Yes.
And certainly we could see he has been playing that role perfectly.
Thank you very much. I needed for us to get this historical background, particularly for the younger ones who are watching, for us to know that it didn't just happen. It started from the very, very beginning. So I'll just move on quickly. He became commander later on, first, people say called president of Nigeria. So we'll look at that public life of his. And I'll come to you, Sir Chief Nwanyang.
Okay,
And I'll ask you,
yes.
is IPP a reliable friend?
Yes, I want to thank Mr. Chairman, Dr. C. I've seen you for a very long time, my friend, and thank you very much, General, the former president, and all distinguished Nigerians. I'm glad to be with you. Frankly speaking, I want to thank Aisha and the siblings for organizing this ceremony because the invitation was brought to me by Aisha. I feel very happy, feel very excited. I'm proud of Aisha. For my friend IBB, to me, I think it's in a lifetime, to be able to see this when one is alive is a great thing. There's a time in the life of any human being when you pause for a while, when you reflect on the past, when you examine the present and peep into the future. And I think for IBB, this is the time to say thus and then be able to say glory be to God. I want to tell you that IBB and IBB has impressed me as a friend. IBB has impressed me as a leader in many directions. I will mention just a few. Now, we have IBB fought the war. I want to let you people know I fought the war on Biafran side. We fought each other. He had injury. Those who know me now, I used to work with crutches, but I had to go to John Hopkins, and I'm wearing an artificial leg right inside me here. And these are problems we got from the war. That's why we are warning younger ones who are causing trouble. We are telling them that it's not a tea party. You see, IBB fought the war and I fought the war, and we suffered bullet injuries. And the surprising thing is that IBB is somebody who came to power and assured those of us who fought the war, the Biafrans. When Nigeria was reintegrated, he made it real. IBB made it real. If you went to IBB's office, you will see it's just like a commonwealth of all Nigerians. In his personal assistants, you have people from all parts of Nigeria. I can't say that of other top people in this country. IBB had people from all parts working for him. He had many friends, so it's an example other leaders must learn. For a country like Nigeria that has got so many ethnic nationalities, people continue talking of presidency because of the enormous power it has. And when people go there, they neglect others. IBB did not neglect any ethnic nationality. He accommodated them one way or the other. So he played a major role. And let me tell you one thing about IBB. I didn't know him very well. I didn't know him during the war. But I fought in the northern sector. I think he fought sometime in the northern sector. Maybe we fought each other at a point. But you see, what happened is that before I joined the army, Biafra was banned, blocked by America, by Britain, by Russia. We couldn't buy arms. So engineers all over the world in Biafra, those in America, those in Britain, who were manufacturing industries equipment, came back and set up manufacturing equipment, what they call research production under the leadership of Ezekwem. I was in my final year in engineering. They selected 3 best students in science, and then we were involved in the manufacture. So I was an engineer, part of the first rocket produced in Nigerian soil, first of bombs and rockets produced in Nigerian soil. Now, I didn't know IBB. One day, IBB invited me to his office. Apparently, he got information and then opened up a discussion about economic difficulty of Nigeria. How we were able in Biafra to produce rockets, to produce bombs, and so on. And he heard that I was part of it. Then he talked about it. At that time, I remember he specifically mentioned that oil was selling at less than $10 per barrel. So Nigeria had problem in meeting up oil. And one thing that impressed me, that was my first close discussion with him. He had a part. Even when I was talking, a head of state was recording what I was saying. I felt very flattered. Then, after that, IBB told me to go and set up the raw materials at the Women Council of Nigeria. Many people don't give him credit. IBB was the person who founded the raw materials at the Women Council, and because he was worried that most of our raw materials we have, usually all materials you require in the world here in Nigeria. Foreigners got them raw, take them, process them, and sold back to us at their own price. So he told, and then I went there as the first chairman. I worked with the council, and we were able to do a lot of job. One thing is that for IBB to have confidence on a person called rebel, that time we were all called rebels. For IBB to have confidence, because he believes that we can do, that is why Igbos have confidence in him. We know he's married to our daughter. Igbos have confidence in IBB. Nobody should make any mistake about it, because he gave us respect. When he was in power, there was no discrimination. We don't want him to bring everything and give to us. But everybody should get his share. Recognize us too. IBB recognized him. I'm the chairman, by the way, for avoidance of doubt. I'm the chairman of Council of Elders of Igbos worldwide. at the moment. So when I speak, I'm able, I'm in a position to speak for the Igbos. So he was very good to Igbos, but he married our daughter. So he's our son-in-law. But that is not the main issue. It's the capacity. So I am very proud.
I'd like to take that from you because I'll still come back to you.
Okay.
I like the fact that that is the capacity, and we have established the Nigerianness in the principle we are speaking to about today, IBB. I'd like to take us to Kano, and I saw him before we started online. Can we please have General Akilu back online? Brigadier General Akilu retired. Can we have him back online? And yes, thank you. That's him. Quickly like to just reflect on who Brigadier General Haliru is. Was commissioned in 1967 after he attended the Nigerian Defense Academy. He later attended Junior Staff College, War Minister in 1973, Command and Staff College, Pakistan in 1979, King's College London in 1983, and the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies in Kuru, 1989. General Kilu has, as we know, he's an officer and a gentleman, and he later became commander of the 146 Infantry Battalion that suppressed the Metasini religious riots. General Akilu later joined the Directorate of Military Intelligence as a lieutenant colonel. He replaced General Aliyu Gusau as Director of Military Intelligence and was a member of the Armed Forces Ruling Council from 1989 to 1993. He worked alongside General Aliyu Gusau in reorganizing the security and the intelligence apparatus. He was one of the team that supported the breaking down of the then National Security Organization NSO into three organizations: the State Security Service SSS, now Department of State Services, National Intelligence Agency NIA, and the Defense Intelligence Agency DIA, where he served twice from August 1985 to July 1986 and January 1990 to September 1990. Rich profile there. Okay, I will come to you, General, and I would just like share with us something that has not been said or we've not heard about him, and I think you would know as an intelligence officer. So share with us that which can actually bridge the gap of divide that we talk to. Well, the country is facing, as it were. Speak to us about that quality that has endeared IBB to you. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much,
Can you
Moji.
unmute?
Yes, no, not mute.
Oh, dear.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, the
Can you hear
technical
me now?
team, can put this together, please.
I can hear you clearly, but can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You can hear me
I'm the
now.
one echoing.
Hello, hello.
We can hear you, General, but speak louder.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I wish I had made it because I have seen the worms gathering
Can we
there.
increase the audio level, please?
This is the highest I can go. The volume of my system is the highest I can go. Oh my God. Now, are we on now?
General, can you hear me?
The system is on and off. Maybe the internet connection. Oh my God.
Maybe we need to sort that out. Yes, and when we do, we'll get back to him. So I'll throw the question back to both of you sitting with me. What's it about IBB that we do not know that you can share with us?
Yes.
After all, he's 80.
Well, I think like the chairman said, you see, IBB is one of the most investigated, ridiculed, praised individual, former head of state. He has paid his due, and like I said earlier on, he's very accommodating, very generous man to a fault. And even at his retirement, IBB is always thinking about Nigeria and its future and how the country is doing. So, like the chairman said, I still repeat, he has got the love of this country in his heart, and he's always concerned of how things are going. The chairman also alluded to the fact that I think IBB is one of the most misunderstood individuals in the country. But by and large, you could see by his action what he has established in the country. We are still enjoying the benefits of some of the infrastructures he has brought in. Like the chairman said, he moved the capital to Abuja, and you can see how Abuja is one of the greatest, fastest growing capitals in the world.
Well, I'd like to come back to you because Chief Wanyang, you were very emphatic about him marrying, your daughter. Yes. So, how would you describe his family life?
Frankly speaking, he had a very good family life. And he loved our sister so much. And we respect our sister. And in fact, our sister has died. It pained us so much. It pained IBB. I'm not sure IBB has recovered from the death of the wife because they are very close. I know that they were very close. It was very painful. Our sister was very good to us. And I think I will recommend to the President General of our Igbo, he's going to be given posthumous honor because of the services he rendered to Igbos and to Nigeria. The chairman of this occasion has already mentioned the better life for women, which is a very important job because she started this idea of concern for the plight of women. Today, that battle has reached a crescendo. People are fighting. So it's a very important battle. So we are very, very happy about. I'm very proud of her, and I thank God that IBB is alive today. That is my greatest joy. In most cases, when people die, people start talking about them. The Julius Caesar Marquez says that the evil good the men do is buried with them. The evil is what everybody propagates. So I'm not worried about all the stories they talk about IBB, to be honest. There is no leader in the world that hasn't got this type of story. But the point is that IBB has not been found in responding. You see, a leader must have a machinery for swift response. This question of two issues that worried us was this Delegua thing. Delegua is fake news. Today, we have heard about fake news. Nothing is fake news, but I think it was not properly responded to. So it became You know, this man propagandist, German propagandist said that one lie is told several times it comes true. That delegate is a fake news, obviously. Now the other one is the cancellation of result. There is no way one person alone cancel it. That thing to comprise so many. Nobody in that place protested to Nigerians that time. There were members of Supreme Military Council. None of them protested or resigned his position because of that. None of them. So the truth is that normally when there is any problem, but you see, I think you see what we are doing today is our life. This be a forerunner to what could bring, because what he has done, if we can take stock of it, count it one by one. I mean, nobody. I'm challenging the press today to go and count it one by one. I have done it myself. The chairman has mentioned a lot of them. The headquarters. I know the problem of moving Abuja, I mean, from Lagos to this place. It's not easy. History has it on record that he is the person who had the courage to come here. There are so many things he has done. So I think really that after this, the narrative may improve. And
I would just like to say that I actually wanted you to give a further insight into this tribalized IBB. Is
yes.
there a strength for growth that Nigerians need to, especially Nigerian leaders? Is this something that we all should embrace? Because in whatever strata of human development you find yourself, there's always a leader. Going forward and building a better Nigeria, what are these strengths in IBB that we all should clamor for or endear ourselves to?
Now, you see, when you assume a leadership of a people, a multi-ethnic people, it's a very delicate situation. And you must realize that you have to carry everybody along with you. If you run election, for example, and you win, the moment you win, you are sworn in. You are now the leader of both those who supported you and those who didn't support you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I would like to hear from the general on this detribalization and moving forward as a people.
Well, like the other speaker said, once you are a leader, regardless, everybody is yours because you are at that particular time, you are the leader, and people, you are supposed to look after the welfare of the citizens of the country. I think maybe Hakilu is.
I think we can have Brigadier General Akilu now.
Yes, thank you, Moji. I really wished I am within the event center. However, I am in Kano, and the fluctuation of the internet is what is giving us cause of worry. By telling the audience how I came about meeting then Major Ibrahim Babangida. In 1968, my battalion was at Ihube. Ihube is not very far from Enugu. At that time, the sector commander was General Danjuma. They were based in Enugu. And General Babangida was asked to take over from Garba Dada as the brigade commander, brigade major. It was a sector, but still we had a brigade major. He took over from Colonel Dada as the brigade major, acting brigade major. I think it was in June, July 1968. I had a commander, a battalion commander called Colonel A. Gora. He was then a major also. Major Gora and myself visited the sector headquarters, and there we met Major Ibrahim Babangida as the brigade major. There was an incident that attracted me to such a gentleman and a kind-hearted officer. Those who knew A.A. Gora, Major A.A. Gora, my battalion commander then, they knew was a bully. Major Gora asked for a bottle of beer, and the barman was not quick in bringing his order. Unfortunately for Major Gora, he descended on the boy, abusing the boy, trying to punch him. There and then, for the first time, I saw Major Babangida very furious. He stood up and said, "If you touch this young boy, I will punch you also." So you can see an officer who cares for the welfare of his junior, whether officers or men working under him. That was how the mess became so rowdy. People intervened. I was the only officer in between. I had to intervene. So we pulled out Major Gora, and Major Babangida was persuaded to let the issue die, and we pulled Gora out and drove back to Ihube. So you can see the type of officer. And we learned right from his secondary school days, that was his one of his qualities in standing by the junior officers. And that is how his own courage, his own kindness and generosity, and also intelligence, galvanized all the young officers behind him, especially when the time came when the change of government was being considered. There was no hesitation of many junior officers to support General Babangida. So this is the little. And on the family side, I was also wounded on the war front in 1969. I was flown to 44 Military Hospital in Kaduna, and I think General Babangida was then flown to Lagos, I don't know whether Creek Hospital. And when we recovered, we met in Kaduna. And that was when he decided to get married to Mariam Babangida. And the marriage was in September 1969. And we all happened to be in Kaduna. I was invited for the marriage. Unfortunately for me, the two families of Muhammadu King and that of Major Babangida were at the dinner party of the wedding. There I sighted a young girl, a beautiful young girl, unknown to me. She was part of the family of Muhammadu King. The father of this girl was a junior brother to the mother of Mariam Babangida. So the connection of, beside the military connection, and then we came to have this family connection, very close family connection with General Babangida. People are wondering, are saying, look, you always have blind loyalty to this man. I explained to them, it's not because of his name, Ibrahim Babangida, it's because of the qualities he has. He is a gifted person. Gifted in the sense He is courageous, kindness to a fault. General Babangida, I remember he had only one car, and a friend of his asked him for a car, and he gave him out that car. So you can imagine how generous someone could be. You having only a single car, a friend of yours in need, and you gave him such a car. His loyalty to his friends is legendary. General Babangida is loyal to his friends. No matter what, he will never betray you. He will never go after you. We had a friend, a common friend called Idris Ibrahim. He was a senator, Senator Idris Ibrahim. He was once a minister also. Idris Ibrahim was always attacking IBB. They came from the same place. They grew up in Mina. I'm happy General Abdul Salam is there. And when I was asked to come and talk about the family, I was saying, why are people like General Abdul Salam Abubakar, General Mogoro, General Garba Duba? And now when I saw him attending the panel, I was so happy because he knows IBB better than any one of us. So talking about his friends, Idris Ibrahim was always going after IBB. So I was the military director, military intelligence. I went to IBB and said, look, I will fix this your friend up. He said, what? Who? Say Idris Ibrahim. He said, no, don't touch him. He is my childhood friend. I said, and so what? This is what he is doing. He did this, he did that. He said, no, don't bother. So I went and confided in then General Abacha, who was the chief of army staff. I said, this is what happened between me and him. He said, well, you are joking. You don't know your president. President Babangida is one who will never forsake his own friends. So if you are his friend, he will never betray you. So people who are bringing the case of VASA and IBB, they should go deep and find out exactly. We were there when it happened, and we had inquiries, we had a panel, we had a tribunal which looked into the case. And if General Vasa was innocent, nobody would have convicted him. Unfortunately, General Vasa was the leader, the most senior officer behind the attempted coup of 1986. So people should not jump into conclusion without knowing the facts. And on the, if you are looking for a patient officer, patient leader, go to IBB. IBB is a very patient individual. He will never jump into a conclusion without really finding the details, analyzing them, and having the best solution. And I had the moderator or the general saying IBB had the best of brains during his administration. Yes, if you look at the glassy of brains, IBB are invited, both on the side of the military and the civilians. I think up to today, we haven't seen an administration that can match that. And the people are forgetting about Dr. Chu Okongu, who was our Minister of Finance and later on Minister of Petroleum, one of the best brains brought from America to join the administration of IBB. Professor Jibril Aminu, Chief Clement Apongu, Bola Ajibola, and so many others. Mr. Emmanuel was talking about the where I will remember, I can remember, I think Mrs. Aribi Salah was the chief executive of that mineral, I will remember the name, but she was the chief executive of the department created by IBB. And I would like to emphasize the courageous attempts by IBB to create so many departments, so many outfits that make sure Nigerians were guided despite the little money he was earning at the time of his administration. The creation of the three organs of the intelligence, the SSS, the DIA, and the NIA, we started from the scratch. And today, go and see the infrastructure they are occupying is the effort of IBB. The military cantonments in Abuja, I thought subsequent administration would have emulated the IBB by building more barracks so that the military will have enough and comfortable accommodation. Unfortunately, since the first set of barracks we built, there was no additional barracks for the military. So this is, so you can even, again, go to the Federal Secretariat and see, even maintenance today is a difficult thing for the administration to maintain the infrastructure built by IBB. I am happy we had a leader who was visionary and who was courageous to take action, to take decisions at the right place and at the right time. I'm happy today Abuja is a reality. He took the decision when many of us were saying, look, maybe it was not time, it was not the right time, but single-handedly, he said, if you are not coming, I'm going. And I want to tell the audience, IBB had a plan to build a permanent headquarters for the Ministry of Defense. It's one of the infrastructure he wanted to be built in Abuja. In 1987-88, he mandated General Ibrahim Bali, then Minister of Defense, to go and look for a site in Abuja. Just give me a site. Forget about everything. General Ibrahim Bali asked IBB, he wanted the plans, and he was given a sort of replica of American Pentagon. He asked IBB that he was going to engage a consultant. Funny enough, the contractor who was asked to be ready for the job was Julius Berger. Yet IBB said, okay, go and get the consultant. For 4 years, Duncan Bali couldn't come back to say, okay, we are ready and the site is here in Abuja. Again, unfortunately, when General Abacha took over as Minister of Defense, we repeated the same appeal. I was one of those who went to Abuja and surveyed for a place, a suitable site for the Ministry of Defense. We got where the DIA is today, That was a beautiful site, a beautiful, very large area for the Ministry of Defense. Unfortunately, General Abacha did not take action. He didn't deem it fit to say, okay, here we are, let us start. You people, some of you have visited the headquarters of NIA, Nigerian Intelligence, National Intelligence Agency, where I supervise the development of the infrastructure. You will see what we mean by giving Julius Berger jobs to do during our administration. It's one of the best and well-sited infrastructure in Abuja. If you haven't been there, I want you to please take a visit and see the wonders of Abuja. It's one of
Yeah, General. Continue, he would spend the rest of the day here. We're trying to, to reveal the man, things you didn't know about him, things that we need to know about him and learn from it and move on as a people. As we close this first panel, I would just want the final words from each of you. I would start with Chief Nwayao. Let's hear from you. What exactly, the man at 80, what would you be saying to him as your passing shot?
Well, I would like to say there's an experience which I think I should mention to show you that this is a friend who is very, very reliable and dependable. In 1995, I lost my dear father, Chief Bernard. He was a baby of Ata. He was a man in my village. Now, we were in the mortuary on the day we were to bury him. I was in the mortuary. The news went round that IBB was inside the mortuary. It was raining very heavily. I couldn't believe it. Worry, worry, not in Abuja. I said, what? He said IBB was, somebody came and whispered to me IBB was there and had an umbrella and it was raining heavily. I came out and I saw him. He was there joining me to bury my father. He followed, he's not a Christian, he's a Muslim. We went from there to the Cathedral of Configuration of Lord, Wari. He followed me to the church. After the church service, he followed me to my country home. He spent the whole day with me. I think he came with a private jet, so he had to go. He had to go to the airport and return to Abuja that day. I was moved by that. I have never seen such behavior before. So, if you want me to give a final word, I can say that see, we have chronicled a lot. I mean, we have seen him in every ramification. That what in leadership is an excellent leader. In human relation, he's a humanist. He's a philanthropist. A man who has a car, and then somebody he gave it to him, and that is true. So we have seen that this is somebody balanced. So he has been misrepresented. And mark you, IBB is not the only leader in the world who is being misrepresented. All leaders are misrepresented. But it's for the leader to tell his own story. If you don't tell your story and others tell it, they won't tell it in your favor. I think today, IBB is now starting the process of telling his story. I feel happy to see Absalam here. It was IBB who introduced me to Absalam. Then Absalam was the commander GOC at Enugu. So we met that time. He was a commander GOC. Then he was not the head of state. And he used to visit me even at the Warren. So we established very good friendships. I knew Absalam through IBB. So I think my statement to our friend IBB is not that today, as he now peeps into his future, as he now celebrates his 80th birthday, he must now state very clearly, he has seen that like that general, that great general who came and who served and conquered, he should shout with joy that I came, I saw, and I conquered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go back to Bina. And as it is, because what we've done is brought Mina here to this hall. And for a man who had seen him through his 80 years minus one. So let's hear from you, sir, as we, pull the curtain on this first
Well,
panel.
all that I can say is I wish IBB many happier returns of the same day. He should continue with what he has been, being a caretaker, a friend to all, and sundry. To illustrate the feeling of this general, Mr. Chibanyao mentioned about Mariam. I remember when Mariam passed away and she was being brought back to Mina, I could see the whole Niger State turned up to the airport to receive. And that, touched Ibrahim that he bursted into tears. Not that because his wife passed away, because of the love being shown to him and his family. And he earned it because you reap what you sow. So again, I want to congratulate the IBB family, the organization who deemed it fit to set up this a conversation. I wish him well. I wish the family well. And I hope we keep meeting together with him as we do to share the old stories that we all cherish. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, IBB, the legendary blind loyalty. That's what people give to him because of the qualities that he has exhibited over the years. Courage as a leader, kindness to a fault, forgiveness. This indeed has been a revealing moment for the man that we all love. And before I leave you, I'll just share with you a very good memory of him. We recall that where I did a documentary and on his late wife, as a gender activist that I am, and for the voice that Auntie Miriam, as we called her then, gave to Nigerian women. And my phone rang endlessly. I wasn't familiar with the number. So I rang back. Who is this caller that won't allow my phone to rest? And his usual chuckle, he said, Muji, this is IBB. And I said, sir, good evening. I didn't know it was you. I don't have your number. Yes, you don't have this number. But thank you for that good documentary and the reflection of your sister and your auntie. And I think that's what IBB does. He brings it home. It's not just about office, but the fact that he reflects to you as a member of the family. And so when I got the invitation from Aisha that the man IBB wanted me to do this, I felt very honored. I want to wish you, sir, very many happy returns, happiest of the days. You are so blessed. Beyond being a leader of this country, you have also been a good father, because that's what Aisha and her siblings reflect. And so on this note, I want to thank you all for your time, for your patience. Those watching online, thank you very much. Happy birthday to an exceptional leader, IBB at 80. Thanks. This session will leave this panel and we'll have the second panel on. So many more interesting things would come on. So stay tuned online. And for those of us here, thank you for staying. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we can leave now.
Yes, sir.
What do we do?
Yeah, I would, well, I can't help you.
No, I'm still all right.
Okay, thank
I'm
you,
still
sir.
all
It's
right.
good to see you.
Well,
Right.
then,
But that
what do you do?
Good to see you.
Thank you very much. If you are online, please give them a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you.
If you speak,
These are very strong men, septuagenarians and octogenarians, and it's amazing
How are you?
how strong they are.
Congratulations.
Hello.
So
We're
proud
going
of you.
quickly to the next event.
Hello.
And
that's right.
Prince, how are you?
I would like to
There, well, take
invite
him, man. There, well, thank you.
Aisha Sambo,
There, well.
who
Okay,
would
okay. I don't, is that
be
a I don't
doing a
know.
short interlude for us.
Morning. Want to remove
Spoken
it?
word.
Yes. Okay. Ude. There, well.
I tried her.
What are we
But
getting
that
here,
was
Bachelor?
Wabena.
Can't they remove this?
Joe. Every other person said, they left my. Okay. Oh my God. Oh Lord. Oh, you just. We have to do this. We have to do this. We have to do this.
Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm so honored to be giving this short presentation. Um, My name is Aisha Sambo, and I'm a creative director and an artist as a whole. And I'm so honored today to be giving this short poetry piece that I had some help developing. I work with a team of very intelligent creatives in Nigeria. And so I would like to start. The title of this piece is called A Rose, a Flower. Can I say that taking a shot at this is me being really bold? Because you know, long stories are not the easiest to be told. A summary might hardly do justice to the details that they hold. But here I am to let you see how this story would unfold. I begin this tale as a story of two entities, one a nation, the other a political personality. For at some point in between each of their stories, their plots intertwine and become as one. Of Ibrahim Babangida and the nation Nigeria. For the true story of one of these two are incomplete without mentioning the name of the other. Permit me to rewind to 17th of August, 1941, on the day we find a fine little boy born to Mohammed Badamasi and Inna Aisha Babangida. Tell me, did his father know that this little boy would grow to make the family name resound in so many ways far beyond Mina, on the TV screens and on the radio shows? to the country's power seat that many would yell his name. From the midwives' army, when his mother received him, did she somehow perceive that she had given birth to an embodiment of a fighter spirit, one that would sought to find a place in the nation's history? Let us jump to 1963, a country 3 years young and free from colonial masters' grip, marking the milestone of her first republic, 1963. A young officer in his 20s attends the Indian Military Academy and receives his personal number for the army. 1967, a significant year for the country when peace left town and war broke out. Military training of IBB and others come in handy. Led a battalion, led an army. He gets wounded in an enemy fire so heavy after recovery, back to the war zone he was heading. After the war, the story of the nation at this point was one flung into the hands of military coup, a time when the country shook. I doubt at the time the generals knew, or maybe they did, that if there was some mystic story writer typing this story, all these events would be meant to deliberately tilt the nation's plot towards civic rule. Among many other names, Ibrahim Babangida rings a bell, instrumental to the many of the structures that would come to tell stories of Nigeria we all know so well. Being a genius at watching and planning, here Nigeria meets a man with great vision of all that she could be. And this we grow to see in his efforts that are still vital elements running through her bloodstream. Dear Baba IBB, as I like to call him, served as a midwife for the birth of many Nigerian states, or the draftsman, you may say, that drew more regions out of the Nigerian canvas. 1987, Akwa Ibom and Katsina. 1991, Abia, Delta, Yobe, Enugu, and Jigawa. Kogi, Kebbi, Osun, and Taraba. Also, Lagos, bustling with economic activity, but her expanding population was far from healthy. See, he and his team led the relocation of government seats from Lagos to Abuja, the current FCT. Let us rewind to the days our country fought in other zones. The Nigerian troops in Liberia and Sierra Leone, fighting for our sister country, like their troubles were our very own. A time of uprising and downturns. Hasn't Nigeria had enough of her share? If I say this phrase, that every rose comes with its thorns, you'd nod and say yes. I guess I'd say it in this way, that in this story, like every story, some held a stalk so thorny, while others perceived the scent of the rose. Many might misunderstand a rose for its thorn, but the rose flower has never gotten extinct. Daily, we are learning that it might be problematic to reach certain goals disruption, I shall just carry on from my last two sentences. So daily, we are learning that it might be problematic to reach certain goals if we are all people pleasers. The doggedness would help you run long meters, so it might be impractical to seek picture perfect leaders. But to seek those who are ready for service and those who can dare to put down structures that would outlive them, to seek tree planters that the world at large is suffering from a climate crisis, and a tree planted to serve many generations is priceless. I keep up with the story, but do not worry. War and coups are not all there is to his story. There is no one too tough who cannot be softened by love. So thank you to Mama Elaimi, Mariam, for walking into his life, for being the best wife, mother, and friend. Over the years that followed, together, these two traveled down long roads, impacted their worlds fearless and bold. They ran the show, a match made in heaven, and they both never were to stand alone. Mariam created and filled the role of First Lady, setting the tone for many to come after her. She launched several programs that impacted many Africans. The Better Life program for rural women that is ever so greatly impactful and continues to touch people's lives, making measurable change. Through his reign as Commander-in-Chief has long ended. Nigeria today still stands on many of the institutions that IBB founded. Well-rounded institutions in many sectors, insurance and communication, broadcasting and elections, NDIC, NCC, NAFDAC, and CAC. The Presidential Villa International Conference Center, the bridge on Third Mainland, airports in Minna and Katsina. Policies of foreign exchange, those on agriculture, initiatives in steel, energy, and the gas sector, urban mass transit, national reconstruction, structural adjustment program for rational foreign exchange allocation. Can I just pause? Because this man is on fire. And I urge you all to stand with me in applause of the genius that is IBB. 5 minutes is too short to give justice to all the milestones. But see, no one knows Nigeria so intimately like a man who intricately wove many parts of her whole. Being there through her growths, her highs and lows, from colonialism to the complexities of post-independence, the Civil War and all its effects, can anyone fully comprehend the way he does? Now, we reflect on ways to rebuild this country, coin new ways to manage and redesign the economy, to learn and unlearn. No one might fully grasp it, like a man who has many chapters in his life, interlaced with Nigerians' identity. Like a playwright, someone planned it. To create policies and make decisions is so brave. It takes a lot of grit and courage, and we never really know for sure if all our efforts and seeds we plant would sprout much more than we expected. But how will we know if we never try? And so my message and final word is that just like IBB, we continue to try. Thank you.
Please put your hands together again for her. It's not easy to talk about someone who is larger than life. At this point, I'd like to quickly bring in the next moderator of the second panel. And that panel is about vision, foresight, rebuilding a new Nigeria. Panelists include Professor Samuel Bare, Alhaji Amadu Abubakar, Professor Adele Jinadu, Senator David Mark, Her Excellency Alhaji Asinatu Ojikutu, and of course, Colonel Olagunsoye Oyinlola retired. But before I bring them in, I need to bring in the one and only Uncle Chidi, as I call him, journalist extraordinaire, and I would like to please bring him in now as the moderator of the next panel. Please put your hands together for Dr. Chidi Amuta. Amuta, you may just take your seat and begin to invite your panelists.
Know that each time that stuff to do online, you should look at the camera, not the TV screen in front of you.
Oh, yeah, thank you. General Olagunsoye Oyinlola, Alhaja Asinatu Ojikutu, in no particular order, distinguished Senator David Mark. Senator. What?
Yeah.
Well, as I said, our business on this panel is straightforward. After the first panel, which dealt essentially with the more personal aspects of this great story, we are now going into the more engaging parts. And the brochures you have the resumes of the panelists. So I'm not going to bother with reading everybody's citation because we are short of time. Everybody on this panel is a very distinguished Nigerian. There's nobody here who needs, you don't need reminding about who Senator David Mark is, who Elijah is. So we'll go straight to the point. But by way of general remarks, we are dealing with a great historical personality, almost a personage, somebody who has become an icon, who has become a personage of pilgrimage. Whether you are a politician, you need to pay homage to IBB. If you're a businessman, you need to pay homage. If you are an intellectual, and for me, as an individual, the central appeal of IBB is that and I have encountered a number of leaders, not just in Nigeria, but elsewhere in the world. He is one leader whom I have found intellectually engaging. Somebody who has aroused intellectual curiosity. Why did he do what he had to do? And talking about the issue of his vision, his mission, you cannot talk about a vision if you don't even have an understanding of where the leader was standing. I mean, it is easy, relatively easy to be a leader, to do the usual things. What I call You can be a president of ordinary things.
Yes.
But for you to be a leader that excites the curiosity of your countrymen, it means that you want to take your nation from a point to another point. To illustrate this, it's been 28 years since President Babangida left office. Today, as we prepare for the 2023 elections, there are effectively two parties. The contest is between the APC and the PDP. But 28 years ago, somebody had the foresight, the vision, to summarize the Nigerian political equation, to say, at the end of the day, we will always end with two parties. Today, most of the people in this room are engaged in the business of running their own businesses, running their own lives. 28 years ago, the business of Nigeria was run by the government, essentially. Everything was a national institution. If you wanted to import, if you wanted shipping, if you wanted to fly in Nigeria, you had to go to Nigeria Airways. Today, 28 years after, you get to the airport, for as long as you have your money, you can catch a flight in a private airline. 28 years ago, that is not wasn't there. Somebody envisioned it. So you need, in order to understand the vision, you need to go back in time to that point at which some decisions were made. And therefore, I want us on this panel to deal with aspects of that vision that has brought the nation to where it is today. There may have been deformations, misalignments by subsequent regimes, but I mean, the responsibility for that is for those who took on these jobs, not for the original visionary. Therefore, there are three areas of the vision and mission that I would like us to look at. First, there will be another panel on the economy, but the economy, for somebody to wake up and decide, along with his team, that Nigeria needed to move away from being a centrally planned economy to a free market economy, it's a significant step. That is one aspect of the vision. For somebody to wake up and say, okay, although we are a democracy, but we needed to organize this democracy in such a way that there is greater freedom, but there is also order, and have two political parties, so that the question of choice is easier for our people. And if you look at all the major democracies of the world, at the end of the day, they gravitate around two major political parties. If you're an American, you're either a Democrat or you're a Republican. You can be anything else that you like, but you are not going to win. If you are in England, you're either a Tory or Labour. You can be something else by attaching yourself to one of the main ones. Essentially, 28 years ago, somebody saw that. The third aspect is the society. Somebody looked at the society and said, well, we're going to have free enterprise, which is going to produce a lot of rich people. But in the process, we're also going to have a lot of poor people. What do we do to mitigate? What kind of society? Maybe we need to have, instead of a society where some things are free or is controlled by the rich, let's have a fair society. And somebody came up with institutions for poverty alleviation, institutions for rural empowerment, institutions for gender empowerment, and so on and so forth. So these are the three major aspects of the IBB vision that I would urge members of this panel to address, in no particular order. And of course, this also went with a lot of institution building. And people have made references to certain institutions that we have today, whether it is the Nigeria Deposit Insurance, NAFDAC, NDLEA, the three arms of the security, the organization of the military, name it. The major institutions that govern our lives today were instituted by the IBB administration. So I would like us to deal with this. And this visioning didn't concentrate on any one aspect. IBB realized that we have a nation that is a diversity. We have all kinds of people. The management of diversity is the central problem we are having up till now. But he didn't have a problem with diversity. Every Nigerian was welcome because the best in all of us was summoned to national duty. Whether you were a soldier or a market woman, you had a right to participate in discussion, in debate about how the nation was going to be run. Women in the marketplaces debated IMF, and some of the most bright views came from those women. People in the barber's shop debated the political bureau and how many parties we should have. That inclusiveness is what we are talking about in building a multi-ethnic society. So I would like to start with Senator David Mark. What was IBB's vision for the military, an institution to which you owe most of your career, even though you became a politician later on, but yes.
Or with him. Let me first tell you how I found myself on this panel and here today. I had the text message, and at the end of the text message, the person said, "My name is Aisha Babangida." The text message was, "I've been trying to get hold of you, and I can't get hold of you." And I received so many text messages from fake people. And I said to myself, this is another fake Aisha Babangida again. What's all this? But I summoned up courage, and then I phoned. And lo and behold, she was the correct person. So she said, "Oh, we're doing something for daddy. It's a small thing. He doesn't want a big thing. We just have panel discussions for Thursday." And I said, "Thursday?" Then she said, no, please. I don't want to hear a no for an answer. I said, this is another Mariam Babangida. Very assertive, very persuasive. So I was trying to give an excuse that this Thursday is not convenient for me, but she didn't even allow me to land. So that's how I found myself here. I served under General Babangida and President Babangida in 3 different capacities. First, as the governor of Niger State, that was under General Babangida because he was chief of army staff then. The avoidance of doubt, a military posting as a governor is purely a military posting. The person in charge is the chief of army staff, not the head of state and not the chief of staff spring quarters. General Babangida was the chief of army staff when I was posted to Niger State as a governor. And then I became a member of the Armed Forces Ruling Council when he became the president, and also a minister of communication when he became president. That's why I said in 3 different capacities under General Babangida and President Babangida. I listened to all that was said there this morning about his kindness, his human endeavor, his approach to the way he related with people. General Babangida knew those of us, at least in the army, just as much as our parents. He would wonderfully phone you one day and remind you of your wife's birthday. And most of us would just forget. He knew the names of our children. He knew what our interests were. He knew who our friends were. I'll just give you a very short story. when he was chief of army staff, he visited me in Niger State, and I was taking him back. He was driving in my car. I had a driver called Kekere who used to dress in Babangida 3-piece, and I would dress in shirt and trousers. So when we get to a function, he will come out very quickly and be hovering around, being the big man, and people will go to him and say, "Are you David Mark?" Then he will reluctantly say, "No, he's not the one." So Kekere was driving us back to the Hilton, and he asked me, he said, "Sir, did you say you are going to put my name in the names of those to be retired very soon?" That's the driver asking me. And Babangida was in the car with me. I said, "Yes." He said, "Sir, have I committed any serious offense, or is it the small lies that I tell?" And but General Babangida couldn't stop laughing. So I told him, "Kekere, shut up." He said, "Yes, sir." But Babangida heard the story. We dropped the general, and then we got back. And next day, General Babangida phoned me and said, "Oga David, don't retire Kekere." So I said, "Okay, I will not put his name among those to be retired." As a president, and when I went to Niger State, by the way, Niger State at that time had the largest number of generals in the army. General Abdul Salami, General Vasa, General Duba, General Kontogora, Air Marshal Issa Doko, and the host of them. So they were pulling me left, right, forward, and back. This general will phone you about one person, another general will phone you about the same person, both of them going in opposite directions. But General Babangida stood by me. He will always say, whatever decision you take, it is the final. Don't mind the other generals. Although I had friends amongst them, closer friends, who were defending me from time to time. But the point I'm trying to make is, once he gave you an appointment, he allowed you to take the decisions and take responsibilities for your decisions. When I became Minister of Communications, I went to him one day and I said, "Look, Nitel is going to die unless we do something drastic." People were owing so much. Government officials were not paying their bills. Nitel was being subsidized by government every month, giving certain amount of money to be able to pay salary. And I found that very strange for a telecommunication company, the only one that had monopoly. So I went to him and said, "Sir, the way Nitel is going, it will die. But I want government officials to pay their telephone bills and on time. And I want to start with Dodam Barracks." He said, "Dodam Barracks." I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Okay." I brought the bill and I said, "Can I give you 1 week?" He said, "No, we can pay it within few hours." So I said, "Okay, if you don't pay tomorrow, I will cut off all the lines leading to Dodam Barracks." Of course, I did cut the line. And people went to him and said, "You trust David Mark? He wants to conduct a coup and he's cutting Dodam Barracks lines." And he didn't say a word. He was just looking. Thank God, Salami was there. So he went to him and said, "This boy will not do a coup without telling me. It's not a coup." So they paid their bill. And of course, immediately after that, other departments started paying bill. And he told me, after all, he said, "Look, let Nitel function. Let Nitel fund herself. Let Nitel not depend on government to collect money to pay salary." And by the time I was leaving the ministry after 18 months, Nitel did not only fund herself, Nitel was able to build 2 earth stations from internally generated revenue by government officials paying the bills which they were owing. Babangida established so many organizations, as you heard in the morning here, so many bodies, so many institutions. Those were all visions that moved this country forward. Federal Road Safety Corps. Today we enjoy Federal Road Safety Corps, Raw Materials Research Institute, NDLEA, as you had also the intelligence communities. So he had a lot of vision for this country. And how did he achieve this? He had a formidable team, real formidable team. He had intellectuals and practitioners. He had strategists and tacticians. And he had in the military, we call staff officers and operational officers. And he was able to bring them together. If you attended any meeting with him, he allowed people with extreme views to express themselves, and he allowed the moderates to express themselves. But what baffled me most was how he was able to pick all these people and put them together. And not only that, but in the course of the discussions, he was able to moderate to get the best out of them. So there are a lot of institutions that he established, and he wanted these institutions to grow, even to make sure that the democratic system was okay and was all right. And like you rightly pointed out, he insisted that there should be two main democratic parties, the National Democratic Party and the SDP and the NRC. And if people, there was a lot of pressure on him to get more than that, but he insisted, for those who were close to him, we knew that he insisted that at best there will only be two parties. He's still on today, and like you rightly pointed out, any other third party in the country today is, well, just come and let us do. But not that they were going to win, and they don't have a chance at all.
I'll go to you, Professor Yoweri. When General Babangida took over the reins of government, and for a change, he announced himself with the title of president. You, as a political scientist who eventually came to work with him, what did that mean as a signal? What did it indicate politically?
Today, and people like General David Mark were there, and his other friends. I don't want to call other names, but outside the military, my good friend there sitting there, always quiet, Ambassador Dr. Tunja Lagojo was there, and we did some work before even he took over. The way he took over was miraculous. I said, this is not a place for personal testimonies, because if the coup had failed and the successors of that failure had traced back, even the statement read by Dogoyaro and by Abacha before he, IBB, made the pronouncement from Bonny Camp. These were things that require personal testimonies. But I'm not going to go into that because we are in the session and I thought we should keep within that session. It is not by accident that so many people, including Dr. Shidi Amuta himself, author of various books about Babangida. But there are four, if you call them books, I just want to refer to. The first was what very small, a 120-page book we call Foundations of a New Nigeria. Ambassador, Professor, Honorable Minister Tunde Adeniro took part in that. You also took part. We got it together, but they were not written, the chapters were not given the authors. foundations of a new Nigeria. And secondly, the very first set of major speeches crafted and read by him indicated his vision. And two of us put it together and we call it Portrait of a New Nigerian. And then the third book, which is the second volume of his speeches, was titled, For Their Tomorrow, We Gave Our Today. And finally, a set of speeches which examined the huge crisis the country was getting through, was titled Crisis of Democratization. Now, when you put these four books together, you will know the vision of the man. I will summarize by saying the two planks of his vision. There's a third one, but the two major planks were democratization of the Nigerian polity and society. And secondly, liberalization of the Nigerian economy. Yeah, it is with us, but for IBB, it will not. I had the privilege of giving the radio station the license before the television section came up. And so the man had a background, and I dare say, as a close scholar of the man, that he envisioned all of that, partly from, I believe, his upbringing, because we did about 8 chapters of an unfinished manuscript, unfinished because he wasn't willing to finish it, about his life, his background, and perhaps particularly the pioneer participation in NIPS number 1, 1979-1980. All of that constituted what the man was. I'm glad that Chief Iwayan is here. He made a statement recently on Arise Television. If you want to govern this country, you should know this country. You should know this country. Do you know, today we are talking about 6 zones, so to say, South-South, Southeast, Southwest, North-Central, Northeast, Northwest. Do you have friends in these places? Do you know people who know the society? And it's very important to know this country. It's a very complex society. Do you know their beliefs? Do you know their systems? I'm glad General Mark, Senator David Mark, had just talked about his experience and his driver. My traditional ruler, one of the smallest society or ethnic it's actually a sub-ethnic nationality. We are within the Robo sector. We are Okbe. IBB showed up at the burial of the monarch. And finally, we succeeded in putting his former student, who is a general in his own right, General Felix Mujakbero, as the traditional ruler of my place today. And he was involved. I wouldn't go into those personal testimonies. But back to what I was saying, democratization was so fundamental to IBB's program. You democratize the political process. You democratize even to society itself. Implementing them was a serious problem. I'll tell you a story, a little story, that we were very concerned. There was a 17-member political bureau, and I happen to have participated. Ambassador Tunde Adeniro is there, okay. And we ended up by making one of the many recommendations, very very small but very important recommendation. Namely, you want to retain traditional rulers in this country, then don't spend a kobo. Don't spend a kobo of government money on them. Let those communities who want their traditional rulers to take care of them. And of course, General Omu, you will know that the General Omu committee, Paul Omu's committee that looked at the political bureau's report, also recommended it. And of course, at the end of the day, accepted that yes, this should be done. But very many years to come, Babangida never implemented it. So each time I joke with him, what about that recommendation not to give a kobo of the Nigerian state to traditional rulers? He said, you want to kill me? Very interesting. But what I'm saying is that democratizing the Nigerian society and democratizing the political process was such a serious, it goes to so many angles. Then there's going to be a panel later, liberalization of the economy, which, as I said, and communication and all the rest of them. Those days, directors retire from NTA, and they don't do anything anymore. This very productive Nollywood, is it Nollywood or Hollywood, which of them you call them? The Nigerian society today, this Nollywood, was founded by Babangida, this huge industry today, because you had people who were retired from NTA, they had no more anything but to sit back and looking out for their pension. I just happen to have been privileged to be nearby when all this happened. So vision was something inbuilt in that man. And he has a rare gift of knowing people. Not just knowing people, knowing them by their first names. Wonderful. It makes you feel human. 17 of us were inaugurated in this Abuja. Abuja wasn't as beautiful as this then. In the political bureau. 2 ladies, Mrs. Hilda Adefarasi, another lady who was a lecturer in the University of Lagos, now late, blessed memory. After the inauguration, he came down, and Dr. Tunji Olagujo, before he became an ambassador, was behind all of that. He came down and greeted every one of the 17 of us by our first names. First names. You feel that sense of somebody who was close to you. So finally, as a short, I just want to say that if you're looking at vision about how this country is, you just have to know this country. You just have to move, whether it's the 2-party system, whether it's the economy and society and so on. And all of this, by the way, was complemented by Her Excellency, we are so rest in peace, Mrs. Miriam Babangida, who also took the challenge that you must carry change to the grassroots, to the rural areas. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Who was a deputy governor, was a woman deputy governor at a very difficult moment. Maybe you want to share your experience first as deputy governor under a diarchy, because the military was in power at the apex, but governors elected on party platform were in power at the state level. You happen to be a deputy governor. What kind of experience did you have? One, at the gender level and administratively from President Babangida.
Good afternoon, everybody. I thank God for this session. I thank God that God gave President Babangida good offspring and good followership, that this forum is coming to life today. May God continue to bless all those who brought it to being, and bless all of us who are here. My journey with President Babangida did not start with the deputy governorship. You've mentioned Dr. Olagunju here today. I always say this, a vision, when a man has a vision, and when God has given you a vision, it starts from not, it's not midwifed in the air. President Babangida started his vision from the choice of his partner in life. Bringing Mariam into his life was the first vision he has of being somebody in life. Because look at homes, any home that you have that is settled, any man that you have that is successful out there has a strong woman behind him. And President Babangida is lucky to have chosen Lady Mariam, Her Excellency Mariam Babangida, as a wife. He must have seen some qualities in her that, made him to choose her. And she has been a moving force. She was a moving force in his life. And we women, we are beneficiaries of that moving force. So when I mentioned Dr. Olagunju, I was a public officer. I was serving, in actual fact, I was serving in Lagos State as the controller of estates. I had dealings with, men of timber and caliber, because land is like oil in Lagos State. And I was given the assignment by His Excellency, God bless his soul, Alhaji Lateef Kayode Jakonde, to produce certificates of occupancy. Producing certificates of occupancy in Lagos State was like minting gold, because you'll be bribed and people will give you all sorts of enhancement to produce it. And I was put there and I refused to be enhanced and all that. But I was turning out certificates of occupancy like turning out, peanuts. But it didn't go well with many people because it was their gold mine. And here comes this woman who refused to be bribed, who refused to get anything. All she's interested in was how many CFOs will come out, because that was the target of the then governor, the action governor. And that is where he was able to make the money that he used to build Lagos, the infrastructures in Lagos. We had to produce CFO for people to get their title in order to get money from the banks, in order to pay, Lagos State is due. So I got tired of all the blackmail, everything that was going on in that office. And I produced my CV. And when soldiers, when they come, they have to get land and all that, many people, bankers. So instead, when they say, what do you give me? Well, what can I give you? You've been so good, you didn't ask for anything, and you are just working. I said, look, I'm tired of this office. I want to move. I came from the banking world into the civil service. I want to go back into the private sector and all that. So I produced myself. When they say, I'm looking for a job. So I just give my CV. I'm looking for work. How my CV got to the presidency, I don't know till today. The only thing I knew, I know I was qualified to be in the banking sector, having come from Central Bank, having worked in National Bank. The next thing is announcement that I was made the executive director. Babangida Steno has a way of making firsts. And among women, he made a lot of firsts for us to be in position. And we thank God for him. So I was the first female to be made executive director in any bank in Nigeria. And I didn't know, thank you. And I didn't know anybody. I didn't have to go and lobby. I didn't have to go and. So the first time I met, I had touch with the presidency, I was summoned that I was doing, there was a bid for a project that has gone bad, and that somebody wanted to do that project, and I knew he was not qualified to do the project. So I stood my ground, and it got to the presidency, and they went to blackmail me that I was tribalistic, that I wanted to give it to a Yoruba man when an Hausa man wanted the project. So this firing squad, I was called to the presidency to come and defend myself. Lo and behold, the panel that met me, Dr. Laguju and others were there, and I presented my case. The project is still on in Lagos State. And they said, okay, if that's the case, go on. My point is, if President Babangida is not a man of vision to have able lieutenants, Nigeria's problem today has to do with a lot of things that lieutenants are doing that are not good. And they are putting their principles in bad light. President Babangida was lucky to have good lieutenants as soldiers and as civilians. He's a very, very lucky man. And it's because he also has the knowledge and the grace of God to be able to choose and relate to people. That's my first encounter with them. Then come the political one. President Babangida started experimenting with having women among the gubernatorial class. He couldn't put a woman there as governor, but he started experimenting with women as deputy governors. We have Alaja Latifa Okunu as one of the, I think there were 2 or 3 women who were made deputy governors, appointed. But I happened to be the first one elected under his administration. And it would not have been allowed if he didn't have that vision that women should be given a chance. And that is when I came in touch with Her Excellency, Mariam Babangida. She was doing the Better Life for Women program. And she invited me to one of their functions as a woman who is in office. And I went there. That gave a lot of headache because Nigeria, as soon as you are in one place, some people believe you are trying to take over what belongs to them. Part of our problem, why we are not progressing. We have to give each other a chance to showcase ourselves. Everybody has a talent. And if we don't put it together and make Nigeria a place that we all be proud of, we will continue to lag behind. So when Her Excellency invited me to be, to grace the occasion, I went, and I met one of the most charming women I've ever met in my life. That is Her Excellency, Mrs. Mariam Babangida. And she accommodated me. She was very graceful, and I could see why Baba was always, at his best anytime he's with anybody. Better life for rural women. At the grass level, if it has been continued, the problems we are in now in Nigeria, we will not be in it, because it reached, to the lowest level of our people. And they have a sense of belonging, the way she organized the Better Life for rural women, bringing them into prominence, bringing them into focus, and many skills that you can do to support the homes. So from the point of the women, President Babangida is our hero. He's a man of the people, to me. If he had, and I always say, God just gave him the uniform. He's actually a Democrat at heart, from the way he operated. And when you look at America, most of the soldiers that became, I think, Eisenhower and the American presidents that were soldiers before, that, you know, they were the foundation of democracy. They brought democracy into being. And I think that was the same thing President Babangida was trying to do for us. So, you know, the gifts that he had as a military president to now bring it in as a democratic president. And nobody should grudge him that. Nobody should grudge him that. He has the talents and he has what it takes to make this country to be one of the greatest countries in Nigeria. But unfortunately, you know, from the way we relate, which we have to change, you know, blacklisting each other behind our backs. Babangida did not single-handedly annul the MKO Abiola's presidency. People were behind it. And unfortunately, the buck stops somewhere. The buck stops at his table. Okay.
I want to quickly pass the baton to Professor Junadu. How much of a challenge was it to carry the message of democratization and liberalization to a populace that wasn't familiar with? All they knew was the military takes over, they enthrone a head of state. Head of state, business as usual. But there was this strange guy who was wearing a uniform, who called himself president, who wanted us to change our ways in politics, in the ways we were doing things, in the ways we were relating. How difficult was it to convey this message to the grassroots, to the majority of Nigeria?
Thank you, Chief. My big brother, friend, and mentor on the occasion of his 80th birthday anniversary. And also to thank Aisha and her siblings for the personal initiative they took in approaching us all, and me in particular, to be part of this celebration. I want to begin, I begin by premising my comments, because you asked a very, very pertinent question, by saying that we need to step back a little bit and take a more balanced look at the administration of President Ibrahim Babangida. A lot has been said about his vision, but I think I want to introduce my own comments by saying that the uniqueness of that vision rested on a very, very bold set of policies that were aimed at rebuilding Nigeria. That boldness, unfortunately, has also been one of the major weaknesses of his initiative, of his policy reform, in the sense that the very boldness itself and the vigor with which it was pursued created contradictory forces in society that were determined to prevent those policies from coming to fruition, because the reform was essentially directed at the way politics and society had been moving. So you cannot pursue that bold reform process without encountering very, very vigorous problems as well. I think it's important to mention that. And I mention it because, again, we have tended to discuss military rule in this country as if there are not contradictory forces in society and in states that are in contention over the outcomes of the transition programs. You know, in Latin America, scholars have shown how most transition processes are endangered ab initio because it involves a contest between those who want to move forward and those who want to regress. And I think we have looked at the IBB's presidency transition program without taking this very, very important fact into account. The Brazilian political scientist says that you can hardly go through a transition process from military to democratic rule without disruptions, without landmines that involve people getting killed, people getting, derailed, or even getting derailed. So now, and I think that is the way I want to look at the major plank, the major political plank of his administration's transition program. And I'm doing so from the perspective that between 1987, under Emeawa, and 1992, when I left the NEC under Philip Nwosu, I was directly in charge of political parties. And I knew what was going on. And it is in that context that I want to raise certain issues about that particular aspect of the political transition program of President Babangida. Because there have been so many false claims, so many misconceptions about how we manage that process. And I think it's important to say here that that old program of transition program that Sam referred to was built on solid intellectual foundations that were laid out by the political bureau. And I think it is the context of that. But what that intellectual approach also showed was that you can never be sure of consequences of applied public policy. But reason that I said before, you are never in control of the entire field. There are unforeseen consequences, unforeseen detours that you have to react against. And I think in that process, you have to review and revise the program as you go along. Now, with that as a background, let me just briefly then raise a number of questions that I think most of those who have looked at this transition under IBB have tended to overlook or tended to underestimate. How did the two parties arise? The mainstream notion is that the military created these two political parties. But we were involved under our NEC on how to create the two political parties. We laid out the guidelines, and we recommended that none of the political parties had met the guidelines that were prescribed. So the government was faced with the situation, what do we do in this context, given that the transition was going on? And that was where, I think the Armed Forces Ruling Council met for a whole day at the conference center here, deciding on what to do to move ahead. And that was where, in the context in which that was decided to have these two political parties. Based on some of the recommendations in our report, in terms of whatever parties are created, there must be some kind of an ideological balance, a little to the left and a little to the right. Now, I think the second point I want to make on that is, why did the transition between January 1992 and October 1992 virtually collapsed? People tend to say the military wanted to perpetuate themselves in power. The IBB did not want to stay there as a president, without looking at the social circumstances and the social forces at play. Now, I think the first major detour that was taken between that period around the last quarter of 1991 and 1992 was the lifting of the ban on political party on certain categories of politicians. That was engineered from outside civil society itself. There were powerful forces that wanted the ban lifted. They wanted the ban lifted. And again, this was a major problem confronting the AFRC in terms of what to do. Because important names like L.K. Jakonde, Musa Yar'Adua were also involved, and they had political ambition. So I think the first detour that we have here was that measure, that measure in, I think, the last quarter of 1991, before the gubernatorial elections and state assembly, was to lift that ban. The second problem we had was, of course, the period leading from August to October 1992 with the presidential primaries. Where all of these things contrived, you got people who were reacting to developments, and the politics of presidential succession became so important. And I was present in the middle of it all, when with the emergence of two leading candidates, those who were losing more or less came together and cried wolf, that this process has been violated. And when they came before us in protest, why are you protesting? They then shifted away from concerns about the conduct of the elections, primaries themselves, to saying that on this SDP side in particular, there was an undertaking that if the chairman of the party came from the north, then the presidential candidate of the party should come from the south. So that was why they deliberately set out to sabotage and make sure that that process did not end. And the mistake we made in INEC at that, and we discussed this without any, as to if we introduce primaries, should the primaries be done in one whole swap, or it is better to now stagger the primaries? And we thought that staggering the primaries will enable candidates to go around the country and to tell the people what their programs were. But unfortunately, once the first set of primaries started, then there was a gang up of those who were losing to discredit that process and make sure that it did not continue. And when we called them, that was exactly what they told us. And of course, then within society itself and within the military, there were those who were not comfortable with the two leading candidates from SDP. So again, so within that whole section, there was an attempt to find some way of derailing it. And it was in that context that INEC was asked to prepare a report and submit. Somehow or the other, the report presented before the AFRC was contrary to what we had agreed as a commission. So the whole question then became, what are the forces at play to prevent this from going on? And it was in that context that I asked to move away from the commission, because I knew that there were certain forces at play that were not going in, both within society and within the military, that in terms of protecting their own self-interest, that is not what needs to go on. Now, after that, the next set of problems came out from, what do we do next? Primaries were cancelled, elections will not be held in December, and there was a question, what then do we do next? And then I think our historians would have to answer a number of questions that I have. What happened between October 1992 and January 1993, when a transitional council was put in place? A transitional council made up of mainly people in the private sector. Why did the military say not agree that if IBB was to step aside, somebody should come from within the military as head of state? And we heard, we don't have it is true, that there were two leading candidates, from the south. Then agreement could not be reached about who should succeed. IBB with IBB setting apart. So the transition program was then adjusted to create what we might call a semi-presidential system of government. But I think it's important to make this final point. And that final point is that if there was in fact ab initio a plan to have an endless transition, or that the president did not to step down? Did he engineer all these crises? How can we explain those crises other than in just a psychologically reductionist way, saying the man is not going to leave or the man did not want to leave? I think that is the task for historians and political scientists to look to what happened between the final quarter of 1991 and 1992 to derail the transition program in the way it did.
Thank you very much for that indication. And what I can gather from that brief intervention is that the complications that led to the final crisis of the transition was a product of politicking, both within the political class and within the military politicians. So, but I want to go away from political issues to take on Alhaji Ahmadu Abubakar, because one of the controversial areas of IBB regime was issue of financial management. You were Minister of Finance towards the end. And of course, it's common knowledge that for most of the IBB period, oil never rose above $9. So much so that some of the landmark projects you see, including the conference center, had to be built through a barter arrangement. It was only during the brief Gulf War that there was a bit of uplift in oil prices. What was IBB's financial management method that enabled him to accomplish so much infrastructural change with so little oil income? Alhaji Abubakar.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, moderator. First of all, let me appreciate the family of IBB by inviting me to this panel. I happened to be at the beginning of it. I observed that IBB came into government, into the leadership of this country, well prepared, well accumulated with its policies and focus, as composed by the three principles: the economic, the political, the social. The political are left into general explain. The social, I'll come into that later. We have the economic development. The issue is that how did he achieve this? The man came into government in August. 3 months later, we are more or less deregulated. Deregulated of the economy to the extent that we went into financial system deregulation, the political deregulation, the social, and also indeed the communication. That wouldn't have happened within the shortest time he was in government if he was not there prepared for it. How did he achieve this? First of all, I appointed the professionals to take care of the situation of how to do it. How did they do it? They were given the freedom of coming forward with policy initiative. And is a good listener to whatever you said. He believed in the teamwork. He believed in taking into consideration the services of the public officers. We went into it. When we went to the banking system, for those who lived in the past, for the past 40 years or 30 years here, we know what was happening in the banking system. We deregulate that system, and then the communication system. You have people here, many newspapers, many transport. You go to the airport, what it was, and this. We went into that, and we did it. But particularly by March, the following year, we fully deregulated the economy. in the areas of financial system and private sector involvement. Therefore, we have institutions, agency of the government, and leaving the private sector to handle the areas where the private people can do better, so that they have controlling system in those areas. But coming to the economy itself, it was such that the person listened to his public officers, the professionals. I remember of a case which he brought us to solve. We had a meeting with him, Ayakomo, and me with Central Bank. When he posed what to do, and I said, sir, it's not doable. He said to us, it is our duty to propose problem. It is yours to solve the problem. Then he left. He left us with Oyokomo and others. And we were able to find a solution to it. Similarly, he was able to do it because he didn't bring any members of his family to play effective role in civil service at all. I came to know Mohammed few months or few weeks before we left the government in his office. That when he came to report that he has gone through his master's degree. Aisha told her, I didn't mean to leave the system. In other words, the public sector, the civil service in particular, they have the freedom. They have the freedom of running the government. 3, is a good listener. Is a good listener. If you come to him, you say to him this and that. Instead of saying to you, we are not going to do it, he will listen to you and look at the pros and cons of it and say, we go ahead. By that, he created confidence in his public officers, in his advisors. He created confidence in them to come to him, to advise appropriately, to do what they believe will help him, and to do what is right to do at the point in time. And up to date, that's what he does. I remember Chio Congo. When we were together with Chio Congo in the ministry, when he started, someone mentioned the case of State House, the conference center, the secretariat, and so many, the military headquarters, the movement from Lagos to this place. When we started, if he had no characters, nobody could do that now. Particularly the issue of movement from the old system, financial system, into the new one, which agrees with the present economic system, will require a courage. Yes. So we moved along that, and we were able to do what we believed will help him, because we believed he had confidence in us, because we believed he will allow us to do it. So if you go to the political side, the social system was the establishment of this institution that brought in the woman, the younger one, the people in the bush who could not have funds to run the business, and so forth. And in the banking system, I remember we approved about 37 new banks within the period. Some of them are the major banks today. We deregulated, we moved out from banking system and left the private sector to deal with it. Otherwise, all the banks in Nigeria at that time, Nigerian government had shares. They called it controlling shares. We were controlling shares. But we said, go ahead. But, pardon? So, in other words, he has his focus, he has the means to achieve the focus by getting a professional, He listens to the professionals, he agrees with them, and they move ahead. Yeah?
He was a physical president.
Yes.
But thank you for the insight you have given us on his management of a very complex economic situation. Last and not the least, General Olagunsoye, I kept you for a reason. The reasons are obvious. One of them is that you became governor of a very difficult state towards the end. But more importantly, also, you happen to have fairly close relations with two complex military leaders. One of them was the mentor and boss of General Babangida. What was it like wearing so many caps? You had obviously two bosses to relate to. You had a political role, but you were first and foremost a military officer. And you became governor of Lagos. I mean, governing Lagos is more complex than the rest of Nigeria. So can you share a bit of this experience?
Thank you very much. I think my own situation is not too different from the explanations of my boss, General David Mark. It was on this last Saturday, I met with Kazim Afegwa at the wedding ceremony in Lagos. And he asked me, "Are you coming for the dialogue?" I said, "Which dialogue?" He said, "One on IBB." I said, "I've never been told anything of such." The following day, I got the invitation, and I was told I was going to speak, or I belong to the panel that will talk on the economy during his reign as president of this country. I said, I think I'm not that competent to talk about his economic policies because I was in the barracks throughout his time as president of Nigeria. I would rather want to speak on how he built his regime, his nuclear and larger family to which I proudly belong. I came across the then Major Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida 50 years ago. That was when I got into the Nigerian Defense Academy. I was 20 then, during the short service combatant course in 1971. And he happened to be my company commander. I think out of sheer divine visitation, I happened to be one of the smallest in my course, and he had some sort of affection for me. Now, I want to only pick one of his characteristics that has planted love into so many families of his extended family. That character is one that made Kone Dangiwa Umar to say that he's prepared to be blindfolded and going to war with the IBB. His large-heartedness from my own experience, I will want to share so that the point can be driven home. As a lieutenant, I was commanding a squadron under him. I was a lieutenant, he was a lieutenant colonel, commanding a regiment in the Keja. Then I was to go for a promotion exam, lieutenant to captain exam. And they called me and said, "Look, you have been nominated to go for an overseas course. You're going for that overseas course is dependent on whether you pass the exam or not. Then I got prepared. They say, I told him in my usual manner that it's a matter of asking what position I will take in the exam. Failing it is out of it. So we were to go for this exam, and we normally take air warrant. Mixed up, I got to the airport. I was told that the plane had left for Jos. So I ran back to the regiment commander. I said, sir, I don't see me making it to the exam venue, not to talk whether I will take it or pass or fail. He asked me what happened. I said, sir, the aircraft had left. There was mixed up in the timing for the flight. So he called his driver and filled his work ticket for his staff car. He said I should sit down in his office. I sat down and the driver came back, signed the work ticket and said, it's all yours. I say, all mine, for what? That he should take me to Jos. He was in Keja Cantonment that time. He could have asked the driver to drop him in his house, which was just about 10, at most 15 minutes walk. Yeah, I said, okay, sir, why don't you let the car take you? He says, that one is none of my problem, that I should go. He called the dispatch rider, a lieutenant colonel. The picture is still in my head. Remove his beret, hang it on his shoulder, and climb the motorbike that took him home. That's one first show of love that beats every imagination. He remained an unusual leader. The second experience came during the time I was about to get married. I was a captain. So the normal tradition in the army was that before you get married, you must tell your commander that, sir, I want to get married. And you have to introduce your will-be wife gradually to the officer corps by bringing her to the mess, partaking in the officer's functions, and for us to gauge whether this is officer material or not. So when I told him I was trying to get married, he asked me, who is that unlucky girl? And I say, well, if she's unlucky, I'm lucky with you. She will get lucky at the end of the day. That wasn't the problem. Myself and my wife, we decided that he was going to be the chairman of the reception. We told him that I was too carried away, not following the culture and routine of getting married. And I was getting married to a very large, popular family. And that is the family of late Dr. Moses Majakodumi, the former civilian administrator of Western Region, who had the then Lieutenant Muritala Mohammed as his ADC. So when he told me that I don't know what I'm doing, that it is the duty of the lady's family to arrange reception, and I was annoyed. I went back to my boss. I said, sir, I think I will put off this marriage. So what happened? I said, look, we have arranged that you are going to be, and my in-law is saying that it can be so. So he calmed me down. He said, look, in fact, he was accepting to do that for me because there's been restriction for the members of the military council to limit the kind of engagement they go to. But he has an explanation that I was his cadet, I served under him as an officer. That is an excuse for him to be there. And he promised he will be there. And I haven't discussed that. Again, it surprised me. He gave me his staff car, his driver, his orderly, that took me to the church, with which I married my wife. Now, there was one thing that happened again. He came visiting as president to Enugu. And I was a battalion commander in Enugu as at that time. While the reception was going on in Opara Square, he beckoned on me. I went to meet him. He asked me, do you know this pepper fruit? I said, yes, I do. Go and get it for me. Inside this arena, I left and got one of my senior officers' wife, because my family was not with me then, the then Colonel Shaguta, this wife. I said, look, come, let's go to market. He said, what for? Pepper fruit. I didn't tell him who wants to eat pepper fruit or not. When we got, I washed it and put it in a bowl. Where he was seated at that reception, I walked with a bowl of pepper fruit. As I opened it, he took one, put it in his mouth, and I took one too, to show that, nothing is wrong with this. Then his usual abuse, you're a bloody idiot. If I know you are going to poison me, I won't send you. And people were wondering, what the hell was Oyinlola eating with Mr. President? Now, the one that surprised me most. After the unfortunate incident of Gigi Oka School, many years after, one of the key participants came to me and said, I want to make up with the general. I said, okay. And I told my boss, look, one of your misguided boys said he wants to make up to you. He said, yes, bring him. He came to his Abuja house, and I took the officer to him. I'm not too sure many people will be able to stand that kind of thing from a man that level his foresight, his rifle foresight against him. And that was how he accepted and forgave the officer. There's no time as small as I am that I extended my invitation to him that he was not honored. He has followed me to my village. During my retirement as a governor of Osun State, and when I celebrated my 60th birthday. Well, the IBB has a subtle way of scolding you when you do not carry out your assignment well. Your assignment, if you don't carry it out well. When he sees any fault, he will always advise you, please use that uncommon thing called common sense. And when he gets annoyed, the only abuse I've ever heard from his mouth till tomorrow is to call you and say, you're a bloody idiot. That is General IBB for you. On behalf of myself and my family, I wish him many happy returns of his birthday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. We'll just take 2 minutes from willing panelists who want to round up. Elijah, you lead. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I wanted to say something about his political inclination towards democracy. You know, when
Can we pass this on to her?
when we got into office, elected in the Third Republic, you know, there was this hierarchy then. He was president under the military, while the states were running as a democratic formation. The relationships between governors and deputy governors have never really been that smooth. They are still working at it up till now. President Babangida had this unique way of stabilizing a very delicate situation. I happen to have been having a tough time with my governor then because of the way, as a woman, the way I was received by the public. It was a new thing, a woman coming out, and that created a lot, some sort of sensitivity, bordering on jealousy, and people, saying things that were not correct. Like she wants to be the governor and she's acting like the governor. And that was a tense period. So much so that I had to take a special flight one day to come to Abuja to see Her Excellency, Madam Maria Babangida, to let her know what was going on in my administration. Because it was the approach of General Babangida, then President Babangida, that actually made this to have been happening as at that time. Because when we were not being treated right, the military had this Decree 18 or something that said deputy governors listed almost 40 functions that deputy governors should perform under the military experiment. And that is why some of us decided to take on this appointment, this election, and go into the election, because we knew what we were going to do. But when the democratic process started, they now introduced the constitution, which was called Decree 50 then. The Decree 50 now said deputy governors will only do what the governors assign them to do. You can imagine all the poor men, and me, a woman that came on board to be deputy governors, only to be treated as a, they called it spare tires at that time. And this didn't go well with many of us. So we approached President Babangida and said, this is what I actually approached him and said, this is what. He said, go and convene a meeting of all the deputy governors. Present your case and we will look into it. If he was not humane, this is a military man, and I don't think General David Mark is my late husband's good friend. I haven't seen you in many years. God bless you. And General Olagusoye, the military does not, the democracy does not apply in the military. It's the go and come. For him at that time to have said, we will look into it, go and hold a meeting, and let me have the outcome of that meeting. Put together all your grievances. We will look into it. And I wish that has been followed up. And the Constitution actually is made to show that at least some functions, statutory functions, deputies can do some because many people have talents. They are lieutenants. But you should allow them also to be part of the process without necessarily feeling that they are going to take over. President Babangida allowed that. And it gave me some breathing space in Lagos State, because they knew he had the listening ear, as everybody has said. He will listen to you, and he will not only listen to you, he will send somebody to actually follow up the situation and make sure that the right thing is done. That's a good quality of a leader, of a visionary person, of somebody who has foresight. And this is something I wish is happening in our present situation. We need it for this nation to move forward. We need to have the physical presence of our leaders. They need to be in touch with the people they are ruling. It's not a question of I'm there and you are there. It's a question of we are together. Government of the people, for the people, by the people. It's not talking on top of somebody and thinking that things will get done. I'm appealing with this forum that people who are presently in office will look, use whatever we come up with here, because history, it fades. We are now bringing it up. What made Babangida to succeed? Because Babangida's administration was a success. It was a success for this nation. Many things were done, and they were done successfully. Bringing people into limelight, the economy was not badly run, and Nigeria was making progress internationally. I pray that they will look into some of the things we discussed in this panel to celebrate Baba's 80th birthday and use it to make Nigeria, to rebuild Nigeria and make Nigeria a better place for all of us. Thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah, General, go ahead.
Make an addendum to what I've stated in terms of the key character of General Babangida. You did ask how I'm able to maneuver between two senior officers who have had the opportunity of leading this country. One is senior to the other. The greatest trying period for me in my life, in their relationship, when there was a conflict. I don't know how it was engineered. And it went to the pages of newspaper. One calling the other a fool at 70 is a fool forever, and the other one responding. Honestly, I was close to tears. I went to Baba Atota. Sister, in my place, they said, old dogs do not tear the mat. It is the small one that be trying their teeth on the mats. Why all this one? Go and meet your guy. Because that's the way he tells me. That he started it. So I took flight to Mina. Sir, what is happening? And I want to thank God that the two of them allowed me to meditate and settle that rift. So that's how I've been moving between them.
Tom.
A little addition. The lecture side of the man, I kept on the most people don't know that as pioneer participant at home, I was given
Thank you.
Actually, when we went Okay, I wasn't a problem. I was saying that this capacity and humility to learn, to want to learn, it used to be a lot of something that had always been with me over the years, including even, if you don't mind, including people like distinguished senator, the longest serving Senate president we have in this country, that this crop of officers, I hope they are still there in the army and the military, who ordinarily didn't go to university in the formal sense of it, other than their regular training. For people like IBB, my immediate boss then, late Admiral Ihumo, to have worked under or with people like Professor Boyade, Professor Nzimiro, and got to grips with the economics of structural adjustment program. Elements in which regular students will spend 3 or 4 years to get a PhD from. It's amazing. And that's something you cannot take away, from the man. I normally admire him on that. I wish he's able to do so. Maybe Alhaji Mohammed and Her Excellency Aisha are able to convince him, because I had pressed and pressed for him to tell his own story by himself, not by other people telling the story. Many people, very brilliant works. Dr. Shida Mota is here. There are so many of them, modern and so on. But we need to hear him tell his story. But he's done around it, try to help, but it didn't quite work. It's amazing, this capacity. And that, for me, is the key for being what he is. May God continue to preserve and protect him, and we continue to remain as we are, in Jesus' name.
Sam, for the first time, I'm hearing you calling the name of Jesus Christ. that is Orushana. let me briefly, I've listened very, very carefully, and I just want to summarize in 5 or 6 key points. I think we should regard as the legacy of IBB, and one that we should try as much as possible to embrace, even under the difficult times that we are going through now. The first one is, I think, empathy. I think that has come out clearly, and I also experienced it. I had an accident in London in 1993. IBB called me, right? I was still in the hospital bed. I said, Adele, how are you doing? And he asked a number of questions, which I only can tell my friends. I can't tell them. But I told him I was still a man. The second one was when my mother died in 1992. He sent through a personal friend who was also close to him a message to the family, which we all appreciated, But I think the lesson for us, and I was listening to Engineer Iwanyawu, that empathy, I think, comes out of a sense of solidarity with the human being as a human being. We are going through difficult times now when we draw lines of identity along ethnic lines, along religious lines. Don't marry an Igbo girl. Don't marry a Yoruba husband. Don't marry a Christian. Don't marry Muslim. And you find families more or less refusing to attend their son's wedding because he's married to a Christian or a Muslim or a Yoruba son. I think the country, the way we are going now, if we are not careful, that sense, that lack of oneness, of solidarity with our fellow human beings, no matter where they come from, may tear the country apart. There is so much hate speech going on now. And I think what we learned from what everybody said about IB today was that he was, if you want to use that word, detribalized. It was not that he did not have natal roots or natal cultural traits, but he saw what brings us all together as a human, and I think it's very, very important. The second point I think is important to emphasize, and this comes out clearly, I think again in various, is that intellectuals have an important role to play in transforming society. Despite the love-hate relationship that exists between intellectuals and policymakers everywhere, but that you cannot do without the power of the intellect to find out what the solution, what the problems are, what causes them, and what needs to be done to find a solution to that. I think we live in an intellectual, anti-intellectual society, but I think IBB, above any other political leader in this country that I have studied, maybe to some extent, Obafemi Awolowo, the way he brought intellectuals around to formulate social policies in the West. I think IBB stands far much higher above the other political leaders we have had. And I think we can see that, we can see the movement away from that and the resurgence of anti-intellectualism in our society as a result of that. I think it's important that we continue, we go back to that tradition. The third point that I want to make is that let us realize that it is not easy to carry out bold programs of reform that are in the public interest. It is easy, I mean, there are social costs to it. And I think IBB suffered for that because of the social cost of those policies and the range of enemies that rose to both within and outside the country that rose against those policies that he was trying to do. And we can still see that in terms of, the resistance to the upsurge of, in some very few areas, of withdrawal from the public space by most of us today. The fourth point, I think, is the leadership style of President Babangida. The broad consultative process, even within the military, in reaching public policies. There are many times where, when I was in the Electoral Commission, both under our and Humphrey, I attended meetings of the highest security in the country, and you could see the debate going on. The debate going on that you could hardly even see in the Senate of a university. And everybody was able to speak. There is no preconceived, arranged, you talk, and then you know whom you are going to call to talk in favor of the position you stand as a vice chancellor. But it was a broad-based discussion that was going on, and all centered around the public interest and what we need to do to protect the public interest. The last point I want to make goes back to my first point. We are passing through difficult times in this country. People are withdrawing. They are saying, look, we've given hope in the country. People are withdrawing. This is not the Nigeria we wanted. But I think the message that IBB's administration, the relevance of its message for us was captured in that collection of essays that Sam referred to when he was speaking. Let us give our today for our children's tomorrow. Don't let us give up on it. We must speak out. We must speak out. People spoke out against IBB. They condemned his policies. They spoke out, and he also learned lessons from that. Let us not withdraw to ourselves, saying that there is nothing we can do, and hoping that God, the country is so religious. That's why I was surprised that Sam was talking of religion. We take risk because God's time will come. Let us wait for God's time. God will deliver us from him. But we must deliver ourselves we must deliver ourselves on our own will. That is why it is important that for their tomorrow, we give our today, no matter at what cost. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. I want to congratulate the octogenarians and septuagenarians. I know that there are a group of retired military officers called IBB boys. Now I know that there are also IBB civilian boys. Because what I've heard today is exactly what, please, and girls. Okay, there are IBB girls now and boys. But truly, I mean, in all honesty, he has got such a large heart that you can't fault him when it comes to kindness and empathy. I'm not aware of a single military officer who went to him and didn't get his request, not one. Even if he hasn't got, IBB is one person who will borrow money and give to another person. He will go to that extent. And I think it's a personal touch in governance that has made him such a popular figure in this country. I'd like to congratulate the family and the children for this wonderful show of love to your dad and to your mom, because he's not the only one who is kind to his children and kind to everybody. But to acknowledge it is another thing, and you have acknowledged it by bringing all of us together. I've not seen Larry Konya for a very, very long time, and he hasn't changed at all. Seeing him now, so there are so many of us who have come together today as a part of this celebration. I pray that the Almighty God will bless him and continue to give him long life. Thank you.
Well, just before I drop the mic, you know, Nigerians, we like to preach democracy, but we are dictators at heart. Since I have this mic now, I don't know when I will have it again. Briefly, I want to share one or two moments that I had with President Babangida. Don't ask me in what role I have known and related to him for the last 35 years. Don't ask me because I won't tell you. Now, I recall that when we founded the Guardian newspapers, I was in the founding team. The first few weeks, he had come into office, and we had this tradition of publishing unusual photographs at weekends. We nicely, very innocently, we published a photograph of his second son, Aminu. He was a little boy then, riding his bicycle on the floors of the grounds of Durham Barracks. He saw it. In a couple of hours, he called myself and a few of the leaders of the Guardian. And I was curious. And the message, after I compared notes with my colleagues, the message he had was, thank you very much for this photograph, but please leave the children out of it. You people focus on me, leave the children. They are not in office. And that sent a message across that early that here was a man who wasn't going to place his family on the firing line, or wasn't going to make them co-presidents of the country. And I took that lesson. On another occasion, I was with him on a trip to a neighboring country. And when it was time to face the press, because I used to be a journalist, I don't know if I'm still one now, I took my seat among the journalists. And he looked up and saw me. And he was like, Chidi, what are you doing there? You're either on that side or you are on this side. I knew that he wanted me to change my seat. So I stood up and came to sit beside him. That was a message in loyalty. If you're loyal to him, better stick where you belong. Don't go to the other side. On another occasion, people got worried, more worried than myself, that I wasn't occupying some fancy position. So I had gone to see him for a different reason. And he said, oh, by the way, somebody just left here now. And guess what they brought? I said, what is that? He said, they brought your CV. So I opened my eyes and said, you know, some people love you more than yourself. And then he said to me, I want you around me so many years after I've left office. And I'm happy to say today that 30 years after he stopped being president, there's one title that he never shared. He still regards me as a friend. So I want to congratulate Aisha and the rest of her siblings on this very courageous occasion. And I'm hoping that they will institutionalize the IBB dialogue to become an annual event where you can have this kind of dialogue, have a lecture, and so on. Because the amount of work he put in nation building is not something that should be frittered away or to be forgotten. So once again, I want to thank everybody on the panel and the rest of us for honoring this invitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for this team. Thank you. Thank you, sirs. We really, really do appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, group photograph. Just not for group photograph. Thank you. The middle, yes. Your Excellency, stay in the middle. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We're going very quickly to a short interlude while we have someone that will be speaking to us virtually. Please confirm technical that we have. Okay, let me just say thank you for everyone that we are going off now on AIT Live. So AIT Live is shutting down, but we will continue streaming live on YouTube. So if you're watching on AIT, you can just switch to the YouTube option on your phones, on your laptops, on your devices. Thank you, AIT. Thank you for everyone. I have Dr. Osita Shidoka on standby. Dr. Shidoka, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Technical, I cannot hear him, please.
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Dr. Shidoka, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
So he can hear us, but we cannot hear him.
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me now?
Just a moment.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Audio.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You will have to. You probably have.
All right. If you can hear me, thank you everybody for having me at this auspicious occasion. This is a very, very wonderful engagement, and I am happy to be here. First of all, I wish to wish President Babangida a happy birthday in advance as he approaches the golden age of the very important milestone of turning 80. First of all, I want to say that General Babangida was born in 1941, and that meant that he became head of state at the age of 44 in 1985. And I want everybody to note that and keep that in view, that he was 44 years at the time he became head of state. First of all, I want to speak as the former co-marshal of the Federal Road Safety Commission, an agency that was founded by General Babangida. In the course of my work as the co-marshal of the FRSC, the World Bank, the United States, many countries have always wondered why, how did Nigeria get the vision to have an organization like the Federal Road Safety Commission? It was so important, and the countries considered it such a wonderful thing to do that FRSC Nigeria became the World Bank go-to place for other African countries to come up. So in Sierra Leone, the FRSC Nigeria trained the Sierra Leoneans to form their own road safety organization. In Uganda, they had to take the template of the FRSC to get their own road safety organization. And road safety has become such a global phenomenal issue that it was surprising to everybody how come Nigeria, as far back as 1988, had the foresight and the vision to start an organization of that scale and scope. And it has remained an important organ of Nigerian government, and also our something that the world looks up to Nigeria to lead. While I was co-marshal, I was the president of the Road Safety, African Road Safety Organization, and also we were the best example of road safety organization used by the World Bank in getting other countries up to speed. Now, I'm currently in the US. As I was coming to the US, I walked through London Heathrow Airport. And as I was at London Heathrow, I saw the advert of GT Bank. That advert always makes me proud as a Nigerian whenever I see the advert of GT Bank. GT Bank was a bank founded because of the liberalization and deregulation principles of the IBB regime. And at the time GT Bank was founded, it was a 5 million naira bank. It was those banks that you needed just 5 million at that time, princely sum, but not much, not like the 25 billion of today, to start a bank. And that moment of looking at GT Bank in London reminds me of the genius of General Babangida. That the genius of General Babangida in deregulating that economy, in liberalizing it to allow for private sector to participate in the economy, shows you the forward thinking of General Babangida at 44, 45. That was his age at that time. Always remember that. Now, if you look at GT Bank today, GT Bank's gross earning for 2020 was about 455 billion naira. That 455 billion naira is bigger than the internally generated revenue of the top 10 states of Nigeria if you minus Lagos, Rivers, and FCT. So the top 7 states. And it's, of course, bigger than the bottom 20 states of Nigeria. Now, if you look at the budget of states in Nigeria, the gross earning of GT Bank is bigger than the budget of the 5 bottom states in Nigeria. So if you combine Anambra, Abia, Enugu together with Zamfara and Yobe, the gross earning of GTB is bigger than those bottom 5 states than their budget. And it is interesting that the assets of GT Bank today is 1.3 trillion, the assets of GT Bank. GT Bank has assets GT Bank has assets of almost 4 trillion, bigger, of course, than the total IGR of all the states in Nigeria, almost struggling with the budget of the federal government for their capital votes. So this shows you what can happen when you unlock an economy. Now, the crisis that is confronting Nigeria today, and because for me, I was a young lad in secondary school when President Babangida was in office. So the most important message for me today is, what lessons can I learn? While we revere with the good old days of his government, while we talk about his personal attributes, what is the lesson for us today? And the lesson for us today is that there is great similarity between what was happening in Nigeria in 1985 and when IBB took over and what is happening in Nigeria today. Of course, beyond the obvious similarity that the same person is in power, General Buhari was in power in 84 and is now in power, is the more serious issue that the state was burdened by high running costs, the more serious issue that debt was at high and unsustainable levels. So we needed to negotiate with the World Bank, the Paris and London Club before we could budget. Tension was high in the land as draconian rules and all the efforts at, stemming the tide of public opinion at that time was creating serious tension in the country. And particularly, the government was at a crossroad. We didn't know what to do to move forward. We didn't know how to move forward in 1984. So Babangida did something that I wonder how a 45-year-old, 44-year-old soldier could have fathomed. I mean, he didn't go to Princeton, he wasn't an economist, but he figured it out. First of all, he restructured the country. The restructuring that we talk about Nigeria was first done under Babangida when he singularly handed over the assets of the federal government to the private sector and allowed the private sector to participate in the economy. So he reduced the government scope and span by allowing government to get out of business and regulate business, which is what gave rise to what we call GT Bank. So looking at the debt burden, looking at the crisis of balance of payment, looking at the fact that we had no more resources, he did what was today a very revolutionary step of allowing the government to shed of his own powers. I mean, those days government could appoint all the chief executives, appoint chairman of boards of parastatals, but he willingly let go of that. He deregulated and liberalized the economy. We had a national conversation about our future as a country. So we had the Cookie Committee, which went around the country and listened to Nigerians and came up with the idea of what Nigerians wanted. He opened up the media space. I mean, I heard Dr. Chidi Ambuta talk about the Guardian of today. We went as far as the unleashing of papers like Vintage People, Prime People. It was days when Nigerians were happy. We even had the Nigerian Music Awards, which used to happen and became a regular event in the Lagos social scene. So everybody that was somebody was at the Nigerian Music Awards. So the IBB period led us to the Nigeria we know today. But more importantly to me, he renewed the idea of Nigeria. He renewed the idea that Nigerians can take control of the economy, manage that economy, and run that economy. He unlocked our potentials as a people. He gave us the possibility to begin to see that new Nigeria that began to emerge out of all his decisions. So while he made those decisions, of course, like every human being, he didn't realize the import of what he has done in being able to let Nigerians realize their potentials. It became impossible for anybody to control Nigerians. So whether it was Nigerians fighting the various regimes, the Abacha regime, the democratic process, the third term. It was that start of the Babangida regime in allowing Nigerians to take charge of their own destiny that gave us the strength we have today as a nation and the vibrant opposition, the vibrant voice that the Nigerian media and the civil society have today in Nigeria. So today, I think that what we need to do is that we need to look back at things that have worked for us and see how we can do them again. The country needs to restructure. And when I use restructure, not just the political restructuring, but I mean that the federal government, looking at their budget, looking at the inability to pay their wage bills, looking at inability to service the debt that is rising, it is time for the government to reduce the scope and the span of the federal bureaucracy. Just like Babangida handed over to the private sector, it is time for the federal government to withdraw from some of the activities of the federal government, especially those in the concurrent list, to allow those things to go back to the states. It will not weaken the federal government, it will strengthen it, because what will happen is that the federal government will have the scope and span to now intervene in the critical parts of our economy. So in education, in the health sector, in security management, there is an urgent need for the federal government to restructure, to willingly let go of those powers, to stop controlling those things that he needed at some point to control to help us in building a nation. Secondly, I think we need to renew the idea of Nigeria. At no time in the history of Nigeria, in the history that I've lived in the period I've lived in Nigeria, at no time have the question of Nigerian been so strong, have the tension between us as a people been so intense, have the hate and the disconnect between the people and the state. I have never seen it this much in Nigeria. So this is the time again, we need to renew the idea of Nigeria. We need to borrow a lead from what General Babangida did by asking Nigerians, what do you want? We do not need to convene any new conference. We've had conferences, we've spoken. We need to get people like the Cookie Commission to go out again, collect all these ideas, allow Nigerians to ventilate and be able to say, these are the minimum the government can do now to reduce the tension in the land. So we need a government that will renew the idea of Nigeria. Renewing the idea of Nigeria is so critical because two Nigerias have also emerged in the course of our activities as a nation. Today we have that Nigeria I refer to as Niger, that space where Nigerian young people are in the movie industry, in the music industry, that space where our technology companies like Flutterwave, Kobo 360, our Paystats are operating, that space where the global financial power is investing money in Nigerian companies, circumventing the Nigerian state and going straight to the Nigerian people. That Niger space is the space where Nigerians have disconnected from Nigeria and they have now migrated out to Canada and to the US. That's the first option. If they fail in that option, they stay in Nigeria physically, but they live in the global community. That space is a space where merit is driving it. That space is a space where the people are pushing despite the obstacles of the government. Nigeria as a state is becoming moribund, is becoming an obstacle to the growth of realizing our personal potentials. And I think there is need to take that space of Nigeria, which General Babangida unlocked when he started the private sector deregulations in the 1980s. That space that has become vibrant in Nigeria today. We need to take the lessons of that state and infuse it to Nigeria. What that means is that we need to find a new leadership that is like the Babangida leadership. That leadership for me is a leadership that has the vigor of youth, the idealism of the young, which General Babangida had, in understanding the advice he received from the Professor Ojetunji Ayebades of this world, Iken Nanzimiros, Sam Oyowaires, the Adele Ajinaidus, the young officers that used to clog around him. So if you look at the metrics of people around Babangida, you could see that this was youthful idealism at work. This was the energy of youth. This was the hope of a new nation. This was the ability to harness our energies as a people and drive towards a new destination. They were not held back by the prejudices of yesterday. Our leadership in Nigeria today has to be a new leadership anchored on the idealism of the young people who are looking at the space Niger and trying to infuse that spirit into Nigeria. So that transition, that reimagining of Nigeria will require to be done urgently now that our elder statesmen are around, so that we can learn from the benefits of their experience without the burden of their cynicism. We can learn from the mistakes of their past without being held hostage by their prejudices. What we need in Nigeria today is to identify the idea of Nigeria, to renew the idea of Nigeria. And I hope that President Babangida at 80 serves as a fulcrum. This dialogue, the Babangida, the IBB legacy, should continue to offer us opportunity for us to be able to bring out that new Nigeria, for us to give birth to that idea that allowed Nigeria to flourish. If you remember very well, since after the period of General Babangida, we have not had any new event that excites Nigerians. We haven't been able to do things like MAMSA, which told us, like everybody talked about, Professor Jerry Gana, if you are a chief, if you are a Baba, Bab well. If you are a driver, drive well. We haven't even had a song again that captures our imagination. Me, I love my country. I like the land and people. Everything is there for Nigeria. Make we join hands to make Nigeria better. These were the songs that evoked our feelings as a nation. This is what I grew up as a 14-year-old listening to. I believe, these are the things that today we have no more. We are breaking the ties that bind us as a nation. So if we like the land and the people, I think the time has come to learn from the experiences of the past, to look at what has worked and to reimagine the idea of Nigeria. The greatest lesson for me, listening to all these people here today, listening to the variety of opinion about the man IBB, about the governance, about the vision, listening to the professors who are thinking, I think we need to go back to that golden era when those who know lead those towards a new promised land. I wish General Babangida a happy birthday. I wish him longer life. My father is 95 this year, so I hope he will live longer than him. I wish him also to be able to lend his voice, to do what Professor Yowari has been asking him to do, to tell his own story, so that when we look back, we can say, this is how IBB saw it, and he did it his way. We may not agree with his way, but that is a way of doing things. And that, for me, remains the hope that I have, that this Nigeria, with all its challenges, will give birth to Nigeria, a land of hope, a land of opportunities, a land that we can make and be proud as a Black nation in the world. Thank you very much. If the MC can hear me, we can hear the MC. We still cannot hear the MC online. If you can hear me, we can't hear the MC.
Dr. Shidoke, okay. Thank you, Dr. Shidoke. If you can hear me, we just want to appreciate you. Thanks for
Yes, I
coming
can
on.
hear you now. Thank you very
Wish
much.
you a wonderful day ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies here present, thank you for your patience. We are trying to juggle multiple things. We wanted to get the next panel ready and, lapel them up and all that. And the gentleman that was behind the console was in the VIP room putting the lapels on them. So that was what caused the hitch. We apologize. We'll make sure that doesn't happen for smooth transition. Of course, at this moment, the next panel that we are going to be running is panel 3. And panel 3 is going to be anchored by none other person than Adara. Is Adara in the room? Adara, you can come over. You'll use the handheld mic. Once again, thank you everyone for your patience. We will continue in a moment. What we're trying to do, because it's live streaming, we cannot take any moment off the live time. We have to keep streaming and we have to keep the people at home who are using their data to watch us continuously engaged. So we really cannot take that break. So what we will do is every panelist will continue their sessions as planned, irrespective of the period for lunch. If you feel like having something, you just step out. The lunch is served all afternoon. You just step out and you help yourself 10, 15 minutes and you come back into the room. But we will continue broadcasting till the end of the day. That's the plan. And at this point, please put your hands together as I welcome to the Langton, the erudite, pretty damsel who is going to be hosting the next session. And this is Hadara Nashira. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much. Thank you. And of course, she will introduce our panelists accordingly.
Yes.
I'll get right into it so I know that our days will be fast spent. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a wonderful day to be here today. A most significant time in our history, and also one that shapes the proper narrative of the history of the great man IBB. The narrative of his greatness, how it has led the steps to where we are today. And I think that it is quite significant for us all because we're not only sharing today with him through the eyes of those that work closely with him, but also through the eyes of those who have also known him and know him quite personally. So today's event is a herald of other events that not only marks his birthday, but his time as a great leader, as a great man, and one who has led the stead and stepped into the shoes of today's Nigeria that we see. I would first be calling on my panel, my panelists, very distinguished members. Most of them I have looked up to while I was a young girl, some whom I've only met through research and seen on television and some of their scholarly articles. So for me, it's a privilege to be here today. I wasn't born when most of them were in power and in the administration, but I think for us young people, this is significant to be able to see through their eyes and understand the story through their journey. I have with me on my panel Dr. Musa Babayo, who is a Nigerian banker, businessman, politician, and elder statesman. And he, as the chairman of the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, Babayo managed the transition that led to the repeal of the 1998 Tax Act and its replacement with the TED Fund Establishment Act of July 20. Dr. Babayo, please take a seat. A round of applause for him as he walks to the panel. I would also want to bring to the panel Air Vice Marshal Larry Konya, who a lot has been said, written about. I have also read. I met him for the first time yesterday, and believe me, he is a man of many parts, very detailed, thorough, and you will hear from his own mouth and through his journey how significant today is for us as Nigerians. Air Vice Marshal Larry D. Konya attended the Stella Maris College. But most significantly, he also was enlisted in the Nigerian Air Force in 1963, and he had military, academic, and professional training in Germany, Nigeria, USA, UK, and India. And also, if you are also with the brochure, you would see that he was the member of the defunct Supreme Military Council from 1984 to 85. Head Logistics, Nigeria Air Force Headquarters, and also Armed Forces Ruling Council. Significantly, he headed the Directorate of Food, Roads, and Rural Infrastructure, DIFRI, in 1986, and was then promoted to Air Vice Marshal in 1988. Retired voluntarily from Nigerian Air Force, 1988, Niger Delta Development Commission, amongst others. Please welcome to the panel Air Vice Marshal Larry Konya. A round of applause for him, please, as he walks to the panel. I would also like to welcome to the panel a woman I like to call the lady of many firsts, Engineer Mrs. Joanna Maduka. She also is a woman passionate about women's mainstreaming in governance. And if you follow through her journey, she passed the graduate examination of the Institution of Electrical Engineers, UK, in 1966, earned an MSc degree from Trinity College, Dublin, in 1969. Please, a round of applause for a woman who was the chairperson of the Better Life for Rural Women, and also the first female fellow and President Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria. Please, a round of applause. I would also be having on my panel, he will be joining us virtually via Zoom, Dr. Kalu Idika Kalu. Dr. Kalu Idika Kalu's name rings a bell when you mention him. He was the Lord of the Economics. A Nigerian politician, served as Finance Minister of Nigeria, Minister of National Planning and Transportation Minister. He was also a presidential aspirant in 2003 in Nigeria's general election. But most importantly, he also was at the World Bank Asia and Pacific Programs Department and contributed significantly to micro and macro economic work on the economies of Japan, Korea, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. He served in various official positions in Nigeria and outside of Nigeria, including Commissioner for Finance, and planning in Imo State, amongst others. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Kalu Idika Kalu, who has already joined us virtually. You're welcome, sir. It's good to have you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And I will also be having the privilege of a man whom I call the orator of no odds, Professor Jerry Gana, a Nigerian scholar, a politician, a one-time senator, and of course, he was also the head, the frontliner, director of the Mass Mobilization for Social Justice and Economic Recovery, popularly known as MAMSA, under the IBB administration. He also further went on to serve as Minister of Agriculture, Natural Resources in the interim national government, and became the Minister of Information, Culture, Minister of Cooperation and Integration of Africa, as well as Minister of Information and National Orientation. Please welcome, welcome, with a round of applause that resonates, Professor Jerry Gana himself.
Oh my God.
Welcome.
Thank you.
It's no flattery, sir. We all know and we can resonate with that. You're welcome to the panel. It's quite significant that we're all here today. And this event resonates with a lot of people. Most importantly, I think why it is quite significant is that a lot of young people are watching and will be learning, relearning, and unlearning through this process. In the previous panel that we have listened to, we have heard the tribe and how he met and formed his tribe. We have listened to the vision, the foresight, and I know that a lot of people would also be wondering about the legacies and how that legacy has left the footprints in the sand for the Nigeria that we have today. And when you're talking about legacies, you cannot go too far without talking about the economy, the infrastructure. You're talking about the grassroots development. And you're also looking at the fact that these are the building blocks of every economy in every country. And His Excellency did it well to choose the best hands and also leverage on the experience of experts to be able to lead that administration. And those frontline steps are what we still have today in today's Nigeria. So it's an honor to have you on this panel to talk to us and to educate us, for some of us who are just coming into that awareness, and understand really what was most important in the decisions he made that has brought us to the Nigeria today. So Dr. Carlo, I would be starting with you with the economy, because I know that for a lot of people across the world who are watching us today, the Nigerian economy is something that a lot of people share, both in diaspora and here in Nigeria. But let's look at the legacies, how His Excellency's footsteps in the economy, from the programs that he did, the structural adjustment program, the policies thereof. Take us a little bit back into history. Tell us about what the economy was then and how significant it is for us to leverage on that today.
Thank you very much. Before I get on to that, let me thank Aisha and the rest of the IBB. Yes, you can hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, you can hear me loud and clear. I was going to start by thanking Aisha and the rest of the IBB legacy team for arranging this. I wouldn't want to repeat whatever has been said before, how this is so important for us to be able to look back and glean some lessons from what we have been through over the last 50 years, shall we say. The legacy of IBB, obviously, you can talk about the economy perhaps only in relation to, second only in relation to the political, I suppose, because everybody talked about the annulment of 1993 and the rest of it. I listened to an interview and he reacted very, very forthrightly to that question. But I know that on the economy, surprisingly, up to now, there are still lingering doubts as to the
essence of that program, a lot has already been mentioned in terms of opening up the economy and so on and so forth. Let me just give a little brief history. As you mentioned in your introduction, I was a member of the World Bank team that actually went to Korea. Of course, I was working on Korea a few years before that, to look at the Korean economy at the time they were facing stiff competition from their suppliers. The question was, well, what will happen to Korea if Malaysia and Philippines and Indonesia and the rest of them, who supply them with raw materials, who are now able to cut their margins to the barest minimum? You had to restructure the economy to find ways of staying in competition. It was the result of this large team that went to Korea to see how you restructure basically a labor-intensive economy into a new direction so that they can continue to grow. That was where the term structural adjustment came about. And I spent a lot of time explaining to Nigeria that it was just a name, although it became more popularized in other countries and so on. But each country's experience obviously had to be different. It had to be derived from their own peculiar conditions. There was nothing in the name that meant that your exchange rate had to go down or go up, that you had to reduce labor or add to labor. You had to now restructure your policies, taxes, tariffs, exchange rates, institutional policies, and so on and so forth. So it had to be particularly homegrown, but it had to follow a pattern of rationalization. Now, when IBB came on board, let me put it that way, and we listened to him, he said something to the effect that Nigeria needed to break this impasse with international organizations. All these discussions as to whether we were to get an IMF loan, we were to change this or change that in terms of our domestic and external policies. I prepared a paper. I was a commissioner. I see General Ibrahim Badamasi is in the audience. He was the governor. I'm not even quite sure he knew about the paper I wrote, but a lot of these programs we were pursuing at the state level in the old Imo state under General Ibrahim Badamasi. So I prepared a paper. The idea was to pass it through top member of the IBB team, specifically Commodore Ebitu Kiwe. Lo and behold, before I could even collect my paper from my secretary in Owerri, news came that I was to show up in Lagos. I couldn't go, it was too late, so I came by first flight. I got to Dodan Barracks, I saw Ebitu Kiwe, and he asked me, said, well, they wanted my views on the economy. Again, this must be noted because like many of my friends and others, people always felt that the military, they knew their limits. They were not also broadly trained like IBB was, but even at that, they didn't have this professional knowledge. So they went out of their way to make sure that they look for people who will help implement their program. That kind of singularity of purpose is something that we need to understand and appreciate. So when they asked me my views on the economy, I was talking to General Babangida. Incidentally, he was sitting there with General Maman Vatsa, who, of course, they've been seeing me at meetings of the Council of State. Each time I came in, somebody would say, well, there is that commissioner that's always arguing about what we are doing here from Owerri, you know. So I tried to explain, and I said, well, these are the whole concept of liberalization, globalization, privatization, and so on. These were the elements of the paper I had written, but it was still with my secretary in Owerri. So IBB asked me, I said, well, I wrote a paper, but I have not even collected. So you want to go and collect it? I said, no. I said, I can write it again. Right there and then they arranged for a secretary. And I stand by one side and dictated another paper that was even longer than the one I had prepared. The only point I'm making is that I know it featured, but I wasn't really privy to how it featured. But I know that that was the plank on which the whole opening up of the economy, the liberalization, opening up the employment space. And of course, you know, over the previous 25 years, we had gone from basically low-level technology agricultural production, just as we were petering out towards the end of the 50s, lo and behold, the oil production started giving us additional resources. It is this additionality of resources to make sure that whatever we needed to do, we could then fund it. That was really what underpins the notion of an IMF loan or a World Bank loan or an ADB loan. But the intellectuals, some of the intellectuals you have to have your programs in place, but in order to implement, you needed the funding. Well, typically, as you expect, IBB had all kinds of notions. They set up a team to monitor a debate, as somebody already mentioned. The debate was liberal, open, and everywhere. I will come back from some meetings, international finance meetings. I'll come to Durham Barracks and I will be asking the president, I say, what's been going on? He said, they've been attacking him left, right, and center. And I always sort of try to assure him, I say, don't worry, we are going to pull through. So you see, everything that has been said about his style, the way he was open, and everywhere, when people ask me, my colleagues at the World Bank or elsewhere, how people have this military government, I say, no, our military government is a different style. It's a different kind of, it's not the militaristic type. Because IBB was close to everybody, traditional rulers, the politicians, the university people, and so on. And I remember, Tuji Olaguju will remember, and the article said I was suggesting certain changes, liberalization of the economy, privatization, and so on, and that some of the professors and the military people and academia fell on me, and of course, this created quite a bit of consternation. So I came in there, everybody was sort of fretting, wondering who could have done this, and perhaps it was thought that I might have assisted the London economists to do this, but eventually it was resolved because people now realize that no, I couldn't have had a hand in writing this article and so on and so forth. But there is no question that the initiatives were amazing. And whatever problems we had with the structural adjustment was not because of the name. And I used to tell some of our colleagues, it is not the name that counts, as I've already said. It is actually the policy element that derives from the essential problems we were facing. As has been mentioned, oil price had dropped to $7, $8. That means that capacities that have been created, we could not fund it to full capacity for the technical capacity as well as for the employment. We had to reduce the involvement of government in flour mills, bread making, and all kinds of other projects. This is the whole essence of privatization. But for privatization, certain things were set out in terms of making sure that those who will be taking over are those who have the cash to pay back government, resources that could now apply to the social sectors and other sectors where government should squarely be dealing with education and health and so on and so forth. It should be people who understood the technology, whether it is power or refining or whatever. Thirdly, people who had competence in managing that sector. And lastly, those who could see the vision of where the newly privatized enterprises should be going. And of course, this does not say it had to be within the Nigerian boundary. You could get somebody from Hungary or from Yugoslavia or from Argentina, but make sure that we then put in place structure that will now begin to train Nigerians, not only to buy into these enterprises beyond the initial capital, but also people who can develop the skills to manage them. So some of the problems are now decisions we had to make. But what I'm trying to say is that it is a pity that from all indications, even as recently as this year, people are still not quite clear what the structural adjustment was all about. Most countries have had to undergo it. There is no specific period that is referred to as structural adjustment period. As long as the economy is changing, you have to design new rules to make sure that you keep up with the new requirements for younger labor force, for new areas like you have Nollywood, new areas of technology, and so on and so forth. This is what the structural adjustment is, a continuous process. But there was a lot of misunderstanding, not only by the masses, as I say, market women were debating this, but even on campuses, even some of our colleagues in the profession were somewhat not quite clear what this was going to be. And IBB kept, he kept on it despite all this opposition. And I think we have to really credit him with the tenacity to stay on once his vision was clear. Now, the other area, of course, is once you decentralize, you liberalize, you have to have the right institutions. Somebody already mentioned the issue of the banking sector. Of course, what we do is not to prescribe who takes what. You lay down the rules and give the incentives and the legal regulations, and now throw it open to those who can apply and work with it. So you didn't specify any particular persons or so who will be given refineries to take over or steel mills to take over. You lay down the rules, and as IBB himself pointed out in a very telling interview just a few days ago. In fact, I called Aisha. I was so excited when I listened to him that, wow, he still had the vigor to state these policies, how he preferred market-driven mechanisms. I remember giving a talk at the University of Ibadan, and they said, oh, Dr. Carlo talks about other issues other than market forces. I said, what did you expect? So I don't want to dwell on this. I don't want to repeat what has been said, but I think I really appreciate having people like Larry Konyan. I mean, these were people now on the ground trying to implement some of the agricultural, rural development projects. And of course, there's a whole list of this. I cannot go into all of this. And then the issue of debt management, the issue of economic diplomacy. General Ibrahim Badamasi is there. When he was foreign minister, a lot of this happened. And I hope Bolaji Akinyemi is also around. One doesn't have to go into all of these areas, but there is no question that the leadership style was what really endeared people to IBB. And some of us had the temerity to run for politics. I was a candidate, not an aspirant. I went beyond an aspirant to a candidate, and I ran on the platform of New Nigerian People's Party, but it was not to be. But the idea really was that you democratize the political space, you liberalize the economic space, you make sure that the context for the evolution of the currency is something within the market. That was so badly understood. And of course, if we didn't follow very closely the dictates of the market signals for saving and investment, we will go wrong. And then when we go wrong, we can't go and control the exchange rate. All this will impact on the exchange rate. So it is not the IMF or the World Bank or the professors or the ministers. Ultimately, it boils down to how the whole policy environment is managing changes in the economy, in production, in resource allocation, in the management of our debt, and so on and so forth. Lastly, what I want to talk about, of course, is the essence of restructuring. The restructuring, the most important rationale of restructuring, of course, is to decentralize power to the producing, directly productive sectors as close to the people as possible. In fact, my idea is that and I've written a lot about this, but not too many people are buying it because they say, no, we've tried everything. We should push this thing further to the local government level, where the local government can implement so many projects aside from the really major ones, where people in the local governments, irrespective of where they originally come from, relate to that local government. We will have as many as half of what we have now, with bigger powers, with the political rights given to every citizen within that local government and so on. I know eventually, if we are going to emerge as a modern federal, confederal state, that is where we are going. But we'll see how that goes. And I want to endorse all the comments that have been made. All these problems that we've had with the economy are really behind all this quest for a more confederal power structure, or perhaps division into different states. But I think for those of us who grew up under Nigeria in the 40s and 50s and 60s, who were there during the war, I was back from my graduate work to finish my dissertation when the war started. So I was here throughout the war. It was after the war I went back, finished my dissertation, and somebody came to recruit and saw my thesis and said, oh, you should be at the World Bank. That's how I ended up there. But the focus was on coming back home as quickly as possible. And that's what brought me back home. I said, I wouldn't want my children to grow up abroad. I want them to grow up in Nigeria. And before you knew it, from being a consultant with Pius Okigbo and others in Enugu, I was called to serve as Commissioner for Finance under the Buhari regime. And then within a few more months of that, another military tune, and we all ran for our dear lives. I remember I took refuge in Chief Iwanyanwo's house in Owerri, and later they called us and said, where are you going? I said, well, we don't know who is coming now. So it was after that speech that IBB made that I was very encouraged to write down all these elements of reform. And when I came and talked with them in Lagos, of course, I was told I would be the Minister of Finance. Later, they came back again talking about planning. I said, well, somebody said, no, we already got him for finance. So they went back again, and my dear friend Chu came in as National Planning Minister and so on. And of course, I went on to transport, where we started this, as you mentioned, federal urban mass transit and so on. And then coming back later with General Abacha when we worked on the value-added tax, which was now introduced in 1994. But the moving spirit behind all this was this kind of genial environment, which IBB encouraged. He went everywhere, he was liked everywhere. There was opposition, there's no question about that. Even in areas where we were succeeding, people didn't like it. When we introduced some of these measures in old Imo State, because things like where the commissioner had to be reporting every month. This is what we've got, this is how we spent it. When I came to Lagos, I said, this is what we were doing in Imo State. And some colleagues didn't quite like it. They said, you think you are in Imo State? And IBB said to the Secretary to Government, said, draw up a roster. Every minister will have to be reporting. That's how we started the ministerial briefing and so on and so forth. And the clean up days, which we have now made a little bit of a joke out of it. We started in Imo State at that time. We came to Lagos. Eventually, this is what we started this general cleaning and so on. And several of these programs, well, maybe General Ikenwachuku is there. He can speak to some of these things. But more precisely on the economy, we need to go back, as Chidoka in his excellent presentation said, we have to go back. We have to go back. I'm really convinced that it is accidental we are together as a nation with 350 ethnic nationalities. But we have to really take a hard look at it before we now begin to pull apart the way that is being asked, And I think a lot of these people really don't have the deep hindsight that some of us have. We'll give it the shot we have. The country can still pull it out. The rest of the world is still expecting so much from us, so we should not give up too quickly. So kudos to IBB. We wish him more healthy years ahead of him. He's welcome to the octogenarian. Some of us are there already, and I think we should really applaud him for his contribution. And I was so pleased to hear him talk so vigorously, and he certainly wasn't sounding like somebody in his 80s in the interview that he gave. So it's my pleasure, and thanks again to Aisha and the team that organized this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Very insightful. We'll still come back to you, Dr. Carlo. I mean, talking about institutionalizing central bank autonomy, establishment of Nexim Bank, he also established the Bureau de Change of today, and the 6334, system in the educational sector. Let me come to Dr. Musa Babayo now, before I come to rural development, which is a big space. You've heard it. You've heard what he said. He's a people person. He's oriented in bringing people along. He was very, very passionate when it came to interchanging ideas. And in today's world, I think that is one of the most important attributes of a leader, a team player, someone who's people-spirited. I know that you probably may have not been in that administration, but you have a close relationship with IBB. Now tell us how significant this is, his ability to connect and also know the personalities to choose and see the bright light in people?
Thank you very much, Adora. President Babangida, like you have rightly said, is someone that I have not met while he was in office as president of this country. An event happened, in fact, a tragic one. 20 years ago, there was an armed robbery attack in my family house. It was violent. Mercifully, no one lost his life, but many were badly bruised. 3 days after, my security guard came into my house and said there is a guest who wants to see me. So you should let them in. I was taken aback. That gentleman was the former president in company of Alhaji Ahmadu Abubakar, late ABM Mohammed Hamza. I was shocked beyond belief. I ushered them in, we sat down, and he said, "This is why I'm here. One of your friends told me what happened." And I decided to personally come and commiserate with you. That coincided with a period when I was writing a doctoral thesis on some of the major economic crises facing the nations of Africa. After he left, I decided to make a U-turn, basically to look at some of the economic reform agenda of his administration while he was president. That led me to a change of topic to economic diplomacy as a new face in Nigerian foreign policy. It's now a book, Economic Diplomacy and Nigerian Foreign Policy. In understanding basically the economic management model of Babangida administration, we shall not lose sight of where we were before he came in. So it's important to look at the historical facts of the Nigerian economic structure right from independence. We had an economy that was structured and designed to serve the needs and interests of colonial Britain and not that of the colony. That structural distortion and disarticulation were carried through up to mid-1980s. And by mid-1980s, the Nigerian economy was facing a major national crisis. A crisis of rising imports, falling prices of crude, which were the main source of funding of government activities. And by 1987, the situation was really so pathetic that the nation current account position was so small, insignificant as to finance our import for 30 days. That was the midst of the economic crisis we are in as a nation. Earlier on, the Economic Stabilization Act, otherwise known as austerity measures, was introduced by administration before that of IBB. But they failed to address some of the fundamental defects of the domestic economy. So the Lord fell on him to make a decision that had to pull the nation from a valley of despair and hopelessness where we were then, with the hope of placing it on a path of sustained growth and development. We have just listened to the Minister of Finance then. Structural adjustment program was one of the major policy initiatives of that administration, with the primary objective of deregulating completely the economic environment. We have heard so much this morning and early afternoon on some of the early impacts and achievements of that particular economic program. You had a resurgence of agriculture. I believe others who will talk on that will make a specific example. It grew by more than 4%. We had a return to exports as one of the mainstay of the Nigerian economy. Textile industries that were moribund all of a sudden came back to life. The garment and textile industry, for example, grew by about 3% within the first 2 years of SAP implementation. The synthetic fabric subsector of the textile and garment industry grew much more, by over 6%. The financial services industry witnessed a phenomenal growth from just about 20 to 22 deposit money banks. We had over 120 of them within a period of 2 years. Why? Because the sector was liberalized. There was free entry, free exit. Excessive regulation kills competition. By removal of some of those restrictions and bureaucratic bottlenecks, young and upwardly mobile Nigerians were encouraged to take a profession in banking and finance. We saw a resurgence of finance houses. We had over 600 of them within a period of 3 years. Over 400 in the public financial services subsector of the financial services industry. We had about 428 community banks. Quite a number of people have forgotten about the community banks and the role they played in helping the nation to manage some of the most difficult challenges impacting on it during that period. You had over 228 people banks that were equally licensed. So even the poverty question was approached from a structured position. The resultant effects, an increase of specialized manpower manning this critical sector of our national life. This afternoon, Osita was talking about GT Bank. You have so many other banks that today their combined revenues more than the GDPs of most states in Africa. Those things were not happening accidentally. They were a result of carefully laid out policies and actions and strategies of the man in charge of the moment. And that was President Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. I think the level of achievements that were put on the ground at a time when the total foreign reserve at the time he came into office was barely $1 billion USD, $932 million. That was what it was in 1987. The highest amount ever recorded during that period in 1991 was 4.04. We are talking of 35 billion USD today. But in spite of those major negative challenges impacting on the nation within the financial sector, a lot have been said that the regime has been able to achieve the massive infrastructural development of the country. The first dualized roads in the northern part of this country, Abuja, Kano, was done during that period. The movement to Abuja, amongst others. I don't need to go into the details because other speakers have already mentioned them for the lack of time. But suffice to say that the deregulation of the economic life of this country led for the first time to the decision by the government then to abrogate the indigenization decree of 1978. That decree, as good as it was at that point in our history, has done so much to restrict the level of foreign direct investment into the country. And immediately after the promulgation, the abrogation of the decree, what happened? You had massive investment, especially in the oil and gas sector of this country. 136 licenses OPL were issued. 85% of those licenses were taken by expatriate companies, creating massive employment opportunities within the gas and oil industry of this country. So it was up and up. The marketing board, if you will recall, in order to help ordinary farmers and Nigerians who are within the vulnerable group, the regime scrapped the marketing boards in order to cause a connection to happen between the producers of the cash crop and the final buyers. That has helped significantly in returning back the groundnut pyramids in Kano. The cocoa farmers in Ondo, the resultant effect, a positive growth in the gross domestic product of this country. These are, among others, some of the major policy economic measures that were unleashed positively on the nation during the IBB years. And like other speakers have rightly said, it's important to look at some of the achievements, some of those policy prescriptions, so we'll be able to begin to develop policy responses to some of the monumental economic challenges that are negatively impacting on the Nigerian state. When you get the economy right, it's a natural conclusion that the politics will equally be right.
Thank you so much. And you know, when you were speaking, the elimination of price control came to me as well as part of those removal as well during that era. Reduction of import duties, you know, opening up the export sector. Yes, during that administration. And it is quite very critical and very instructive to note that the rural development and grassroots development was very key during that administration. And that brings me to Vice Marshal Kunya. I mean, nobody will talk about rural development without going back to the basics, going back to the board, and also understanding what really he meant by that institution, the rural development platform. And I would want you to tell us a little more about that, the history. When people think about rural development, I know the first thing that comes to their mind is DFRI, you know, the Directorate of, you know, Rural Development and Food Directorate. Tell us a bit about that.
Well, I was taking a break because sitting right here is one of the founding members. As a matter of fact, before I met Professor Jerry Ghana, was one of the names we announced. I did a quick check. And it came out as, oh, that's one of the IBB professors. I said, who? IBB professor? IBB boys. I said, okay, let's see. But by the time things started, I just said to myself, how lucky I am that I had somebody like him. But there was also Professor Akimabo Gunje. It's so sad that he's not even in the country right now. Yesterday, I was looking forward to speaking with the young lady, and I couldn't get her number. I then got her number, and we spoke, and she gave me a brief. So I just said to myself, hold on a minute, Larry. You have to do this thing differently. When you hear the professors talking, me, I be just soldier man, military man. So permit me to situate the fray properly, because we need to understand. Now, let's go with IBB's policies. And when I use the word IBB, I mean it with a lot of respect. I'm not, okay. The 25th Silver Jubilee Anniversary broadcast, the theme was, let us work for a brighter future. Because
The thoughts of a leader would give an idea of where he wants the nation to go. The 1986 budget speech, building with energetic self-reliance. Each of these things carries some weight. There, of course, was mentioned the idea of establishing DIFRI. Then the September 25th address talked about new direction of government, in which 9 major policy objectives were enunciated. I just mentioned 3. The disciplined, united, patriotic, productive, and secure Nigerian society. If you look at each of those words, there's a lot of meaning in there. Economic stability, and then commendable industrial and commercial growth. Here's some of the things that have been mentioned here. These are some of the things that drove those things. Number 4 was the October 1985 address. Need for cooperation in nation building. So when people talk about Ibrahim Babangida knowing people all over the place, calling people by name, and he meets hundreds of people every day. They need to know the nation. The 26th October address, rededication for national survival. 6, of course, the inauguration of the free board itself, but a number of things happened in that inauguration. The chief of staff who inaugurated us came with a sound bite that I will never forget in my life, because that was part of the challenge. He said to us, come up with programs that would stand the test of time. And my God, that hit me. Then we went to see Mr. President after we've been inaugurated, just to meet him. And he kept on loading things on us. Please do not disappoint me and the nation. Professor Jerry Ghana will remember all of this. The board itself, like I said, was loaded. Professor Akima Bogunje, Professor Jerry Ghana, Professor Makanjuola of Ife. All I heard about him before was the poundo yam thing. And believe me, we were lucky that we had him when it came to the technology things. Oh, by the way, that thing needs a little bit of correction. Professor Jerry Ghana was not just a director. He was a consulting director. Not only was he just a consulting director, some of the things we talk about, he provided some of the impetus and direction and things. One of the papers he wrote, I won't forget, is mobilization through action. When he left for MAMSA, his place was not replaced on the board. Now, there was the Better Life program. I'm looking at sitting by your right side. One of those people who assisted, the indomitable, infatigable trailblazer. and what MIB did for the nation. Because if you look at our constituencies, I mean our communities, women do a lot of the work. Well, leaders are supposed to provide policy direction. You need to have institutions running with those policy decisions. So if we don't have serious-minded approach by institution to government's policy decisions, we have a problem. His style, accommodating, all-inclusive, helpful, generous. They talked about all of this. For me, the most important thing about Babangida was he was never afraid of ideas. However outrageous, outlandish, fantastic, he is not afraid. He will say, can you implement it? Go ahead and implement it. And he will give you freedom. Babangida never called one day to say, do this or do this. Once in a while, he drives to the house. The first time the children say, daddy, somebody is downstairs, wants to see you. And one day I'm like, oh, sir, what are you doing here? No. But he gives you the opportunity. And he also encourages you. Once in a while, he will call and say, how are things going? When I talk about being able to take risks, Jerry, some of you wouldn't know what happened. Towards the end of the year, usually, there is this problem that unspent revenues would have to be returned to the treasury. Now, I had a serious problem. DFRI was just, I'm talking about 1986, DFRI was just starting. The structure of DFRI, although people talk about DFRI, that was the national DFRI to which we all belonged. Each state was to have its own DFRI and local governments. We make the programs, discuss with those who would implement them. The states and the local governments and appropriate ministries were supposed to be the implementing agencies. Now, we have to make sure that they implemented the programs. And IBB gave orders that if you sit down and look at them and say, my God, I mean, are we supposed to do this? 90,000 kilometers of rural feeder roads. First was 60,000, then the following year it added another 30,000 to implement in the rural areas. Construct, reconstruct, or rehabilitate. We naturally preferred construct because construction was, there is no road, go and put a road there. Then of course he added water, he added electricity, all that. Now, because there are 3 papers or 3 books that have been published, the DFRI experiment and DFRI, there once was DFRI, volumes 1 and 2. I'm not going to really dwell so much on that. Prof, I owe you your own copies. Um, different action, his legacy, as far as Diffree is concerned, is that Diffree would continue and will continue to drive that Diffree even out of office. Now, I have always harassed people. We always talk about microeconomics. You hear the governor central bank talking about microeconomics. That's fine. What about, macroeconomics? What about microeconomics? Who is taking care of that with the intensity that it deserves? But for us in the third world country, what about development economics? Because if we are not doing the things we need to do in those two areas, we're going to have a problem. Today, there is terrorism, there is banditry, unemployment, hunger, hardship, whether we want to believe it or not. These things are reality. The truth of the matter is that people live in denial. And if people live in denial for some reason, then we won't solve some of our problems, fundamental problems. So, the rural area is where we should start. This, I don't want to use the word restructuring of our development pattern. I know some of you here also will not be afraid of ideas. The way things have been mapped out, in the near future, we would have grassroots communities having their 30-year perspective development plan. I go back to the era in which we belong, KIK and the rest of them. 30-year development perspective plan, 3-year ruling plan, and the annual budget. And I would like to see that happen. A lot of work has been done. Well, do I continue? Okay. Now, maybe a shorter way of doing that is there once was Diffree, the 7 chapters. I'll just mention some of the types of things. Oh God, excuse me. In the broadcast talked about economic reconstruction, social justice, and self-reliance. Now, these are, for me, very fundamental things because economic reconstruction is still important for us because of what the problems we are facing. The question then is, what does economic reconstruction mean to the rural areas and the rural person? What does social justice mean to them? What does self-reliance mean? I talked about Professor Makanjuola. One of the things that we did in Diffree, for which one is particularly happy about, is the technology thing. If you look at the DIFRI experiment, you see a lot of that quietly. DIFRI also came up with the performance monitoring and evaluation system. It's a three-layered thing. DIFRI had a PME DIFRI person in the States. As programs are being executed by the state DIFRIs and local government DIFRIs, this PME officer that reports to headquarters directly will be there. We made sure that no PME director was posted to his state so that he doesn't get involved with who gets what and all that. But we also made sure that he was posted to an area that is culturally his own area. Then there's the in-house inspection, where people in the various departments went out to inspect how things were being done. And then the third layer, the highest layer, is the presidential monitoring team. And the leaders of those teams were meticulously chosen. People with integrity, with standing in the community. And I do recall the first one that went to Jos, Tai Solari. And the governor called to say, sir, do you want to? I said, no, it's nothing to do with persecuting you. We want to make sure that you have done what you are supposed to do. Well, let me just go straight to chapter 1. Talked about building, because each of them gave a specific direction. Let real development and nation building begin in this country. The other one, let us together lay a solid foundation for the great Nigerian nation state of our dreams. And I still believe, in spite of all our problems in this country, that this nation is made to be great. That is our destiny. It has to be great. Even if we don't appreciate it, people of color in the world are looking forward to us to lead them. I'll give you a personal example. At some point, I was told to represent the government in some African states. In Tanzania, Julius Nyerere had gone to his home country house. And okay, it was immediately after the 83 coup.
Okay.
My job was to try and get support for African leaders. So I said, sir, this has happened in Nigeria. Please try to understand us. And he says to me, young man, your government, you military people, overthrow an elected civilian government. And you think I'll give you support? And of course, he advised me and then said, but no, let me tell you something. That whenever we don't hear the voice of Nigeria, we feel unhappy. Okay. You also remember Mandela, who came and said, look, Black Africa is looking towards you guys. So honestly, we have to do everything we are required to do to make sure we make this country. Okay, I can see you. Yes, I can stop. Yes, sorry.
For now. Well, please, a round of applause. A round of applause. It is quite significant to look at that laying down of history, especially talking about DFRI, Directorate, Food, Roads and Rural Development. And it was something that was particularly very close to His Excellency's heart, seeing that the rural spaces were open and having, leadership taken down to the grassroots. And I think that that was very significant. And to the rest of the world who are also looking and watching, that was one of the core aspects of his administration. You've been talking and, making references to Professor Jerick and I a lot here. And, when you talk about DFRI as well, he comes to mind, not just when you talk about the development, but about the orientation, getting the voice of the people, which was something that His Excellency was very particular about. Looking at his style of governance, integration of ideas, the presidential advisory, committee, which had a lot of experts, academics, civil society members, to share in the ideas and the decision making of his administration at that time. Prof, you are a man of many parts. We've watched you over the years, and little wonder now I understand why. When I'm looking at history and where you started. And for a lot of young people, that is also significant because some of us say, is he a social advocate? Is he an activist? Is he a politician? You're a man of many parts. And listening to what he has said, it is very important for us to take a history step back. The role of orientation, how that led to people's understanding of social justice, to what we have now as one of those legacies of His Excellency. So take us a bit into history. I mean, MAMSA, you talk about mass mobilization of self-development, social justice, and economic recovery, which was one of your core areas as a leader and head in that administration. Take us a bit back.
Well, thank you very much, Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Coming as I do from the home front, let me join others to really appreciate Aisha, her siblings, and all those who have so very, very graciously arranged this legacy dialogue series. Very impressive. Let me also convey to the great man celebrating his 80th birthday, congratulations. We are very, very delighted, very, very impressed that you're looking so well and healthy. May the Lord grant you many more years of joyful living. You have left a wonderful legacy. The question you asked, there are two sides to the mobilization approach. One has to do with our own understanding of development. And this is where I really appreciate President Babangida being a man of ideas. He understood what development really means. And that's why he was able to accept these ideas about mobilizing people. In one of our documents, that is to say, in Nigeria's planning development document, we defined for ourselves development, and I just permit me to quote, development as a process which man's personality is enhanced. And it is that enhanced personality, creative, organized, and disciplined, which is the moving force behind the socio-economic transformation of any society. That is to say, development does not start with goods and things. It starts with people, their reorientation, organization, discipline, direction, energy is the people. And so he brought that idea very clearly, that real development does not come from outside, does not come from money, does not come from resources. It comes from the creative ideas of the people. But unless the people are mobilized, unless they are organized, unless they are disciplined, unless they are moving in a particular direction, things don't happen. And that is why he accepted the idea, first and foremost, of our being in DFRI. I was in DFRI in charge of rural mobilization, because the rural people also have to be mobilized and organized and arranged and disciplined. And so, in addition to providing roads and water and other things to facilitate real development, the real production comes from the producers. And the producers are the rural people. And we have to respect them. We have to educate them. We have to organize them. We have to make them feel part of the process. So that emphasis is what gave me my first, with my big boss here. He was the chairman of the directorate. I was in charge of rural mobilization. And we came to understand very, very clearly that you can't go far in this process of development if you don't carry the people, because they are the real developers. They are the ones who bring about development. They bring development in being. You may have the money, you may have the, it doesn't, money is on its own, does not, it's the people who work, who produce. So with that perspective, we went around and made sure that every community in Nigeria, and he has the figures up to now, just to make sure that every community is mobilized within the context of their own production processes. But we discovered that there were two other things that they were lacking. They were lacking access to finance. Very, very serious, little money, but they don't have it. And the banks that we have are far away. And even if they do, usually they don't have the paper to be able to qualify. This is what brought in the idea of the People's Bank and community banks. I must say, my Oga here, myself, we feel very, very sad that community banks have been turned to something else. They should have left the community banks to be there. They are the People's Bank. They are the ones who are connecting. And believe me, 95% of the ordinary people were very faithful in repaying their loans. We had no problem with it. They don't run away with it. They are very honest. But then I think they've now been turned, I don't know what they call them now. They are no longer People's Bank, no community bank. They say microfinance. They've messed them up. I must confess that we salute President Babangida. He respected that connection very much. That immediately the ideas were brought, he approved them. Community Bank, Professor Magmujie was the chairman of the board, and we were all just happy if the ordinary people could access the money they need for production. And it was happening in a wonderful way. We should have strengthened that instead of creating what is now done. Now, that is the rural development aspect of the mobilization. The other aspect of mobilization, which I was now engaged in, that's why I was now taken away from DFRI to MAMSA, was that the Political Bureau report in 1986-87, they had a very, very intensive debate around the country and came out with the Political Bureau report. And the report said very clearly that if democracy is to be rooted in Nigeria, then the people, the voters, the people must be educated politically to know their rights, to know their responsibilities, to know that the power in a democracy resides with the people. It is not with the people elected, it's the people. But if they don't understand it, they will throw away this. And so we're kind of paneled as the Directorate of Social Mobilization to prepare the people for democracy. And we did very, very well. So well that we had one of the best elections so far conducted in Nigeria in 1993. Unfortunately, I'll ask my Oga, I don't know what happened. But the answers have been given for the nullification of that election. And we agree that there are all sorts of forces, kind of came into force. But we did the work of educating the people very, very seriously. So much so that when that election was nullified, the people rose. They say, what happened? So they've been prepared to have their rights, to know their ways, to know the weight of their vote. And so when they know they voted and they elected, and the election was then nullified, good gracious, there was a groundswell of protest. That is what mobilization does. Consciousness does not die. When you raise the people's consciousness, you had better do what is right and proper and appropriate, because they won't just lie down. So we want to say that within the context of the Director of Social Mobilization to do political education, mass literacy, social justice, we did our very best, including even using music. In our research, we learned that people, really get some messages through music. So we translated some of our messages into music. And myself, I went around this country with all the very, very celebrated musicians at that time.
Music is a very powerful weapon. Now we're in direct politics, we know, and some of our people are not in there, because if you're in politics, you have to learn how to use music connected with your people to send your messages to the ordinary people. Very, very powerful. So that went very, very well. And fortunately, what happened. And although we succeeded in having a very powerful, wonderful election, there was that nullification, and then all the process. The rest is now history. But for the man, President Ibrahim Babangida is a man of ideas. When he sees a good idea, he jumps on it, and he pursues it, and he follows it. He was extremely excited whenever we were reporting back to him on what we are doing in terms of preparing the nation for democracy. So I must confess that there were two sides to the mobilization, both the social justice development
Absolutely.
side and the one for preparing the people for democracy. We did our best on both. Unfortunately, social forces moved.
Okay, just still staying with you just a bit, because I need to get this out there. One of the policies that MAMSA was involved in was to reorientate Nigerians to shun waste and vanity, which was something that was particularly passionate for His Excellency, promoting economic recovery, which is what we have seen. But promoting self-reliance, eschewing corruption, dishonesty, electoral fraud. All of these were some of the issues that MAMSA was designated to look at. How significant is it for today as a legacy for us?
Very, very important in the sense that development without values is not development, really. There must be a value reorientation. And so it was very correct, very, very important, very, very decisive that in addition to preparing people for development, in addition to preparing people for democracy, we also prepare them for life with social respect and justice. And that's where values come in. Now, it takes a lot of time to cause that kind of transformation because it's a very powerful educational process. And the most effective way of doing it is really ensuring that there's leadership by example at all levels. People are always watching. They are watching those who are leading them. They are watching those who are speaking to them. And one of the most important things, therefore, for leaders to know is that your life must speak out what you say people should do because they are watching. We had a lot of problems because of that kind of discrepancy in the leadership structure in some areas where people were completely doing exactly not what we were kind of preaching. The second is the idea we brought in, which is very, very important, of doing whatever you are supposed to do for society, whatever your function is, whatever your place is. Do whatever you're doing in terms of production or service or whatever, do it with the spirit of excellence. And that succeeded very, very much. In fact, up to today, that was some 30 years ago, but people still quote what we were saying in those days in terms of helping people to take their job seriously. If you're a laborer, you labor well. If you're a teacher, you teach well. If you are a director, you direct well. And I know that at the National Theatre, when we had all the leaders, meeting this Operation Excellence meeting, and then I was taking them through all the ladders of leadership, and we reached the governors, and so they were now watching me whether I would go as far as the president, and everybody was watching. So we reached the PAM then were directors general. So if you are director general, you generally direct well. If you are this, so it now came to the president. They said, what they were wondering what I would now say. And I said, if you are the commander in chief, you chiefly command well. So the whole place exploded. Now, what we are saying there is this. Development of any nation depends on what people do. Do it excellently. Whatever you're doing for the society is very serious. Take your work seriously. Take your function seriously. Don't look down upon what you're doing. It's truly important. And it's all this participation that brings and kind of multiplies into a transformation of the society. I think that our program went very well. The one that we have serious difficulty with is the issue of corruption. the issue of corruption. And it's something that has to be on and on and on. But we started with Operation Social Justice and Operation, kind of anti-corruption program. But the issue of corruption in any society is something that you cannot avoid. You have to continue because it is like a kind of a cancer. If you don't really look at that, it kind of covers the whole place. So it has to be something that must be continuous. But at that time, both the president and all the leadership were very serious about the issue of making sure that public service is really done with such integrity, with such probity, so that we do not, as it were, give the impression as if we are cheating the people instead of serving them.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause. I think that, that just sets the precedent. When you look at infrastructure, development, creating institutions that would also man and lead in social justice, the voice of the people, the National Assembly, the Federal Secretariat, phase 1 and 2, Jokuta Steel, phase 1, the Supreme Court, the list is endless. I think one of the most important ones too was his area in the oil and gas development in Nigeria. And I come to my mom here, the woman of many firsts, like I like to call her. It's little wonder a lot of people who are here in the STEM system, girls in science and technology and oil and gas, they will be privileged to understand and understudy you today. So first, I would want to say you led in the establishment of the NLNG during his administration, also as part of the founding members, and also in the NMPC as well. As a woman in that era, for me, that is absolutely dumbfounding, because I know that back in those days, the systems and the government at that time were giving room to women to be able to express themselves, which of course, I know that you're the chairperson for the Better Life Rural Development Program. But let's look at that sector, the oil and gas sector. How significant? What was important about that era, and how did it stem to give us the oil and gas platform and foundation that we have today?
Thanks very much, Agora. Thank you. And our dear daughter, I won't say sister, and then the convener of this gathering, Aisha, she's done a lot of work to bring all of us together. And I really, really, really appreciate this gathering, this legacy discussion, because it's very important. And look at this man. He's still talking as if he was talking 40 years ago. I wish we would teach some of the people we have now. Because we have, I'm sorry, once I start talking, I don't quite understand. Now, we have a national orientation agency right now. I relate it to MAMSA of those days in your time. And every time, all we see about National Orientation Agency is television appearances. We see him and his group occasionally on TV, talking and so on and whatever. They are not doing the type of work that you people did. Yes, they are not, because I believe that where we are today, if we have a mobilization of people, that is both at the rural and even the urban levels, the country will not be where it is today. People will be more aware, people will know what their rights are and how to fight for them, both men and women. And so that is a very important point in what we are doing. And now, before I go on to Better Life Program, to start, I was not the chairperson of Better Life Program. Mrs. Mariam Babangida was the convener and the chairperson of the Better Life Program. Yes. Now my journey into oil and gas. The first chairman I worked with was Jubril Aminu. Again, is different from what is happening today. Because in those days, there was no question of ethnicity. There was no question of bringing somebody from my backyard or somebody introduced somebody. I was in my house one evening and this man called me and said, Mrs. Maduka, I said, yes, I have some job for you. Will you do it? I said, why not? Because at that time, he was Minister of Education and he had just been appointed to Petroleum. I said, yes. He said, this is one young lady who used to come and bother me in my office about women education. I said, yes. So what do you have for me? I said, okay. Will you do it? I said, whatever it is, once it's coming from you, I'll do it. And so the following morning, he called me and said, I am appointing you as the first woman on the board of NNPC, Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. I didn't know what it meant, honestly. I just said, oh, Minister, thanks very much. Okay, we'll hear more about it. Now, other people started hearing. Unfortunately, I think that weekend was the weekend of the Oka coup. And the list of new board members was published. And some of my friends called and said, oh, well, that your board appointment is over now because there's been a coup. I said, what could they say? Oka coup. I said, well, that's okay. If it's gone, it's gone. But that coup did not succeed. And our dear IBB continued. And that was how we continued. Now, the Better Life program was already launched because I'm talking about 1990. And Mariam must have been part of how I got in because I still believe a board as strong as NNPC could not be decided only by Jubril Aminu, definitely would have cleared with the top. And we started. And after some time, his own board was changed. I noticed that every time the NNPC board was changed, I would be retained. And our chairman at that time, Imo Itsweli, some of you may know him. We were going to River State on a visit, on an official visit. And coming back, Imo said, I have something for you to do. I said, are you sure? Is that right? He said, yes. I said, okay. Again, whatever you have for me to do. He said, there is a project, Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas Project, which was started in 1965 at first, and still yet is not taken off. Do you think you can do it? I said, why not? I said, I can do it. Just give me the right people. Will you allow me to choose the people to work with? He said, yes, anything you want, we'll give you. So I said, I want the best accountant. I want the best lawyer. I want the best administration. I want this. So we put a group together. And that was how we started on the Nigeria LNG project. And at that time, the people we call IOCs, the oil companies, international oil companies, were sabotaging this project. All the meetings were being held in Shell's office in London. And they will carry our people to London, give them very nice lunch and so on, and they will come back and nothing was happening. So, first of all, I moved that office to the NNPC office in London. I said, this project is going to be moved to the London NNPC office. And people didn't like it. And then the process, I'm sorry, I'm going to take quite a bit of your time. Yes. The process, which was to be used at that time, had been tried in Nigeria, had been tried in a few other places, and it was not successful. So I'm not an oil or chemical engineering person, but I had to read everything. And we visited Malaysia, where they had very successful LNG project. We visited Indonesia, where they were already on their 12th train the different units of production. And so we came back and we said, okay, we are going to do, we started all the meetings, meeting in London, meeting in Nigeria, doing that. Anyway, at the end, we were able to, and all the time, I must say, I had the support of this very good man in Northern Barracks, and I had the support of his wife, and I had the support of everybody. But everything was kept under wraps. So the board of the Nigeria LNG at that time had to be dissolved. I think it was the time of Okongu. Okongu was minister then. And they were given the alternative. Do you want to stay on this board, or do you want to? Some of them were already committed to different contractors. But I didn't care about that. And so that board was dissolved and a new board was constituted. I wasn't on the board of LNG, but I chaired the committee, the NNPC committee that brought it into fruition. And I'm very proud today. So when government is boasting that they are realizing so many $1 billion in dividend, it was the work of these very good people in NNPC who didn't trade their souls for this project. Although at the end we had to reach a compromise. Shell was to nominate the managing director all the time. And then NPC would bring in the deputy managing director, and then all the professional heads were shared out, as appropriate. So, and then it was also decided that, I think Asiodu was the Minister of Petroleum at that time. It was decided that Nigeria will be a minority shareholder. And that is why that company is still standing. If Nigeria, so we've been talking about privatization all this time. Actually, unless we decide to take government out of business, I'm not sure we are going anywhere. Nigeria is a very beautiful place, but we are going nowhere unless we allow the private sector to determine some of these issues. And we don't have to be parochial about it. We don't have to be ethnic. We just must allow this country to grow. If we don't, we are going to be worse than we are today. We are going to have more conflicts because all the young children coming behind us will also want a piece of the cake. And they are not just going to be looking at you older people, cutting away everything. So, that's Nigeria LNG as it is. Now for my favorite program, the Better Life program. I'm looking at Mrs. Omobola Lagunju there. She's the only Better Life person with me here. Where is the husband? Is he still around? Where? He's still around. I know. I saw him in the morning. You think I won't recognize you with the mask? When you are talking of IBB and his government, those are the strong hands behind IBB. Doctor, I think there were 3 of you. Oh, he's looking down. So I said Omobola should write me the list. I'm sorry, as I said when I start talking, carry on, please. When those of us, when I looked in Google to find out if there is still a Better Life program there, and what I got there was that the Better Life program team was wives of governors. It was not wives of governors, because the wives also had to form their own Better Life programs at the state levels. But the Better Life program team that was called M team, and that M is Mariam. So it was Better Life program M team. So we were the M team, and I think there were about 20 of us. At that time, Mrs. Aikumu, thank God she's still around. The wives of the chiefs of staff at that time, Dr. Simi Johnson of blessed memory, Mrs. Olakuri, Mrs. Enoiruku, my humble self, Mrs. Emily Mokwede, and Mrs. Adi Farasin. Those were presidents of the National Council of Women's Societies at different times. Rose Ode was in Ministry of Information. Zainab Bello was in the Mint. Madam Omobola Tunji Olagunju, Kolo Kingibe, Kofo Olugbesan was in Customs. Stella Omu, Grace Tiger, a lawyer. Pat Bello was in the university, and Therese Nwosu. Now, we had a very powerful unofficial member, and that was Alaja Abibatu Mogaji. You didn't remember? She used to come to some of our meetings, and she would say, Gbebo, Lolewe, the first lady will say, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So this was a very powerful group in their own right. And what the first lady did was to plan to mobilize the rural women. The Beijing Action for Women was in 1985. And following that was when, in 1987, the Better Life Program and Rural Development of Women was initiated. And I have somebody else here. We had the People's Bank. Maybe you men don't remember anymore. We had the People's Bank, which was the chief executive at that time was Mrs. Maria Shokenu. And fortunately, Mrs. Maria Shokenu's daughter, Kemi, is she anywhere? Oh dear, okay, maybe she'll come back. Kemi, Mrs. Shokenu, unfortunately died quite early. And somebody mentioned Dr. Sholani earlier on. Dr. Sholani was the chairman of People's Bank. And he was so tough. He used to tell off everybody and so on. But it was a very enjoyable time. We went into the rural areas. Most of us went right around Nigeria. We did. The rural areas, when we were starting in Lagos, the group and the first lady went to 2 offshore villages. Something, I don't quite remember the names now, but we went to those 2 offshore villages in a boat to talk to the people and assess the level of poverty. And I'm afraid to say that most of our villages are still as poor as when we went around them between 1987 and after that. We will go into a state capital. We went to Bauchi, we went to Maiduguri, we went to Sokoto, we went to Kaduna, we went to Niger, everywhere. We went everywhere. And one of the things which socially, which we were trying to remove at that time was the way women were repressed in everywhere. It's much better now, but we are still not there yet, where women cannot inherit land. Women in most parts of Igbo land, I don't know what it will be like in other places now, women cannot inherit land. I think a law was passed in one of the states not too long ago, liberalizing that about women and inheritance. Then there are widowhood practices. In Benin, if your husband happened to die, I read about that, unfortunately, only recently about one. If you lose your husband, they will say you killed him. And they will wash the body and say you must drink that water. All this we were trying to combat at that time. When I married my husband, they said one of the women, the husband just died. When I got there, I saw this woman in a hut. I said, what is this? They said the husband died and she had to stay in that hut outside of the house for 3 months before she can come in. Yes, widows could not sleep in the house when the husband dies. She must stay outside in a little hut that they built for her. And she doesn't bath in the afternoon. She must bath only at night where people will not see her or whatever. And in some of these cases, you come out when your husband dies, you come out every morning to mourn him. You shout. You shout and shout for some time before you come in. Every morning, if you lose your husband. So different types of widowhood practices. I'm afraid that was one of the ones that impressed me most. Then education. We had to try and educate the women. For financing and building them up economically, we formed them into cooperatives so that they can be each other's keeper, and then taught them how do you manage your finances. Being in a cooperative is a sort of having a surety in a bank or anywhere, because they know that if you are in a cooperative of about 50 women, you are not going to run away with the money. They kill you. So this was done in some of the communities. And so there were so many programs. We started having trade fairs. Again, unfortunately, we couldn't continue that. But I think we had a few. She's laughing. We had a few in Lagos. And the first time we brought the rural women to Lagos, we lodged them in Federal Palace Hotel. I think that was the joke of the whole thing. And we found that some of them had never used a toilet before. They had never used a bath before. Yes, and all sorts of things happened there. But we were able to bring women and their produce from the different corners and sections of the country to Lagos to exhibit at the trade fair. And slowly, it started catching on. There is one which I always remember, and my husband reminds me every time. Especially, there is an advert on TV, those of you who watch TV, of one of the local kings, that the rain catcher. Exactly. We'll be commanding. That's that time, because if it's during the rainy season, they will say, all the white cap chiefs in Lagos will say, if you do not pay them, it's going to rain. You will not enjoy this, your trade fair. You remember? Uh-huh. You will not enjoy this, your trade fair. And therefore, poor Mariam will have to pay the rain catchers before starting the trade fair. And of course, I was in charge of organizing most of the things. So I know we had to pay the rain catcher, we had to hire people who will build the tents, the different groups, yam, this, that, and so on. And so there was one year that this rain catcher, I don't know what happened. Either they didn't pay them in time or something. We were in the middle of, I think it was at the close of that particular trade fair. Oh, goodness. The rain started. The rain started. So Mrs. Babangida had to say, please, where are these rain catchers? What have you done? What have you done with them? So people went and collected Lagos white cap chiefs and rain catchers. And within about 30 minutes to an hour, this rain stopped. Whether it was because of them or in spite of them, I wouldn't know. So those are some of the interesting things. But what it created for us was it opened doors to all the difficulties in Nigeria. We are different peoples, but we must please make sure and attempt that we retain this country as a country. People have labored for this country, and people will continue to hope for the best. And so, what I was going to end with, where is our convener? Aisha. Yes, when I saw her yesterday, I said, oh, you are not as tall as your mother. You've taken your daddy's stature. But you are doing a good job looking after him. Thanks very much and congratulations, and wish him well for us. Many more years. I was 80 a few months ago, and it's a nice feeling that you can at last completely disengage. And that's what I've told all my children. So the ball is in your court. Aisha, please don't talk to him. I'm talking to her. Mr. Fegua. So the ball is in your court. Please keep the flag flying. Your daddy has done a lot. This particular program, you must continue as a legacy to him. Different topics and so on. I wish you very well. As I said, please give him my regards. And it's very nice. I feel very honored to be with all of you today. Thanks very much for listening.
Wow, please another round of applause. That was quite an insight. I mean, if we look at the population of the world today, 7 billion and counting, half of that is made up of women. And one man had the foresight, as early as far back as then, to think of a gender-sensitive agenda and had women in very sensitive positions. And even then was the creation of the Ministry of Women Affairs, amongst others, and commissions. So I think it's very instructive to say that he laid down the legacies that we are honoring today. And the Women's Center, absolutely, a lot of them. So not to keep us here any longer, this is where we draw the curtain. I want to say thank you to my wonderful, distinguished, erudite, and very assertive panelists from Dr. Musa Babayo. It was a privilege to do this with you. And I know that there has been a lot of learning for a lot of people out there. Professor Jerry Ghana, it is a privilege as always. And we have learned and relearned. And you still have the fire and the spirit. It's quite interesting. If you leave him on, he will continue and take a different dimension of this panel. Thank you so much for gracing the panel. And Vice Marshal Corder, we are privileged to have you as well. As always, you are detailed. And the woman of many first. Thank you, Mommy. I am totally honored to do this with you. We had a chat yesterday. I'm thinking about it, but thank you so much. God bless you. And for myself, it's been quite a learning for me as well. We want to say, on this note, I want to say happy birthday to His Excellency, Dr. Khalid. Thank you. I see you. And you are smiling. Thank you so much for your nuggets of wisdom as well. I didn't forget you. We want to say happy birthday to His Excellency. And on a quote by Anne Sawyer, she once said, You know, for great leadership and for a country to amass its full potential, someone must lay the path. Someone must lead the journey. And His Excellency led that journey, which we are today also encountering. Thank you so much, everyone. It's been yours truly, Adora, Onyeche, doing with this with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Celebration, Emily.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, you can quickly have a group photograph. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Kalu Idika Kalu, all the way, virtually joining us and staying all the way through. Thank you. So you can continue to stay at the back office. Please don't drop. Continue to stay at the back office and continue to watch the rest of the event. There's a surprise element for you. Please don't go away, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, while we were going through that session, we had the honor of welcoming His Excellency, the former governor of Imo State, in the person of Senator Owele Rochas Okorocha. Please put your hands together for him. You're welcome, sir. Thank you. At this point, we are going to be going to the fourth panel. And the fourth panel is none other than the one that will be looking at very, very critical elements of the legacy of the celebrant. This is panel 4, and in panel 4, we have very, very important soldiers of that administration. We have already Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, who is online with us all the way from Lagos, Nigeria. We have Ambassador George Obiozo, who is live in the house with us. We have, of course, the former Minister for Education, my uncle, Professor Tunde Adeniro, is already in the house. And of course, we will be joined online also by Senator General Ikenwachukwu retired. He would also be joining us virtually. So we will have a few people that will be in the room with us physically. Ambassador George Obiozo and Professor Tunde Adeniran will be physically in the room with us. And then, of course, we would have Professor Bolaji Akinyemi and General Ikenwachukwu joining virtually from their location. And guess who is going to moderate that panel? One of my favorite broadcasters of all time, the very beautiful Mrs. Eugenia Abu of the NTA News at 9 fame. Please put your hands together for my big sister. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Can I have the technical people? Yes, yes, you can use that one. But we need to adjust the house. Yes, we need to. Just give me a moment. Yes, there are only 2 of you, so we'll take out. Yes, we'll take out. Yes. I heard this. Camera be on me, not on screen. Camera on me.
Thank you.
Yes, it probably will be better. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Exactly. Mm-hmm. That's the beauty of live broadcast. Okay. Excellent. So let me just hand over to you. Yes.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you to the fourth panel of the IBB Legacy Dialogue. It is time for us to commemorate and celebrate the former President, General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, as he turns 80. And this particular panel is a very special one. But before we delve into what the title of the panel is, please permit me to welcome and greet the personalities that will be joining us today. I'd like to start with those that we can see who are joining us virtually before I invite those who are physically present here. Permit me to welcome the very distinguished Senator Ike Katsina Nwachukwu, a soldier and a gentleman, Nigeria's former Minister of Employment, Labor and Productivity. He was also Minister of Foreign Affairs, 1987 to 1989. And he was reappointed in 1990 and served until 1993. Chairman of the Liberty Committee of the OAU and three-term chairman of the ECOWAS States Council of Ministers. As a senator representing Abia State in the National Assembly, he was chair of several committees. The very distinguished Senator Ike Nwachukwu. It's good to see you, sir.
Thank you very much indeed for inviting me. Thank you very much for inviting me. Did you hear me?
It's time for me now to introduce Professor Bolaji Akinyemi. Professor Bolaji Akinyemi is a professor of political science. He was External Affairs Minister from 1985 to late 1987. Cerebral and erudite, he is an academic and technocrat, visiting professor at the Graduate Institute at University of Nairobi, and one-time visiting professor also at the Graduate Institute of International Studies in Geneva, lecturer at University of California, University of Lagos, and visiting fellow at the St. John's College, Cambridge in England. It's good to see you, sir.
Thank you very much, Eugenia. Thank you for the invitation.
I'd like at this point to invite the President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo, Ambassador, Professor, a man of many parts, the very respected Professor George Obiozo, former Nigerian ambassador to the United States of America, the State of Israel, Republic of Cyprus, Director General, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, and advisor to multiple presidents, and member of the Presidential Advisory Committee 2014 conference by President Goodluck Jonathan, and he was also an advisor to the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Please help me give an Abuja welcome to Professor George Obiozo. Thank you, sir. I'm very pleased to be introducing the next gentleman who has served Nigeria in various positions. The very respected Professor Tunde Adeniran is a Nigerian scholar, politician, diplomat, and former Minister of Education. He served nationally and internationally and worked at the United Nations and also served as Nigeria's ambassador to Germany. Chairman of the Directorate for Social Mobilization, MAMSA, advisor on many national committees, and member of the Political Bureau, Professor Tunde Adeniran. Can we welcome him by encouraging him to his seat, please? Thank you. I have on this panel very cerebral gentlemen whose duty today in the discourse will be to look at Nigeria's foreign policy and Pan-Africanism under the era of our celebrant. So here is the format for panel 4. I'm going to be coming to the panelists, each and every one, for the initial time of 5 minutes. And when I direct the questions at them, I would expect that they would speak for 5 minutes only. And whatever else they need to say, they can say in the remaining 3 minutes that will be allocated to them after that. 2 3-minute slots will be allocated to them after the initial 5 minutes. This is to keep the panel very engaging and for us all to be able to follow through what they are going to be talking about. According to political and foreign policy scholars, Nigeria has been guided by a high sense of responsibility and not through selfish interest. Far beyond her borders, Nigeria is Africa's most populous black country in the world. She is compelled to shoulder willingly and unwillingly the leadership of the black world. Against this background rose a man who placed premium on Nigeria's role as a power to be reckoned with. As president of Nigeria, President Babangida thrust Nigeria forward as a regional power and is credited with placing Nigeria in the forefront of African leadership with his many foreign policy thrusts. As a Pan-Africanist who believes in Pan-Africanism, ultimately, that belief showed as soon as he took position as president. And that belief is that all Africans should unite under one umbrella and should be celebrated in their unity. Former President Babangida is the architect of the Abuja Treaty, which led to the Africa Economic Summit. According to international relations scholar and historian Agohawan, writing in 2007, the nature of man compels everyone to interact and have mutual dependency. No matter who we are, we cannot survive in isolation. Therefore, we have tendencies to relate with each other locally, globally, and internationally. It is against this background that we examine Nigeria's foreign policy and Pan-Africanism under the era of a man whom we honor today as he turns 80. Permit me to start immediately in this conversation and intervention by going straight away to speak to the first person I'll be addressing will be the respected Professor Bolaji Akinyemi. Let me begin with you, sir. In President Babangida's foreign policy team, he leveraged on the men and women in the ivory towers. How would you describe the impact of this decision in his foreign policy direction?
Thank you very much for that question. Obviously, as someone said in a previous panel, men of ideas tend to create and enforce a vision that is already present not only in their thinking, but also in the thinking of whoever made the appointment. I mean, obviously, a president may not know you personally, but if he's conversant with your ideas and he thinks he can live with your ideas and your ideas are in sync with what he himself has in mind, it makes the appointment all that easy. I was at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs for 8 years. And during that time, I was aware of the presence of, he was first of all Lieutenant Colonel, then full Colonel, then Brigadier. He always attended our public lectures. And even though I tried to get him to come and sit at the high table, he would simply go and sit at the back. He would drive himself to the venue. And this he did for the 8 years I was at the Institute. So obviously he was aware of what we were thinking about at the Institute. He was in sync with that. And therefore, when he then got into the seat of power, I suppose it was easy for him to then call upon me to come and help him direct the affairs of the Ministry of External Affairs. But let me quickly tell a little funny story. When my appointment was made, we had the British foreign minister already visiting Nigeria. Larry Cornwall was the acting foreign minister at that time, and he had invited me to the dinner in honor of the British foreign minister. I wasn't the foreign minister at that time. The appointment has not been made, so I accepted to attend to the dinner. And then the announcement came that I was going to be the minister. And the question then was, should I attend to the dinner or not? I consulted with those I needed to talk to, and they agreed with me that I shouldn't, because I would have created an embarrassing situation for Larry Cornwall, who was the acting foreign minister. So I didn't go to the dinner, but I met the British foreign minister privately in the house of the permanent secretary, and I knew at that time what was expected of me.
Great relationship with members of the academia. We all know by looking at the team he put together. And in conversation with our celebrant at some point or the other, he did say that most of the persons that he brought in were, some of them, those he knew their quality already and who were his friends because he had met them at places of interest, like you had rightly observed. And some of them were people he didn't know. Their credibility just brought them to the fore. Would like to thank Professor Akinyemi for illuminating that area of thought for us. And I'd like at this point to go to the respected Professor George Obiozo. You were diplomat and academic. You have served as a diplomat across many countries in the world for Nigeria. You are also former Director General of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. Excuse me. Tell us what in his personality, what his type of person did for engaging foreign leaders and how this led to real international and regional relations and how Nigeria benefited.
First of all, I want to congratulate President Babangida on his 80th anniversary of his birthday. I want to actually most sincerely congratulate Her Excellency Aisha Babangida, a great daughter. You have done a great honor by getting these distinguished audience together to celebrate your wonderful father. In fact, under Babangida, the first thing you know is that president or head of state of any country is the chief diplomat. Is the country's chief diplomat. What makes a country great is the trinity of assessment of a country's military strategic position in the world. How far can you reach in defending yourself and your relatives and friends across the globe? The other is military diplomatic. Who are your friends in the world? Which countries in the world will catch cold when you cough? And the third is strong economic base and domestic political stability to push your idea in a world of competitive and controversial issues of national security, national prosperity, peace, honor, and prestige. The man, IBB, the first and most important thing about him is the inspiring style of leadership with this man. When you see IBB, you'll not be told that he's a leader. The inspiring confidence, in fact, in him, will enable you to assess him automatically as a committed leader
what can one say about President IBB? A man of great versatility, intellect, charisma, and great achievements. A leader who restored the confidence of citizens in a precarious country struggling to hold itself. President Babangida used his charisma of emotional intelligence to reattach Nigerians to the cause of nation building. The sheer force and energy of his captivating leadership qualities also caught the attention of the international community. Indeed, there's always a linkage between your own country, the perception of your country, and the way the world will look at you. In fact, as a nationalist with inclusive attitude and approach to governance, he did not tolerate tribalism, ethnic or sectional sentiments. He had friends across the country, and I will say, in ancient times, to know how powerful you are or how popular you are, you must have friends in anywhere you are going, on the road where you are going. If it becomes dark, do you have a place to stay until the morning so you can continue your journey? It meant then either you have in-laws on that road, or you have a friend. For IBB, he had friends every part of Nigeria. Anywhere he reached in the night, he can go to any friend that's there. He was a great man. Indeed, a great idea of what Nigeria and Nigeria stood for at the end of the Civil War. No victor, no conflict. For him, it was not a mere word. He was historically conscious of the fact that Nigeria, a country born in optimism, living generally in uncertainty, and seemingly a tragedy waiting to happen, needed leadership, and he provided it.
May I stop you there, Prof, for a second? I'll come back to you for us to expand on those conversations.
Wonderful.
But at this point, I would like to go very quickly to former Foreign Affairs Minister, distinguished Senator Ike Nwachukwu. I'd like to find out from you, sir, what was it that decided, that engagement that Nigeria decided to get involved in across the West African sub-region? As a consultant to ECOWAS at some point, I visited Sierra Leone, and we traveled in an ECOMOG vehicle. And at some, some of the persons by the roadside who were waving and cheering unnerved me a little bit. And I began to think, why are they greeting us like this? Until the ambassador said to me, anywhere ECOMOG goes, ECOMOG was able to rescue these countries. And we know that this engagement happened under the belt of our celebrant today. I'd like, therefore, to ask distinguished Senator Ike Nwachukwu to talk us through that ECOMOG engagement and what it meant for Nigeria's foreign policy.
Well, thank you very much indeed. I want to commend Aisha Babangida and her siblings for honoring their father and our friend in the manner that it was done now. The man IBB, we came on a long ways back as young officers, teaching at the Nigerian Defense Academy. He, a company officer, and I as the adjutant of the academy. We learned a great deal about militarism whilst there, and we discussed and defined what Nigeria should be, what we can all do to salvage her and to prop her and to put her at the pedestal where she ought to be in African and world affairs. But so when the crisis in Liberia and Sierra Leone came on, and IBB was president of Nigeria, he made bold to commit to finding a solution to that problem. Of course, he got the president of Ghana, J.J. Rawlings, Iyadema of Togo, the president of Gambia, Jawara, and later on, Ahufa Buenya, to join in salvaging that country. He understood quite clearly, like we all did, that any major destabilization in Liberia and Sierra Leone will snowball into other parts of the country. And he also understood clearly that no other regional power would wish to come to our own part to salvage us, except we did ourselves. So he was in the forefront of ensuring that that happened. He then got ECOMOG going and assigned late Lieutenant General Dogon Yaro as force commander, having taken over from General Queen of Ghana when things were going properly there. And Dogon Yaro showed tremendous leadership. At that point, I've been appointed foreign minister, so I worked so closely with him in ensuring that the vision of Babangida to bring peace to our sub-region and to give honor to Nigeria and the black race, that we could deal with our own problems ourselves, we jointly pushed and in the end brought peace and sanity back to Liberia and back to Sierra Leone. It cost the country a lot of money and lives of our troops, but it was something that ought to have been done and was done properly well. And there's no how you can write the history of the crisis in Sierra Leone and in Liberia without giving General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida a thumbs up for great leadership, for courage, for understanding the politics of international relations, and for understanding so clearly that it's Nigeria and Nigeria alone, of course with support of others, that can salvage the image, the integrity of the black man anywhere in the world. And of course, from Liberia, he also ventured into other areas, Angola, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Zimbabwe, and all of this. Now, I don't know how much more time I've got, but it is interesting to note that Ibrahim Babangida wasn't afraid of ideas. It's been said before. He's prepared, he has the intellectual strength not to be afraid of other intellectuals around him. He was happiest when you could debate with him. And if you had a much better point than he has, he would tell you to go ahead and implement as you deem fit. But with one, that if it went well, he would take the credit, but if it didn't, he's prepared to relieve you. But he'll pray that that shouldn't be so. So that was Babangida, a man of tremendous understanding of world affairs, a man of tremendous understanding of what the black race should stand for, a man of great understanding of why Nigerian unity should be kept, a man who will not care about where you come from. All he would care about is who you are, what you can contribute to building a nation and a society. Thank you.
As a man who understood world affairs, And I'd like to return to you, distinguished Senator, sir. I'd like to find out from you in just 2 or 3 sentences to wrap up that conversation and that intervention you had. What would have been if ECOMOG did not exist for the West African sub-region and particularly for Nigeria? In just 2 sentences, could you just look back and say, had ECOMOG not taken place within the foreign policy ideas of President Babangida, what could have been? You are also a general, so perhaps you might want to be able to illuminate us on that.
Had Babangida not led the establishment of ECOMOG, the West African sub-region will be in total disarray today. What is happening here in our country would be a child's play. Ibrahim Babangida, a man of vision, a man of courage, has shown it many, many times. On the battlefield, stopping coups, stepping out to be counted when it's important, helped to ensure that West African sub-region remains safe. Today there's trade, there's development, there's peace, there's understanding, and the West African sub-region cannot be set aside anymore.
Professor Tunde Adeniro. Nigeria is considered a medium power, and this position is enough to alienate our African brothers because already they have been dumbed down by imperialism, colonialism, and neocolonialism. It would be nice to hear you give us an insight into the foreign policy thrust that the former president used to bring his brothers into the fold and prevent that alienation thought that runs through the minds of smaller countries when they envision Nigeria and the power in which is vested in Nigeria as Africa's most populous nation.
One of the things that one could get out of his initial statements when he took over was the fact that he was bothered, very worried about the fact that there are some policy inconsistencies. They could no longer trust us, particularly our brothers, our neighbors, and he felt that something really had to be done about it. He did not just bump on them with the policies, foreign policies of Nigeria. He started by reassuring them that indeed we are their brothers. At that time, if we could go back, we will recall that the borders were closed between us and our other, neighbors. There was embargo. And of course, the regime that was before him was sending away Africans from Nigeria. And he took over against that background, and he realized what had to be done. He took Africa as one, and of course, those in the West African sub-region as members of the same family, sort of. So by reassuring them, by taking certain steps to guarantee their security economically, bringing them to appreciate the fact that Nigeria can be trusted. Some of the policies that he now initiated became easy to be implemented. One, we could recall that in 1986-87, he was chairman of ECOWAS. And during that period, he treated them the way they should be treated, as members of the same community. Moving on from there, 1991, then he became the OAU chairman. Of course, it was an extension of what he was doing before. He took Africa with seriousness. It was not following what was before, because he was able to assert himself on certain things to reassure them that indeed Nigeria will be whatever Nigeria promises to be, a big brother sort of, and that Nigeria could be trusted. He stood on that, and by matching action with words, there was no way anyone could have had any wrong opinion or to disbelieve him that indeed he did not mean well for them. So he cultivated them and their trust, their confidence, and their cooperation.
He cultivated them. Indeed, that tells us the sort of foreign policy ideas that he was working with, and the fact that he assured other West African and African states of Nigeria's position in supporting them and carrying them along was one of the reasons for which that was such a robust foreign policy period in Nigeria's history. I'd like to return to you, Professor George Obiozo. I'd like to find out from you, how did our celebrant, the very respected former president, use cultural diplomacy as a tool for international relations, seeing how very rich Nigeria's culture is and seeing how much of a Pan-Africanist he was?
In fact, President Babangida era, in terms of foreign policy, made Nigeria the essential country in Africa and the country that you cannot overlook its views in Africa. In other words, as General Ibrahim said, it was inconceivable that peace in Africa can be done or concluded by any other group, including the international community, without Nigerian contribution. Nigeria took Africa since the First Republic as a priority. So Pan-Africanism was born with Nigeria and actually baptized on October 7th by the wonderful speech of Prime Minister Tafawa Balewa, who was at that time also acting as Foreign Minister of Nigeria until he died. What is important is that Nigeria being leadership position, being in leadership position in Africa, will have no meaning, whether to Africans or to the world, unless Nigeria carried them along. It is indeed that involvement, intensity of that involvement, that made African countries rely intensely on Nigerian contributions. In fact, it can be argued, but the reality is there, that without Nigerian contributions, whether West African peace or African liberation in general, particularly in South Africa, would have gone as fast or successful. We saw that in the speeches of Nelson Mandela, the gratitude of South African under him. What is important is that the Nigerian foreign policy has generally been consistent. What is the difference is the leadership style at any time. And under Babangida, things became like Babangida himself. Active, active, active. Here is a man who will carry the international community the same way he carried the Nigerians, with emotion and mission. He was a very conspicuous leader. That is extremely important. This leader had named recognition of most of the leaders of the world. And my first job with him was as a special assistant on international affairs. I remember the speeches that President Babangida made in OAU Addis Ababa, 25th anniversary of OAU in 1988. That was when Nigeria's leadership was seriously confirmed. I remember the president's speech in the UN. And that day too, Nigeria leadership in Africa was considered. What is important for us to do is to learn some lessons from this great leader, because during his time, it was the second time Nigeria was in highest peak in foreign policy and international relations. In fact, the world recognition was unbelievably enthusiastic about the future of Nigeria and the role of Nigeria when Balewa came to the world, when Nigeria was born, and Balewa was giving the maiden speech, as I mentioned, in October 7th at the UN. During that period, the world knew Nigeria and admired Nigeria. The next highlight of Nigerian foreign policy will come under IBB. And definitely the third phase was under Obasanjo. If you look at it, not just substance, but style matters in international relations. In international relations, in diplomacy, perception comes before reality. And that is very important. How a country regards your leader matters how they regard the country. If Ataturk, the creator of modern Turkey, nobody can treat your leader with his disdain unlike his country. Leadership, as I want to tell you, whether it's on domestic or foreign policy, matters a lot. And you must keep leadership going by being dynamic and doing something. Leadership is earned, not inherited. And IBB worked as a leader, and African leaders recognize him as that.
I want to thank you, Professor George Obiozo. You have spoken well. As always, you have been quite robust in your contributions. I'd like to return to Professor Bolaji Akinyemi. The good professor, sir, Nigeria's relationship with multinational and multilateral organizations suggests that during the IBB era and going forward, Nigerians were placed in very important positions across the world. Nigerians were expected to seek for positions, and Nigeria always was supported to attain those positions in multilateral organizations. In addition to which, I'd like to ask you, being a two-pronged question, to quickly give us that intervention in 3 minutes, if you can. How did we relate with the multilateral agencies and the big multilateral organizations across the world at this time?
I will simply build on what my friend Professor Obiozo has said. If your president shows an interest in foreign affairs and he was prepared to back that up with action and resources, then whatever posts you are interested in, provided they are zoned to Africa, you will get it. It is a spin-off of your leadership role, because you must first of all get the West African sub-region to endorse your candidate, then the OAU, and that's what it was called at that time, to endorse your candidate, and the United Nations will simply put a stamp of approval on your candidate. And it was successfully done throughout the period that we are talking about. That there is a little amendment I would like to make to what Professor Obiozo has said. The time of Murtala Mohammed must also be regarded as one of the activist periods of our foreign policy. So that he's talked about a three-phase. Maybe we would now say it's a four-phase period that we have of our active foreign policy posture. But we have, I just wish that President Babangida would have visited more countries in the world to back up his interest and Nigerian interests. He tended to stay at home and leave the visits to his foreign ministers, as General Ibrahim will confirm. I think his visibility, not only on the African continent, but in the world, will have been enhanced by he traveling more around the world than he actually did. But we had a successful run in terms of the foreign policy goals. The looking into the future was what he also did, because we knew by that time that the anti-apartheid struggle was going to be over, and Nigeria needed to develop a new concept of foreign policy for the future. And this was where then the concept of the concept of medium powers came in. This was also why we designed the technical aid corps scheme that will establish a Nigerian presence in low-income and medium-income countries. It was part of designing a post-apartheid foreign policy foreign policy for Nigeria, and that is still work in progress that I hope will be built upon.
Before we do our 1 minute roundups, you were chairman of MAMSA. You understood that it was important that Nigeria's position internally was in a place where other nations gaze upon it, made things more exciting in the foreign front. What would you say MAMSA did in terms of situating Nigeria across the world as a nation to be watched?
What MAMSA did at that time derived from the policy, the vision of IBB, which was, he set up, first of all, the Political Bureau. MAMSA was a product of the Political Bureau, and it came out of the ingenuity, the man, visionary, a genius indeed. They stay in the consistency. By the time the Political Bureau made that recommendation, he took out MAMSA out of it and wanted the people of Nigeria to be mobilized so as to support the developmental strides that he was intending to make happen within the domestic environment, because he could see then that the relationship between the domestic and the foreign policy has to be asserted. There is no way you can succeed externally if you do not succeed domestically. So while people were being mobilized here, he was also reaching out. What MAMSA did in summary is that looking at what the man was trying to do, not just the body language or the speeches he was making, we realized that through the briefing and the debriefing that we got, we knew where he was going, and we thought that it would be necessary for us to achieve three things. One, to ensure that Nigerians are properly mobilized. If you do not sensitize them and educate them about their rights and responsibilities and what had to be done to make sure that the country is what it should be, we will not get anywhere. The second is that the regime in power at that time, that is IBB, he had a vision and a mission. And we had to locate this within that framework. And of course, because he knew very well the para-pyramid of actors modulating the Nigerian political process, he could relate with us to also link up with some of those people and the forces that we were able to get to support that mission. And in projecting to the future, we knew what we did at that time would lead somewhere by linking up, liaising with the foreign agents and the embassies and so on. And of course, the diaspora, which has now become institutionalized, it actually took root at that time, linking up with Nigerians to appreciate that indeed they really need to serve as our ambassadors, Nigerian ambassadors. Whatever they do there will be more important in some areas where they will not even have physical representation. And we drove that to ensure that indeed we use that as part of what we are doing. And of course, we didn't travel out going around, to mobilize Nigerians there, but we use our instruments to reach them, some of what we did at that time. And finally, if I may just say this, in the totality of what we were aiming at is not just to get Nigerians mobilized to be able to play their role locally and so on, but to earn respectability for Nigeria from abroad, which would then encourage foreign investors. We also encourage those people dealing with Nigerians to know that indeed this is a country that is worthy of what we were asking for.
I thank you very much. We go finally to Senator Ikenwachuku. It's very interesting when you hear how Nigeria renewed her interest in Pan-Africanism and renewed her interest in foreign policies and the global community. Could you perhaps take us through the Abuja Treaty and why it became necessary under your belt, and which is one of the things that, was put in place by the foreign policy era of our celebrant?
Right. I would take a bit more than a minute because I want to establish certain things. First, as Babangida's Minister of Employment, Labor and Productivity, we set up the NDE, National Director of Employment, to create jobs for youths. We set up what we call the Job Creation Guarantee Loan Scheme to allow youths with the right proposals to collect money from the banks. We had put we put a lot of money in 20 banks to lend to these kids, and they did fantastic jobs with it. There was no strike action because Babangida understood the synergy between government and labor and government and employers. Now, as foreign minister, when he embarked on the structural adjustment program, we established the economic diplomacy as the way forward to ensure that our missions out there didn't only talk politics, but brought jobs, brought money to Nigeria and businesses to Nigeria. We engaged the private sector in policy formulation and policy implementation, but thereby ensuring we had more foreign direct investment in our country and businesses flowed. We allowed under complementarity for Nigerian businessmen and women to invest in companies abroad so they could backload their profits to Nigeria and to ensure that we grew our foreign reserve. Now, in Babangida's time, we had dual nationality to allow Nigerians abroad who could have gone further in whatever jobs they had abroad, but couldn't do so because they weren't nationals there. So we did that so they could also anchor with us the good things that they do abroad to help improve our economy. I'd like to also stress here that Babangida didn't travel as much as we thought he should do, but he had tremendous confidence in his foreign ministers. And those are countries that he couldn't go to. They came to Nigeria. We had Margaret Thatcher, we had Weizsäcker of Germany, we had the president of France, we had Dan Quayle, and so on. We had Mugabe, and so on. And he himself also visited those countries. In fact, Babangida is the second Nigerian military head of state or president that was guest to the Queen of England. Why? How did this happen? Because Margaret Thatcher said that Babangida was someone he could do business with. And so when she said that, the entire Western world fell for Nigeria. And she therefore invited us as guests of Her Majesty the Queen. And at the end of which the Queen knighted him and me and a few others that came with him. And with him was his darling wife, Mariam, who to me was an angel. I'll tell a story here. When Babangida came to the UN to make that fantastic speech, where we're redefining the world order, and he said the new world order will be collectively defined, collectively designed, and collectively defended. Madam Babangida was there to support him. And so the Abuja Treaty, it's all economic, and because of the trust that Africans had on us, they were happy to sign along that treaty. In the end, in our time, commerce and the foreign reserve grew. It was a pride to be a Nigerian. You wouldn't apply for a visa and you were turned down unceremoniously. No one would dare beat up a Nigerian diplomat because they knew that if you did, we had the capability and the capacity to reciprocate. And we made sure clearly, because he was a man that loved humanity, that we carried this on with us in all our missions. And I am ever so delighted that I had the opportunity to work with him for Nigeria. IBB, you've turned 80. You did the best you can for your country. Yes, mistakes were made, but those mistakes ought to be corrected by those coming after us and to build a better, a stronger, united country in which there's equity, fairness, and justice for all. There's no space in this country for those who want otherwise. And the people in our country should be mobilized, like Jerry Garner said, to know their right. So that if any leader or group of people have the audacity to dare to put the country down, the people of Nigeria should be able to resist that.
So we seem to be losing some connection out there, and I would like to thank all my erudite panelists who have spoken well. Our time is fast spent. I'd like to thank Professor Tunde Adeniro, the respected Professor George Obiozo, Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, and a distinguished Senator Ike Nwachukwu. What a panel this has been. I want to thank you so very much indeed, and would like to wish the former president a very happy 80th birthday. This has been the panel, the Nigerian Foreign Policy Agenda and Pan-Africanism, and would also like to thank Erelu Aisha Babangida, her brother Alhaji Muhammad Babangida, and their siblings who are here seated and those who are not here, and the foundation for the work that they have done to bring this forward. My name is Eugenia Abu. It has been a pleasure to serve. Good evening. Please thank them again for me. Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Now at this point, it's the end of the fourth panel. Please put your hands together for Eugenia Abu. She has done wonderfully well in this panel session. And for everyone that joined us online, Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, General Ikenwa Shuku retired. We really, really appreciate both of you. Thank you very much for joining us. And please stay backstage. Do not go away. Just stay backstage and watch the next few moments. We will be done in a couple of minutes. The truth is that now we have a surprise session and we just have to take it as it is. So please join me as I bring to the lectern the High Chief Raymond Dokwesi, who is responsible for managing this session of the surprise. So please, yes, sir. High Chief, it is a surprise. Daddy is watching back home and he doesn't know this is going to happen. So please sit down, sir, and be comfortable because you will be seeing the surprise right on the screen and reacting accordingly.
Hello, General Ibrahim. General Ibrahim.
I can see on the screen our former presidents. And we most sincerely welcome you to this August occasion of the celebration of the 80th birthday of our leading legend, icon, Ibrahim Badamasi. We welcome Yakubu Gowon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our father, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. Yes, that is our Chief Ernest Shonekan. I can see the youngest of them all, President Jonathan. I can see our Vice President.
Thank you.
Architect Namadi Sambo.
Thank you.
And obviously, I can see General Abdul Salam, who was here earlier on today.
Thank you.
So may I invite now Architect Namadi Sambo, former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Hi, Chief. It is with gratitude the millions of friends and well-wishers and my bosses deliver a few remarks leader and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, as he 80 years today. 80 years is indeed a momentous milestone in the life of a man, especially one that has made significant marks of this great nation. As we may all recall, since Nigeria's independence in 1960, IBB, as he is fondly called, remains one of the very few Nigerians that got the privilege to serve his fatherland. He did this with undisputed patriotism and sacrifice. Though he served as Nigeria's president for 8 years, his influence transcended the African continent and beyond. The legacies of General Babangida are too numerous to be mentioned in a forum like this today. Nevertheless, some of the outstanding legacies of His Excellency include laying the foundation for the development and stability of Nigeria, particularly as he came into power during an uncertain time. In those 8 years that he led this great nation, Nigeria witnessed an unprecedented infrastructural development across the country. He created additional 11 states and 136 local government areas to give the diverse people of Nigeria a sense of belonging. Nigeria witnessed rapid economic growth during his time in office as healthcare system was revolutionized with institution of primary healthcare system across the country. There was relative peace and stability that attracted international investors into Nigeria. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, let me use this opportunity to once again condole with His Excellency and the entire family over the loss of our former First Lady and our mother, Badamasi Babangida, whose contributions to the success of IBB administration cannot be measured. Our pet project, Better Life for Rural Women, remains one of the most strategic and effective programs ever conceived to address the ordeals of rural women. Hitherto, neglected women in our country were empowered, inspired, and given a sense of purpose. May Allah forgive her shortcomings and grant her Al-Jannah Firdaus. Amen. Your Excellency, Your Excellency, as you celebrate this milestone, we pray that Almighty Allah will continue to protect and guide you, granting you many more years of happiness, good health, and success. We look forward to celebrating many more joyful years with you, our leader, our elder, and our father. On behalf of myself, my family, and my associates, I congratulate Your Excellency on this historic occasion. Happy 80th birthday, the youngest octogenarian that I know. Congratulations, Islam. Thank you.
So, Chief Ernest Shonekon.
Yes. Can I go on? Hello. General, this is celebration. Which is celebrating your 80th birthday. Let me please join you in thanking God also been, it's been a long journey, but thank God that we almost arrived at the destination. Because you cannot live another 80 years. I'm particularly happy with the achievement of it. And I don't want to put it there. Because it's a clear rule. There's only leader in the country. So the only thing we can give you, there's no pressure in giving that satisfaction. Yep. One thing by God. God that bless you as you don't do with the family, which seems to be very devoted to you. And wish them very enjoyable day. God, Almighty God, continue to bless us and bless our country as well. With and happy time. We know why I couldn't phone on that very day. Nevertheless, the Lord continue to guide them. Thank you.
Chief Ernest Shonekon.
Please.
It is my honor and pleasure to now invite General Abdusalam Abubakar to graciously give us his goodwill message. Is somebody there? Okay. Goodwill message from General Abdusalam.
Your Excellency, I hope you can hear me. I was off the line for some time now. Chief, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you properly.
Right. Okay, let me wish my brother, my friend, my commander-in-chief, my head boy, my prefect, all the best as he celebrates his 80th birthday. I wish you continued good health, Allah's guidance, and all the best. Many happier returns. I really am happy to be associated with you. 79 years we have been together, and I hope we'll have many more years to live together in good health. Congratulations and many happier returns. Thank you.
Your Excellency, shall we quickly have now the youngest of them, President Goodluck Jonathan.
Hi, Chief. Thank you so much. Good evening to all the participants, Your Excellencies, those who are listening for this program. It's been a pleasure for me and quite interesting to be listening to different comments and testimonies from people since morning about the life, the times, and the legacies of President Babangida. President Babangida is celebrating his 80th birthday on Tuesday, 17th of August. And so many people are making comments Clearly, President Babangida has lived a very eventful life as a decorated military officer. He is a patriot and a political leader. In his military career, he was a key factor in uniting this country. He fought the Civil War. He sustained injuries, and injury during wartime depends on the part of the body that you received the bullet. He could have died in the process. From there, he became the head of state. So you see clearly that he has paid his dues in terms of the unity of this country, bringing this country together. As a military head president, one thing about Babangida is that he recruited some of our best brains as members of his cabinet. And I've been listening to some of them, some of their comments. And we know that as at that time, even now, Babangida's team were among the best. And they did very well. He was also known as somebody who was detribalized. And we'll give credit to him. And that's why up to date, he has friends across the entire length and breadth of Nigeria. He did very well. His ministers have already spoken, so I wouldn't want to bore you. In terms of the economy, in terms of our foreign relations, and internal security, he did very well. And Babangida is a good and solid political leader. He left office about 28 years ago as a president. But if today, anybody who is aspiring to hold a very high office, political office in this country, will go to Mina Hilltop. Somebody who left office 28 years ago as the military president, it shows his level of sagacity, the way he has friends, his willingness to help, his willingness to carry people along. And he's still one of our leaders today that the traffic to his house is quite tense. I visited Babangida several times from the time I was interested in becoming a president, when I was serving as a president, and even after leaving office. And I can attest to the fact that he's loved and liked by people. This doesn't happen by accident. It's because of his nature, his human relationship, and how he sees the country, the whole country, as his own constituency. Today is a special day. Myself, my wife, and my family, we wish President Babangida and his family, his friends, and well-wishers, and his fans, a glorious 80th birthday celebration. We want you to live more so that you continue to mentor the young ones. We believe that God will continue to give you more life and the vigor and energy to continue to impact positively on our society. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, GJ. God bless you. Now, I'm not sure that I can see President Olusegun Obasanjo clearly. Yes. Okay. Okay. Good evening, sir. General Yakubu Gowon. We are very pleased to have you on this very auspicious occasion. You are most welcome, sir. May I invite you, sir, to kindly give us your goodwill message for our enigma, President Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida.
Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellencies, my colleagues, all that are here, at this, get together to wish President Ibrahim Babangida a happy 80th birthday. I'm delighted that his able daughter, Aisha, was able to organize this seminar in order to celebrate her father's birthday, 80th birthday. And she organized this session to deal with various aspects of Babangida's activities and life. And I think we've all heard the various statements that have been made by various people, at this session. And the last one, of course, by, President. Hello, sorry. By President.
Good luck, Jonathan.
Yes, sorry. I think. Okay. Now, mine is to say that I knew Babangida from way back to 1974, 73, 74, when I visited the Bida Secondary School to talk to the Form 6 boys at that school to try to encourage them to join the army. And as I understand, he was head boy at that time, and about 10 of them from that school later on joined the army. After that visit, and of course he did exceptionally well at his various training programs. And of course, he then, when he became an officer, he served very loyally. He served, with greater, passion, and did very well during the Civil War, leading his men into the fight in order to keep Nigeria one. And I remembered a lot of times when my younger brother returned from the front line, he will tell me of their commander, Ibrahim Babangida, a very courageous soldier, a great leader. He led in the front, and he did exceptionally well. I was so impressed by this particular young officer that my younger brother, late younger brother, Captain Isaiah Gowan, told me about. And, I thought that young man certainly should be my ADC. But of course, events after that, made it impossible for him to be my ADC. It seemed as though it was an omen for him, an omen of things, to come, that he will not only be, a general, but also a commander-in-chief and head of state, of Nigeria, virtually taking over my previous, post. Now, that is Father Ibrahim Babangida that I remember. And of course, we've heard how well he's done in various areas of life, in politics, as a president, in foreign affairs. We've had the glowing report by those who acted either as foreign ministers or ambassadors during his reign. He did exceptionally well, and in politics, of course, he did so well that I think in the end he was called a Maradona of Nigerian politics at that time. Certainly, I'm glad that in fact it was Maradona that was named, that he was not named Messi. Otherwise, it would have been a terrible accolade. And So he did exceptionally well. And I know that his option A4, he drafted me, in that, in that particular program, for the NRC. And of course, I know I did not make it, beyond, the preliminaries, of the election. And so, one can say that Ibrahim had done exceptionally well throughout his life. And as president, he certainly gave the country, quite a lot of, good, ideas to make, for Nigeria to make progress, for Nigeria to continue the oneness that is required of it. So I would like to say, really, Ibrahim Babangida, we're all very proud of you. You've done very well in your life, and you've succeeded in being certainly somebody that should be remembered, that that should be, that something should be created in memory, of him, of you. So I would like, to end by saying my congratulations on your 80th birthday. I welcome you to the club of the 80s, of those of the 80s, and to wish you many, many happy returns. My wife, Victoria, I wish you especially a special, good wishes for your 80th birthday. And the family join, in also wishing you a happy, birthday. Many returns, many happy returns. I would like, honestly, to say, as the oldest of the senior of the 80s of this particular group, I think I would like us, to all sing a happy birthday to General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. So can we all, after the count of the three, start to sing happy birthday to General Ibrahim Babangida? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear General. Happy birthday to you. Hip, hip, hip.
Hooray.
Hip, hip, hip.
Hooray.
Hip, hip, hip. 80 times. Hooray. Thank you.
General Gawan, how are you, sir? Nice to see you.
Thank you very much, General.
How is the weather over there?
Well, you know the English weather, what it is. Warm today, cold tomorrow, smooth the next day. But however, it is reasonable.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself and come back safely.
Don't you worry, we'll be back as soon as possible.
Good, good.
Thank you.
Sir Shoneka, how are you, sir?
Just jump in. Let them go.
The Maradona himself. How are you, sir?
Fine, thank you.
Happy return.
Thank you.
It's a pity you will not be able to climb and bring mangoes down as you used to do. Well done.
Thank you. The chairman of the occasion, High Chief Raymond Douglas, my senior colleague, General Jack Gowan, my colleagues, Ebele Jonathan, President, Ernest Shonekon, Head of State, my younger brother, General Abubakar, the President of the Senate, my good friend and brother, David Mark, my very good colleagues that we serve this country together. I want to pay my special gratitude to all of you who have time to come to attend this. Before, my job is easy, it's a vote of thanks. But I will probably tell you two stories because a lot of you said some stories. The first one has to do with General Gowan himself. In 1959, it was, I'm talking of about 72 years. He visited our school and he had a teacher. His teacher was also my teacher, somebody called Onimole. And he was recruiting the younger generation to go into the Nigerian army. So Mr. Onimole introduced him. He said, boys, this is Yakubu Gawan. He was my student. And he was a good student. He does his homework, and when he does it well. Yakubu Gawan, as usual, very smartly dressed, and every one of us wanted to be like Jack Gawan. So, my dear sir, you have been very inspirational to me as a person. That's story number one. Story number two, during the war, I got hit and I was in the hospital, Lagos University Teaching Hospital, being taken care of by one Professor Elebute, a very good man, a very profound professor of not medicine, he was a specialist. He's a surgeon, he was a surgeon. At that period, General Gawan was getting married, I believe, to my good sister. And in the hospital bed, I was saying I want to get married just like General Gawan did. And by God, followed the system meticulously, and this is what I was looking forward to. When I got out of the hospital, the first thing I did was to start thinking of getting married. Again, my inspiration was General. I want to thank you, sir, because I made a good choice. And then the other story I wanted you in this public, in this gathering to share with me. My friend David Mack, two events happened during the course of our service in the country. Somebody, typical Nigerian 419, called David Mack. And the first thing, he addressed David as David. Suddenly, David decided that this man must be 419. He couldn't have been Babangida. Because I always call David Oga David. So he abandoned, he just dropped the telephone. Later he told me the story. I said, I'm glad you know this. But one of the most important things he did to me, he came to my house during after some 28 years ago when I left office. He said to me, I said, yes, Oga David. He said, I have come to give you one advice. So I was listening to Oga David. Oga David said, you have no regret, you shouldn't have any regrets for serving this country. You have served this country very well. He was worried about the media frenzy about this man called Babangida. What he told me then was very instructive. He said, your children are growing. They were just becoming elderly in secondary school and in the universities. He said, whatever they read about you, you should convince them that you have served this country, you have done the best for your country, and they should do the same. They should emulate you. They shouldn't be afraid whether they abused you publicly or whatever. Tell them that you have served this country and you served this country diligently, and you want them to do the same. I was very, very touched by what David Mark told me, and I took his advice very, very seriously. Anytime they read anything wrong about me, they come to me to talk to me. So and so said this. Is it true? I will tell them no, it's not true. And as much as possible, I was able to tell them the true picture, the true story. So, Oga David, thank you very much for the advice, because that has helped me in my life and with my relationship with my children. Once more, thank you very much indeed. I want to convey my gratitude to all of you who have found time to be here today, and to thank you immensely. I took time, even though not very well, but I listened to each and every session. And what kept on coming to my mind when you were talking was that I made the right choice of patriots whom I believe with whom we could work together for the sake of this country. You have all worked for this country, and you have worked very well. And this country has every reason to be very proud of each and every one of you. We found ourselves serving a country for the benefit of future generations, and you did well, very, very well. I want to publicly acknowledge the role that each and every one of you played during the course of our administration. I can't thank you enough. I say thank you very much. And for my older colleague, General Gawan, please convey my best wishes to your very dear wife. She has been inspirational to my wife. My wife has always talked very well about her. So convey our best wishes to her also. Once more, thank you very much.
Okay.
Your Excellencies, the birthday young man at 80, we all here join in congratulating you once again. I understand that President Olusegun Obasanjo has now come in. It's on audio. Okay. Hello? The audio is not coming in. I understand. The video is not coming in.
Yes,
And
sorry.
we
Good.
only have the audio. I must apologize to your excellencies and all the viewers at home. Unfortunately, we are not able to have a connection with President Olusegun Obasanjo, but I'm sure he will formally send his greetings and regards to that effect. Are we closing now? Huh? Your Excellencies, I'm to inform you that the event is not yet over. We are just closing just this session now, and we very much plead that you still stand on and watch the final session, which will start almost immediately. Thank you very much for your patience, and thank you for goodwill messages for our icon. God bless you.
Thank you.
Please put your hands together for High Chief Raymond Dokwesti. Thank you so much for anchoring excellently the surprise session, and I'm sure Daddy is excited. Thank you, daddies and mommy. Daddies, in fact, all daddies in the house. And of course, the mommy's here. Thank you, everyone. We're going to go quickly to the last segment of this program. We are in the celebration mode now. And I'm going to quickly ask the people from the Ivory Towers to come forward quickly. We have professors from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and the University of the old University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University. Can you guys please come forward? I want both together. UNN also, please come. Yes, please come straight here. Thank you. You have the floor. 3 minutes, please.
Right now.
Yes, please. Sorry.
Good day, all. It's a pleasure being here today. Thank the organizers. I thank the children of our dear former President Ibrahim Babangida for anchoring this. It's a pleasure on behalf of the Department of History, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, my Vice Chancellor, the students of the university. We congratulate His Excellency Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida on his 80th birthday. It's not easy. And by so doing, the department has decided to undertake a book project on Ibrahim Babangida, a living legend, examining his deeds, his visions, and his deeds. By so doing, we divided the book project into four parts. Into 4 parts and 21 chapters. The first part is on, we have a prefatory note, Ibrahim Babangida, the living legend, as a chapter. Chapter 2 will be Nigeria before IBB's presidency, because it's imperative you have to understand the situation before being in a position to take a critical look or pass judgment on how he addressed the nation. Then 3 will be on military and nation building in Nigeria, which we all know is imperative now. Chapter 4 will be IBB's maiden address of August 1985, so that we now set the yardstick for measuring his regime. Then the second part is on his policies and instruments of policy implementation, where we will examine in chapter 5 the political bureau of 1986. Chapter 6, the First Lady enthronement. And we are saying that the First Lady appears now to be a 50th state of the realm. Chapter 7, the spectre of religious fundamentalism in Nigeria. The third part will focus on his economic reforms, policies, and instruments. Chapter 8 there will open up on the hinterland. And so it goes down to part 6, where we tagged the postscript. Chapter 21, we said a big shoe, balance sheet, and horoscope of his regime. And we thank him also for his endowment to my department, the Department of History. Endowed on the students, endowment to the students, the best graduating student, the best, second best, the third best. And some of us, the teachers, are asking, what about those who taught the first and the second and the third? What happens to us? Thank you and happy birthday to our dear former president. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you. University of Ife, Obafemi Awolowo University.
Well, thank you. I want to use this opportunity to thank the organizers of the program for inviting us from the University of Ife. On behalf of the university and my department, Department of Political Science, we want to wish our former president, His Excellency Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, happy birthday. As part of the acknowledgement of his legacies and what he has done, the department is planning, in concert with the family of the celebrant, to host annual lectures in honor of IBB. Want to use the opportunity, to thank the organizer and to wish the celebrants many more happy returns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for them again. Thank you. The ivory towers have said it all. Now, finally, we have to invite some of the grandchildren of the celebrant to just come and, can I have Aisha Sambo and Fatim Mohammed just come together? Please put your hands together for them. Thank you.
Right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening to all the former heads of states. It's an honor here again to be given this spoken word. Before I start, I would like to give credit where credit is due. I had some help with this last piece by a very talented poet. Her name is Ruth Mahogany, and the title of this poem is The Sweater. This project that is Nigeria is far from done. We've come a long way from where we used to be, though it may seem like we are nowhere close to where we should be. Truth be told, that this building is yet to reach its finished state. I have proof that only one man cannot make the military troop, that no one crochets a sweater with just one loop, nor is a dance made of just one move. I know they say, many hands spoil the soup, but not a buffet, for that is made of a good team of great cooks. Several layers of blocks play their parts to create a whole, and today let us shout out to the man who went beyond building blocks and growing crops. We cheer the man who drilled the rock to start a city on a hill, with substantial efforts to outlive him, a man who has laid his block, a mason and founding father that has proven to be a true Nigerian son. And if this was a choir, Ibrahim Babangida has sung his part. He has taken up his arms and joined troops to march. He weaved the sweater's arm during a cold storm and as a country, Nigeria. We must keep weaving the cloth, keep singing the song and marching along. Right now, I speak for my age group, as today is International Youth Day. And I know that too many questions plague the minds of Nigerian youth. like we would love to dance but unsure what tune the future would play. The country we have now is like an unfinished sweater. And the tailors, you and I, have to keep sewing all year round until we have made a sweater so grand that it would be the envy of the ball. Here is a call for action. Do not passively stand and watch. This is a call to march and sing along. A call to take up this cloth and weave. A call to play our part no matter how little. A call to lead with honesty and integrity. Here's to teaching our daughters and sons, not just to build roads, but to build stronger ones. Not to squander up because hunger warns. And here is a word to remind myself and every Nigerian citizen that this place is our heritage. It is what we make of it. It is the dream we all envision. And so each one of us must play our role, for it is in different parts that make the whole. You must finish, you and I must first depict the character that we want our country to be identified with. Wherever you are, whatever you do, wherever I am, whatever I do, we are, you are, and I am Nigerian. Happy birthday, Baba IBB. You make me so proud to be a Nigerian. You drive us all to be patriotic, and for that, may your legacy continue to stand the test of time. May we all make it home safe before 9:30. The clock may be ticking, but time stood still for you to make it to the 8th floor, and I can't wait to see what more life has in store. For you, for me, for all of us, for the sweater. Thank you.
Good evening, my parents and grandparents. I'm honored to stand here today in front of all of you to celebrate and honor Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, my grandfather, and all he has done for our family and for this country. You inspire us in many ways as you rose through the ranks of the Nigerian army from fighting in the Nigerian Civil War to advancing to full rank as a general and to becoming president of Nigeria. From all the stories I've heard today, you have lived quite an adventurous life, and I hope to one day find adventure, friendship, and happiness as you did. As we join you today to celebrate this great milestone in your life, may Allah keep you strong, healthy, and happy, and may you have many more years to come. We not only celebrate you today, but we also honor all your immense achievements from over the years. Finally, I hope you enjoyed this dialogue, and thank you all for being here today and for everything that you have done for us and for this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, can you put your hands together for her again? Let me now invite Mr. Kazim Afebwa for the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MC Soji. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me, on behalf of the family of His Excellency General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida, thank you all for coming to grace this occasion and share your very lofty time with us. From 10 a.m. till now, only IBB can actually enjoy such phenomenal time from people who are exceptionally busy pursuing their daily endeavors. Let me thank especially the former presidents, General Yakubu Gowon, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, Chief Ernest Shonekon, Vice President Namadi Sambo, and General Olusegun Aremu Okikiola Matthew Obasanjo who actually tried to connect with us, but were unable to get his audio. Let me thank specially the man that has many parts. The chairman of today's occasion is one Nigerian that believes so much in the unity of this country. Is one Nigerian who appreciates humanity and is ever ready to go the whole hog to ensure that this country enjoys some level of unity in diversity. I'm talking of no other person than engineer, Dr. Anthony Aleogo Raymond Dokwesi, the Ezomo of the universe. We call him the Ezomo of the universe because he's a respected chief in our part of the country of Edo State. He has kept us on our toes and also offer us generously live coverage of this event from 10 a.m. till now. Please give him a round of applause again, please. Let me use this opportunity to thank all the panelists who participated from all the 4 sessions. General Abdusalami Abubakar was here earlier on and he also featured on the virtual display. Chief Emmanuel Iwanyawu, Brigadier General Halilu Akilu, Brigadier General Olagusoyi Oyinlola, former governor of Osun State, our erudite Professor Sam Oyovare, Alhaji Amadu Abubakar, Professor Adele Jinadu, Senator Bonaventure David Mark, Alhaji Sinatu Ojikutu, Dr. Musa Babayo, AVM Larry Konya, Engineer Mrs. Olu Maduka, Dr. Kalu Idika Kalu, Professor Jerry Gana, Ambassador Professor Bolaji Akiyemi, a renowned professor who at one time was Foreign Affairs Minister. I think when you talk about foreign affairs in this country, we stop having Foreign Affairs Minister after Bolaji Akiyemi. In terms of intellect, in terms of delivery, in terms of understanding the rubrics of what makes a foreign policy or foreign minister tick. We also had earlier in the day Ambassador George Obiozo. We have former Minister for Education, Professor Tunde Adeniran. We have another extraordinary general. We call him General Ike Nwachuku. Very regal, very outspoken. Those days when they called the shots were the finest moment in the history of this country. We want to thank those who came to represent OAU and UNN. IBB has just instituted an endowment fund for those schools, including ABU and some other schools in the country. And this event is part of the IBB library project. And whatever be the deliberations here today, they will be captured into a compendium that will be fed to the generations presently and future generations. The idea behind this program was to bridge the gap between the old and the younger generation, particularly those who do not have the time to delve into the Babangida years. We also had other reputable and respected, Nigerians who are here. The former governor of Niger State, the one they call the chief servant, is still servanting. Dr. Aliyu Babangida, thank you for coming and spending all the time. As a politician, our time is very precious. And of course, all the moderators, my senior brother, a man of letter, the very strong pen pusher, very highly opinionated. You still have time to do the prose constructs. That's Dr. Chidi Amuta. They call them the Babangida intellectuals. And of course, Dr. Tunji Olagunju has sat through this event. He got here about 9 o'clock. He's been here till now. He's part and parcel of the Babangida intellectuals, as they were called those days. Thank you for coming. We have Alhaji Ismail Ibrahim. I don't know how to describe him because he's another orator when you give him the microphone to talk. So we decided to just keep him away because it will take 2 hours to come and talk here. So you're welcome. We have Barrister Hassan Jallo, one of our very strong loyalists who keeps in touch with our daddy, IBB. Quite a number of other distinguished personalities who are here, who came to grace this occasion. It's been a very long day, very, very long day, but I must thank each and every one of us for finding time to come, particularly the media. Ordinarily, media have so many events to cover, but when I gave out this invitation to them, they decided to honor us in their large number, and they have remained till now. It is very unusual, very difficult to tie down reporters on one desk to be watching an event all day long. But of course, just like one of the speakers said, that IBB is either part of the issue or the issue in Nigerian contemporary discourse. Whether you like it or not, you can hate IBB intensely, or you like him passionately. IBB is not the road of the middleman. You had those who love him so passionately, and those who hate him, they hate him intensely. But a lot of the discourse centered around the fact that so many people do not understand the story behind the story. So let me thank Her Excellency Aisha Babangida. She's an uncommon lady who is the daughter of an uncommon man. We put up this event barely maybe 3 weeks. A lot of these persons who are here were given almost maybe 72 hours notice. But because of the belief they have in General Babangida, they decided to honor us with their presence. And those who couldn't come told us they would join us virtually, and they did. You know, I think I forgot Professor Jerry Ghana, who also came today. You see, Aisha is taking in the footsteps of her father. She's very well networked with her father's contemporaries, those who work with him and all of that, to sustain the Babangida history. And history that has to be properly stated, not captured in the way that revisionists, want to report it for generations unborn. So for us, in the Babangida, family, we want to continue to further the narrative, a narrative that will put facts and figures into place for future generations, so that we will tell the story as it is and as it was. Only yesterday I was reading a comment by someone responding to the interview General Babangida had with Arise. And he was saying, we don't need him to talk to us. If Babangida does not talk, they say, oh, he's keeping too much quiet. If he talks, they say, oh, he's talking too much. I don't know where they want to place him, but he has a constitutional right, an inalienable right to own an opinion on any issue which is guaranteed under the Constitution. So for me, it's very interesting working with this great man who helped me to nurture my intellect, who provoked me to read books. Since I encountered him, I have not stopped buying books. It's my new vocation for the past 21 years. So when you get to my study, you think I'm a professor. I don't go near people like some of you, Chidi Amuta and all of that. But I try as much as possible to dissect the Babangida persona, so that in the final analysis, my understanding of him will be born out of intellect and knowledge rather than ignorance that has been on display for quite a long time. So I want to thank the members who helped to put this together. Soji, who has been our company, and the backdoor, chief strategist, who took several hours organizing Zoom meetings and all of that to be able to make today a reality. We intended to have a 2-day event before, but we said no. But in this era of COVID-19, people are struggling legitimately every day to earn a living, and you don't keep them out of their domain for such a long time. So we decided to play that, compact everything into a day. And I'm sure you have seen what we have, delivered all through today from 10 a.m. till now. And I forgot, I think Osita Chidoka, he joined us by Zoom. Thank you for also participating. And to all the cameramen, all the crew who came, all the journalists who came, thank you very much. All the ushers, we thank you very much for participating and making this event a very resounding success, at very short notice. So we want to commit you into the hands of Almighty God, for bringing you safely and for making sure you go back safely. You will not encounter any affliction. You will not encounter any accident of any type. You will get home to your respective destinations in good health so that some other time we'll have time to celebrate. I thank you very much and have a wonderful evening. God bless you.
I think we better go. Thank you all very much indeed.
Check 2.
I check 1, 2. Sorry, ma'am. Sorry. Can they hear me? Huh? I have to. Okay. This is a camera? Yeah. But I need to see them. Yeah, I need to see them, but I have to put my back. Okay, can you bring the camera here? Just zoom me here this way. Let's come this way. Look, we just face this way. Oh, as if it's them there, right? My dear fathers, I think you can. I hope you can hear me. I just thought to come on air and to really appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. You are a special part of this program.
And I'm glad and honored and proud for your messages and for coming on as well, especially at this time. I think it's running late. Sirs, thank you so much. My prayer is for you is that may God continue to bless you. May God continue to give you good health and longer life to see all your grandchildren happily married with their own children as well. Sir, thank you. Thank you so much, each and every one of you, from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of my father as well, because he didn't know about this. He wasn't expecting this at all, but you gladdened his heart, and this is very special to me. Thank you very much, and please have a good day, and I'll call you later. Sir, your agent is signing off with your permission, sir. Thank you.
Well done.
Bye. Thank you.
Well done.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Aisha.
Thank you.
Sir,
Thank you.
how are you, sir? I'm sorry. I hope you're feeling better. I hope you're feeling well and stronger as well. So
Bye.
thank you. Thank you again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Please get well.
Thank you.
I look forward to seeing you next year as well.
Kalu,
With you all physically.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well
Thank
done.
you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
God bless you all.
Thank you. My regards to the whole family. Thank you.
Thank you. The other leg says hello.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, sir.
Thank
Bye,
you.
sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Ide Kakalo, how are you doing?
I'm
fine,
fine,
thank
sir. It's a pleasure to see all of you.
That's right.
Well, I'll try and make it up there to see you, sir, in Mina or in Abuja. And I have not been in Jos since the lecture at the Gawan Center.
No,
I
see
think
me
you
in London.
Right, remember I spoke at the
Okay.
at the center. That was
Well done.
lovely. That was absolutely so exciting.